Hello everyone, and welcome back to Sleepy Scares. I know many of you tune in to unwind and drift off into a peaceful sleep, so before you settle in, I'd love for you to drop a comment, letting me know where in the world you're listening from. If you're enjoying the episodes, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Now, let's get cozy, relax, and dive right in. Story 1. The Sunday Special. Dan was sick of rural America. He wanted nothing more than to be back in Chicago, far away from anything resembling a cornfield. Instead, he was driving through an Iowa winter with huge white fields stretching into the distance on every side. Every 5 minutes, a lonely farmhouse would appear off in the distance. A long, snow-paved driveway between it and the highway. The road felt like it was cut off from the rest of humanity. A single dark line through an otherwise pale, lonely world. It had been half an hour since seeing another car. Then, there was the cold. Even with the car heater on full blast, the bitter cold seeped in through the windows. Dan looked into his rearview mirror and saw a large, dark mass of clouds rolling across the sky behind him. He couldn't tell which direction they were heading, but he hoped it was away from his destination. Looking back in front of him, Dan saw a road sign to the right. He only caught a glimpse as he went by, hoping to see that the town he was heading for was nearby. Unfortunately, ice and snow clung to the front of the sign, preventing him from seeing anything other than a C or an O. Dan was looking for a town that started with an O. As the turn approached, Dan decided that he needed a break from driving on the highway for a bit anyway. Even if it wasn't the town he was looking for, maybe he could get something to eat and at least talk to someone. 8 hours of icy roads had taken its toll. Dan turned right down the smaller, but thankfully plowed and salted, country road. 5 minutes down the road, Dan saw a large sign saying, "Welcome to Camp Song." He had never heard of the place, and it definitely was not where he wanted to be. Checking his watch, he saw that it was nearly 7 o'clock. He had time to get some food and still make it before midnight. As the first streetlights from Camp Song came into view, a building appeared along the left side of the road. There was something off about it that made Dan want to take a closer look. Slowing down the car, he could see the structure illuminated by a single streetlight that seemed to be placed there just for it. It was an old, abandoned shop with a large, battered sign that read, "Malik's Meats" in faded letters. Most of the windows were shattered. Dan assumed kids had thrown rocks at them. There was the usual spattering of graffiti, some of it half-artistic. And then there was something else painted on the front of the store, much larger than the other graffiti. It took Dan a few moments to realize that it was a skeletal eagle. The artwork was rough, but not bad. The skeleton's head was rolled back, screeching up into the sky. Ragged patches of shadowy feathers hung beneath the arm bones. Dan stared at the painting for almost a minute, before realizing that he had brought the car to a full stop in the middle of the highway. He took one last glance at Malik's Meats and drove on into Camp Song. More village than town, Camp Song appeared to be about 30 buildings in the middle of nowhere. As Dan rolled to a stop at an intersection in the middle of town, an old pickup puttered through the road in front of him and pulled into a parking lot filled with 2 cars, 3 pickups, and a tow truck. Dan assumed that that must be the place to go in this town. Turning into the lot, Dan saw a sign above the door that read, "M's Tavern," in red, blocky letters. Dan parked the car in one of the few empty spots. Before getting out of the car, he pulled the zipper on his coat up to his throat. He paid a couple of $100 for the insulated coat, and on that night, it was worth every penny. He hopped out of the car onto the cracked asphalt of the parking lot. Making his way towards the rough wooden door, Dan had to swerve around a pile of cigarette butts in the middle of the lot. A small paper sign hung on the outside of the door reading Saturday Special, tenderloin sandwich. Dan didn't think that sounded too bad as he swung open the door, hoping he didn't get a splinter off of it. As soon as Dan entered, the smell of tobacco smoke hit him. Apparently the law against smoking in bars was taken as a suggestion here. The hazy interior looked almost exactly as Dan had pictured it. The walls were all fake wood panels with random sports teams' logos plastered to them. Several cheap-looking tables were surrounded by at least 2 different styles of chairs. 4 patrons circled a pool table. In the back, they appeared to be the source of most of the smoke in the building. The bar itself was to his left. It ran the length of the building and looked as though it might fall apart at any time. 4 men sat at the right end of the bar, occasionally yelling at a TV showing a football game. Dan took a seat in the middle of the bar, not wanting to sit next to the other customers, but not wanting to make it look like he didn't. He didn't care about the football game. Dan was more of a baseball fan. Almost as soon as he sat down, a man came in from the back of the room and slipped behind the bar. After making sure the men in front of the TV were okay, he walked down to where Dan was sitting. I presume? Asked Dan. The bartender chuckled. He was a nice-looking guy that Dan assumed was in his mid-30s. The name's Mike, the man said in a calm, measured voice. But yes, this is my place. Just getting into town? Seemed like a good idea at the time, said Dan. Can I get a rum and coke and one of those tenderloins? The cook just left for the night, actually, said Mike, grabbing a bottle of rum and a glass. But I can't get you that drink. Dan was annoyed that he couldn't get a sandwich, but he wasn't keen on making a scene in the middle of a dive bar, stopping here or going to Arbor Mill like everyone else. Neither, said Dan. I'm heading to Odella. Ah, said Mike. Then you came down the wrong road. He sat the finished drink down in front of Dan. Nothing this way but Campsaw and Arbor Mill. What's kind of a name is Campsaw? Asked Dan, taking a sip. Well, it used to be something French, said Mike. Then they changed it. Why? Why? To make it less French, said Mike, walking back down the bar to grab a few of the guys some more beers out of the cooler. What's an Arbor Mill? Asked Dan as Mike walked over to the cash register in front of him. You haven't heard? Asked Mike as he rang up the drinks. Arbor Mill is the new ghost capital of the world. He finished ringing them up and turned back around to Dan. All sorts of stories started coming out of there a few months back, and now every ghost hunter and their sister wants to go there. And you're making bank off the tourists? Asked Dan, taking a larger swig of his drink. Let's just say I'm getting plenty out of it, said Mike. So what's a city boy like you doing in Odella? That obvious? Asked Dan. Mike just shrugged. Dan figured there was no harm in telling the bartender his business. He didn't plan to be back in Campsong ever again. My great-aunt just died. I'm heading to the funeral. I'm sorry, said Mike. Don't be, said Dan. We weren't what you'd call close, and I'm pretty sure she moved back to the old family home in the middle of nowhere, just so people would have to drive all the way out here. There was more than a hint of spite in Dan's voice that he was sure was not lost on the bartender. The customer closest to Dan had his head tilted just enough that Dan suspected he was listening in as well. Not a family man, eh? Asked Mike. Dan laughed a bit too loudly. He sucked down the last of his drink before answering. He could feel the alcohol barely starting to hit him. My family has a tradition when someone dies, said Dan. They get there as soon as possible, pretend to be sad, and then loot everything they can. Sounds fun, said Mike. I'm sure your family reunions are a blast. Dan sighed and glanced over at the group in front of the TV. A couple of them quickly looked away. It seemed like the out-of-towner was entertainment for the night. When he turned back to Mike, he found a fresh drink sitting in front of him. Thanks, said Dan, not asking how he got that out so quickly. He took a sip from the new drink and then went back to talking. The last time there was a family cash grab, the old lady grabbed something that was 100% mine out of my parents' house. I'll be damned if anyone else is going to get it. Well, good luck, said Mike, avoiding the obvious question of what the item was. And watch out in Odella. Why's that? Harbor Mill has ghosts and Odela has monsters, said Mike, half grinning. Half grinning. Most of them are in the state prison there, though. And what does Campsong have? Asked Dan, making a note to vacate the county as quickly as he could. We have a dive bar, said Mike, breaking into a loud laugh. Dan heard a chortle from the group at the end of the bar. And apparently a quality butcher shop, muttered Dan. Something changed in the room as soon as the words left his mouth. Everything suddenly got quieter. Even the men playing pool in the back had one eye firmly on Dan. Dan had already felt awkward, but for the first time that night, he felt a twinge of fear go down his spine. Mike leaned onto the bar towards Mike and looked him in the eye. Yeah, Alex, said Mike, his voice lowering. That's an interesting story. I'm not going anywhere, said Dan, checking his watch. The numbers were slightly blurry. Mike must have been making the things strong. Mike stood back up and looked around the bar with slight trepidation. Dan assumed he was just adding suspense, but there was something about the change in the other customers that gave him a sliver of doubt. It was back in 1935, in the middle of the Great Depression. A man called Walton Malik came to Campsong and opened his butcher shop, began Mike. His voice took on a strange edge as he told the story. It sounded like how someone would tell a ghost story around a campfire. He came from Arbor Mill back when people didn't trust anyone that came from there all that easily. There and Odela were the last couple of towns that had Malcaw blood left in them. Malcaw? Asked Dan. Old native tribe that used to live around here in Eldona County. And people around here weren't particularly fond of Indians? Asked Dan. And around here, where? Asked Dan. Mike gave him a look that had the tiniest bit of anger in it. Dan shut up and took another drink. The Malcaw were a really old tribe that believed in real ways, said Mike. Every other tribe around here was terrified of them. They used to say that they walked in Malcaw villages. They said bone eagles flew overhead. Dan thought back to the unnerving image painted onto the side of Malik's meats. Looking around, he saw that everyone else in the bar was listening to the bartender. They'd probably heard it 100 times, but they still had to listen to the obviously well-practiced story. So no, they didn't like the Malcaw, and most of them had what they called the Malcaw eyes, pale blue. Malik had them too. So he was on the outs already with most of the town, until he actually started selling meat. And they liked him fine? Asked Dan, taking another swig of his drink. Oh yes, they did, said Mike. Cheapest meat in the state, courtesy of his brother's farm back in Odela. And every Sunday he'd put up a sign for the Sunday special. People would come here from miles around for the barbacoa on Sundays. Dan thought he knew where the story was headed, and so everyone in Campsong was happy. Then, one day, a guy goes to see his sister in Odela. As he's leaving, he decides he wants to go see Malik's brother and thank him for giving him the meat so cheap. Let me guess, said Dan. There was no Malik farm? Mike scoffed, as if he had planned on him asking that. Oh, no, there was a farm, all right, said Mike. And the man tells Malik's brother that the cows and chickens are all well and good. But where were the pigs for the Sunday special? The brother tells him that he hasn't had pigs in years, so he asks if there's another Malik farm in Arbor Mill. His brother says no. The only other Malik in Odela is his other brother, the sheriff in at the jail. And there it is, said Dan, slurring his words slightly. So he was sending him prisoners to cook? Saw that coming, did you? Asked Mike, looking Dan straight in the eye. Kind of hard not to, said Dan. Mike grinned, not looking as pissed as Dan thought he might for blowing the big finale. As Dan went to take another drink, he noticed that the group at the end of the bar was still watching Mike intently. That's not the end, said Mike. After the man got back to Campsong, he riled up a mob and they headed out to Malik's to bring him to justice. To lynch him, in other words, said Dan. More or less, said Mike. So they dragged Malik out of his shop, and he stands there in front of the mob and asks them, Is this how you treat me after I fed you all for a year? You all still have money in your pockets because I saw a different way. We can still go back to that way if we stop this right now, and nobody outside Camp Song ever has to know. Mike paused. What happened then? Asked Dan. They took a vote. The whole mob of 50 people decided right there whether to hang Malik or let him keep doing his thing. And? You saw the butcher shop, said Mike, bending down to where his eyes were inches away from Dan's. What do you think? Mike whispered in a strange, eerie tone. Dan lowered his eyes to the bar while he considered. Mike suddenly slammed one hand onto the bar. Dan leapt back in shock and fell straight out of the chair onto the damp wood floor. A moment later, every other customer in the bar was laughing their ass off. Dan dusted himself off and got back into the seat. Although Mike wasn't laughing, he was smiling very broadly. I couldn't resist, said Mike. Yes, they lynched his ass. No more Sunday special for them. Dan finished his drink with a long gulp and slammed the glass onto the bar. That a true story? He asked, leaning back into the chair. Honestly, I don't think anyone even knows anymore, said Mike. Dan chuckled and looked down at the other customers. Apparently, after they got to see Mike scare the new guy, they'd lost interest. Looking down at his watch, he saw that it was almost 9 o'clock. Wow, said Dan. I really got to get going. How do I get to Odila from here? It's easy enough, said Mike. Just go back to the highway. Turn right, and it's going to be the first left after you go over the river. Great, said Dan, getting to his feet. How much do I owe you? Not so fast, said Mike. Dan froze in place. How about a shot on the house to remember Camp Song by? Dan had never heard a bartender offer free booze right before a guy was about to drive off. No thanks, said Dan. I don't do shots. They're the main reason I have an ex-wife. Oh, come on, said Mike with a broad grin. I have a very good house shot here. He pulled a clear bottle of dark red liquid out from underneath the bar. I call it the Malik. He poured a small amount into a shot glass and pushed it towards Dan. Perhaps it was because of the story, or maybe because of how much it looked like blood. But Dan wanted no part of that shot. It's a very pretty shot, said Dan, but I still have to pass. I have a fair way to drive on some bad roads, you know. I understand, said Mike. The bartender picked up the shot and drank it in one gulp. Your loss. Dan grabbed the $20 bill out of his wallet and laid it on the counter. Keep the change, said Dan. For the entertainment. Mike laughed and grabbed the money off the bar. You're very welcome, good sir, said the bartender. You're very welcome, good sir, said the bartender. You'd better get a move on, though. Pretty sure I just heard them talking over there about a winter storm coming in. Dan looked out the window and saw a spattering of snowflakes on the window. He let out a burst of profanity and ran for the door, hoping to some higher power that the storm didn't get bad. Moments later, his car sputtered to life and skidded out of the parking lot. Just as the snow really began to fall, Dan could feel the bartender's eyes following him through the window. Dan couldn't believe how quickly the storm had rolled in. As he made his way through the intersection, he already had his wipers on full speed. As he sped past the last buildings in the town proper, the wind was howling around the vehicle, trying like crazy to blow it off the road. At his best, Dan would have had an issue driving in this weather. But with the strong drinks in him, he knew he had no business driving through that night. He had to make it to Odila, though, and he wasn't going to stay in Camp Song all night. Dan stared through the windshield as the wipers did their best to keep the snow off of it. He kept hoping the exit to the highway was closer than he thought it was. As Dan moved slowly down the road, expecting his traction to go out at any moment, he began to hear something beneath the wind. A thump, a rattle. Sounds that he shouldn't have been able to hear above the howling wind. He forced himself to pay full attention to the road, knowing that his drunk ass was just hallucinating sounds. It was at that moment that the sound came louder than before, and from directly above his car hood, it was the sound of massive wings beating the air above him. As outright terror began to creep into Dan's mind, A blast of wind hit the side of the car. Dan tried to straighten the car, but it was no use. The car veered to the right and off of the highway. Dan's head began to swim, and he was only aware of two things: a large object right in front of him and the sound of giant, bony wings. Dan didn't know how long it was before he woke up, but he immediately felt a bitter cold and a shooting pain in his shoulder. Looking around, Dan realized he was still in the battered shell of what used to be his car. It must have slid sideways into whatever he had hit, because the passenger side door had been ripped off. A frigid wind blew in through the gaping hole in the vehicle, testing the limits of his heavy insulated coat. Dan unfastened his seatbelt, which he assumed was the cause of the pain in his shoulder, and also the reason he was alive. Wanting to get a better view of the situation, he shoved the driver's side door open. Dan fell out of the car into foot-deep snow. He brushed the snow off his coat as he stumbled to his feet and found himself in a halo of light. He looked up through the still falling snow to see a single street light that was now bent at an angle. He knew where he was. Dan looked past the light and saw the ruined facade of Malik's Meats. The butcher shop looked almost ethereal through the gusting snow. It was there one moment and gone the next, obscured by the storm. Dan quickly decided that there was only one thing to do. He had to get inside the building before he froze to death. He could think up a more extensive plan once he was out of the blizzard. As he made his way past the front end of his car, he saw that most of the passenger side of the hood was crushed in. He was unsure whether his insurance was going to cover any of this mess. He stumbled through the mound of snow in the center of the abandoned parking lot and found himself standing before the painting of the bone eagle. He began to shiver as he looked up into the dark skeletal eye of the mural. It wasn't entirely the cold that made him do so. Dan had to tear his eyes away from it once again as he went for the still intact door to his left. Dan was at least relieved to be out of the wind. The frigid air still creeped in through the broken windows, but at least the wind was at the other side of the shop. That was the only relief he found in the ruins of Malik's Meats. The main room of the store had a strange feel. The pale light from the bent streetlight outside illuminated a room that felt as though time had stopped in it years ago. While it was true that the windows were broken and piles of snow lay around Dan's feet, the rest of the shop looked as though it had not been touched by the last several decades. The tile floor was largely intact, as were 3 rows of shelves in the middle of the room. A long meat counter on the other side of the room was empty, but looked entirely functional beneath a thick layer of dust. The only signs of degradation were in the walls and ceiling, which were full of cracks and peeled areas of paint. Dan moved carefully through the store and away from the windows. He saw a door behind the meat counter and thought he might be able to make it through the night in the back of the store. As he walked around the end of the counter and by 3 abandoned cooler doors, he took out his phone and turned on its flashlight. He considered calling someone for help, but after a moment of thought, Dan came to the conclusion that even if anyone knew where he was, they wouldn't be able to get there until the next morning. He was on his own for the night. He reached the door behind an antique cash register that still rested on the counter. As Dan reached for the door, for the second time that night, he heard a sound that should not have been there. A low buzz emanated from behind the door. It reminded Dan of the sounds he had heard coming from meat counters while they were carving up slabs of meat. All he could imagine was a blade sawing through flesh and bone. Dan stood there staring at the door, trying to rationalize what he was hearing. It had to be the liquor making him hear things, like before in the car. He couldn't have heard wings in the air. Dan ignored the sound, pushed open the door, and delved into the back room. The buzz didn't get any louder, but it didn't go away. Dan shone his phone's light around the room, illuminating the abandoned cutting room. He could make out a rusted metal sink, a long counter, and 2 doors which he supposed were the meat freezer and cooler. It had the same timeless look as the main shop room, but at least it was slightly warmer. Dan sat down on the antique tile floor as a wave of nausea washed over him. The only thing he wanted was to pass out and figure out a way to get into Odella in the morning. He shut off his phone light and lowered his body onto the ground. He was seconds from unconsciousness when he rolled over and felt something cold and wet on his cheek. Dan wiped the liquid off his cheek with a groan. He turned his phone light back on, expecting to see half-melted snow on his fingers. Instead, they were streaked with crimson. Dan slowly moved his eyes to the floor and saw a small puddle of blood where his head had been. He quickly began to feel around his head, searching for what he was sure would be a gushing head wound. Finding nothing but a matted area of hair, he rose to his feet and pointed his light at the counter above him. A gleaming meat cleaver lay on the counter. A small puddle of blood beneath it was running off and onto the floor below. Dan jumped away from the blade and felt the antique sink dig into his back, a rusted edge jabbing into his back through his coat. The cleaver just lay there ominously. Dan struggled to remember whether he saw it when he came into the room. Was it another thing that wasn't really there? As he stood there obsessing with his back against the sink, a loud cracking noise came from his right. This time, Dan could not suppress a frightened whimper from coming out of his mouth as he dropped shuddering to the floor. Something from earlier in the night came back to Dan. The state prison less than an hour away suddenly made more sense than anything that he had just found the lair of an escaped prisoner. Summoning what was left of his composure, Dan crept forward and grabbed the bloody cleaver off of the counter. Drawing himself up to his full height and readying the cleaver, Dan spun into the doorway to face whatever was there. He instantly froze as he found himself staring into the empty eye socket of a skeletal eagle. It stood atop the weathered meat counter, one claw perched upon the old cash register. The thing was massive, blocking his view of anything else through the doorway. Tatters of flesh and down clung to its skeletal frame. Its wings were barely cohesive masses of rotting ebon feathers. Its head bobbed back and forth, the dark socket fixed on Dan. He heard its claws scratching at the counter beneath it. Snapping out of his stupor, Dan did the only thing he could think of. He raised his arm and hurled the cleaver directly at the massive eagle. It was an awkward throw, but its aim was true. It flew directly into the eagle's skull and passed through it. Dan could hear the cleaver land on the floor behind it with a loud thud. Dan collapsed to his knees as the vision in front of him began to fade. A moment later, the eagle was gone. It had been a hallucination after all. Everything had been. Dan was about to break into hysterical laughter when the loud cracking noise came again from behind him. Dan's heart skipped a beat as he realized where he had heard it before. It was the sound of a freezer defrosting. He still heard the buzzing sound from before as well. It was the sound of electricity running through the building. The freezer directly behind him in the abandoned butcher shop was completely functional. Dan took a deep breath and turned towards the freezer door. He had had enough of this night. Summoning all that remained of his composure, he began to move slowly towards the door. As he approached it, Dan could see light gleam off of the steel door. A door that looked strangely modern in the middle of the antique site. His innards felt like they had turned to ice as Dan grasped the handle on the door and pulled it open. The pale light from the streetlight outside shone just bright enough to illuminate the nightmare lurking within, where large, dark bags hung from the ceiling. The shapes inside the bags were not from any animals. Dan didn't scream when he saw the contents of the freezer. He didn't run away or drop to his knees. A single thought just kept repeating in his head. I knew this was coming. The very second he had woken up in front of Malik's meats, he had known there would be bodies in it. And they couldn't be real. After a few strong drinks and a probable head injury during the crash, of course he was going to be seeing things. The bartender's tale had done a number on him, and this was the end result. He'd seen bloody cleavers, skeletal eagles, and now a freezer full of dead bodies. He just had to prove one thing. Dan walked forward and reached a hand out towards a large black bag, fully expecting that his hand would go right through it, returning him to a reality in which the only thing to fear was the biting cold. When he felt a thin layer of plastic over what could only be a human hand, the terror finally came. And at the very same moment, a calm, measured voice came from behind him. You should have taken the shot, it said. The rum was drugged. Dan had no time to react before a large blow struck him on the back of the head. He fell face first into the body bag in front of him, and then collapsed onto the floor, reeling in pain. The world around him wavered slightly, but Dan remained conscious. He looked up and saw Mike the bartender illuminated by the pale light coming through the door. "Malik didn't lose that boat, did he?" asked Dan in a low and distant tone. His hand groped around in the darkness, trying to find anything that might save him. "No, he didn't," said Mike. "He wasn't in a landslide." The bartender pulled something out of his belt. Dan saw the shimmer of light off a blade. He was my grandfather, and in his memory, Malik's Tavern still serves up the Sunday special week after week, rain or shine. "Do they all know?" asked Dan in a whisper. "The whole town?" "Some do," said Mike. "Some of them suspect, but in the end, nobody does anything about it." Dan was suddenly less annoyed that he hadn't gotten his tenderloin. Mike grabbed Dan and spun him belly up on the ground. He grabbed Dan's $200 coat by the front and ran his blade top to bottom, shredding the front of the garment. Before he could protest, Mike had ripped the heavy coat off of him, leaving him defenseless against the cold. Defenseless against the cold. "I like you, Dan," said Mike, brandishing his knife. "So I'll give you a choice. I can make it end nice and fast for you right here, or I can lock you in and let you freeze to death if you want some time to make peace with things." "Flip you," said Dan, spitting out the words. "Don't say I didn't try," said Mike. He placed a foot on Dan's chest and readied his knife. It was at that very moment that Dan's hand felt a large, heavy piece of ice on the floor beside him, finding a strength that he would not have believed he could muster. Dan gripped the chunk of ice and swung it wildly in front of him. Mike let out a loud scream as the block landed a blow directly on his kneecap. The bartender collapsed to the ground next to Dan, grasping at his knee. Dan scrambled around and let out a wild kick at Mike's face. It connected with a dull thud, and Mike spat up blood. Dan's head began to clear as he saw the open doorway with light streaming weakly through. He struggled to his feet and lurched out of the freezer, stumbling through the cutting room and into the main store. He fell against the counter, grabbing it for support. Looking behind him, he saw Mike unsteadily rising to his feet. Looking towards the outside, Dan saw a spot of shining light on the floor. It was the cleaver he had thrown at the hallucination earlier. Dan slid over the counter and landed roughly on the floor on the other side. Hearing footsteps behind him, he frantically crawled past the old shelves to where the cleaver lay on top of a mound of snow near the broken windows. Dan dove the last few feet and clutched the blade with both hands. He rose to one knee and was about to spin around and face Mike when he heard an engine revving from outside. Dan froze in place, not wanting to look out the window. He forced himself to look up, and through the now dying blizzard, 2 vehicles had joined his wrecked car around the lonely streetlight. The first was the tow truck from the tavern, which was in the process of towing his car away to somewhere no one would ever find it. The second was a large pickup with 2 men riding in the flatbed. Even with his clouded vision, Dan could see the scoped rifles they were holding. He was finished. Dan's arms went limp at his side. The cleaver gave a dull clang as it struck the old tile floor. Dan only had to wait a moment before the calm, measured voice came from behind him once more, albeit in a slightly more nasal tone. "I really have to know now," said Mike. "What were you going to get on the dealer?" Dan stared into the blizzard for a moment, and then began to laugh softly. Mike waited patiently as the laugh grew more frantic. It took a few seconds for Dan to compose himself again. "It was an autographed baseball bat," said Dan, tears beginning to well up in his eyes. "My favorite player from the local minor league team. It was in my dad's room when he died. The old lady just took it. I just wanted it back." "I understand," said Mike, after a brief silence. "And I promise you..." Dan felt the tip of a knife against the back of his neck. "If your family stops by the tavern on their way back home, I'll bury it next to what's left of you. A split second before everything went dark, Dan thought he could hear the sound of bone wings echoing through the night sky. Story 2, I Want to Go Home. It was a dreary kind of day. It always was in this small suburban town. On the edge of this town there resided a deep forest, which gave a little life to the otherwise plain residents. The large oak trees swaying in the playful breeze. A few gentle rays of light peeking through the gray clouds were speckling through the forestry onto the foliage below. It is quite a sleepy little forest. The loudest sounds coming from the occasional wildlife passing through. That is except for today. Today all silence was broken with a loud pop and a flurry of fluttering wings followed by appish hooting and hollering. The culprit of these sounds? A group of boys who often frequented this otherwise quiet little forest. These boys had been friends since elementary school, and it was commonplace for them to meet up after school and walk through to the edge of the local park into this forest. It was their secret hideout. Normally their games were innocent enough, kids just being kids goofing off and throwing sticks at each other. But today was different. Today was special. The oldest of the group had just turned 13 and had received a pellet rifle for his birthday. He was told repeatedly that it was not a toy, and he could only use it with an adult around. He was even promised by his uncle that they would go out and shoot some targets at on Friday after school. But that was several days away, and he was of course eager to show his best friends his newest treasure. And what better place to do it than their secret hiding spot? So here he was, proudly holding his recently fired .22 caliber pellet rifle, smugly grinning at his accomplishment and hitting his first ever target. Before him, just a few feet away in a mass of twitching black feathers, was a small black bird, its spastic movements slowly ceasing. "I can't believe you hit it, dude," the youngest of the three squeaked, excitedly running over to examine the fallen bird. The oldest snorted, Of course you're Dodge. That's of course I hit it. Uncle Joe used to let me shoot his real rifle all the time before this." He got a playful punch on his shoulder from the youngest boy. "You're right, dude. I saw how your hands were shaking. You've never even used a pea shooter before." "Flip you, dude," the oldest replied with a wry grin. The youngest chortled and rummaged through the leaves until he found a medium-sized stick. He bent down to examine the animal. "Still Tommy," he said, turning the bird over, its head lolling limply over its snapped neck. Now no longer moving. "It was a nice shot. You got it straight through the head. Sick its eyes even missing, dude." "Just leave it the hell alone already, Jake. Let's just go." The last member of the trio was fuming. He had made it clear to his friends when Tommy brought out his smuggled birthday present that he was uncomfortable with them playing with the gun, and was even more distraught of the idea of them hurting a harmless creature with it. "Well," Tommy rolled his eyes. "Quit being an idiot, dude. It's just a damn bird. What are you gonna cry over it?" James' face grew hot. "No. It's just not cool, all right. We already know how good your gun works, and we just leave now." Tommy and Jake both gave each other knowing looks, letting out an exaggerated sigh. They both loved James. He was quiet and reserved, but smart and quick-witted. However, he was a rule follower, and always got very nervous whenever the boys were doing something they weren't supposed to be doing. Tommy walked over to where James stood indignantly with his arms crossed and eyes glaring. He clasped a hand on his shoulder, James flinching away slightly, still miffed. "Hey dude, I was just messing with you. Look, I'm sorry I shot the thing. I was just really excited about this gun, and when I saw the bird sitting right there, on that low branch, it was like I couldn't help myself, you know. It was just right there calling to me, like, come on, Tommy, shoot me, shoot me." He finished his sentence in a squeaky high voice, drawing a giggle from James. "Seriously, dude, I didn't mean anything by it, and I promise it won't happen again. Let's just walk around a little more, and I'll only shoot trees or stuff like that, all right? I promise." James looked unconvinced, but sighed and nodded his head. Fine, but you better keep your promise, dude, or I'm so kicking your ass. I'd like to see you try it, Jamie boy, Tommy replied with a smirk. But seriously, James, it won't happen again. James knew Tommy could be an untactful idiot sometimes, but knew he never did it purposely. It's cool, man, let's just hurry up, it's getting late. James bent down and scooped up the broken bird and set it next to a tree where he brushed some leaves over it. Tommy and Jake shook their heads. James was such a softie. Come on then, Slowpoke. I know just the place to really try this puppy out. Tommy began sprinting deeper into the forest, Jake and James following closely behind. The boys finally reached their destination. It was a wide open area of the forest with the trees forming almost a perfect circle around it. There was a variety of stumps and fallen trees of all shapes and sizes, some seeming to come out of the ground like giant, reaching arms, perfect for climbing or jumping off of. It was by far the boys' favorite part of the forest. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. This will make a great shooting range. James, I'll even let you go first this time. Tommy held the butt of the gun out to the boy, but James just shook his head and shrugged. Nah, that's okay. I think I'll just watch you guys. With that, James plopped himself down in the soft grass and began picking at the weeds that resided there. Tommy shrugged. Suit yourself, dude. Hey, Jake, come here. The youngest stopped kicking toadstools off the tree stumps and ran over to Tommy and James. Tommy slid his backpack off his back and tossed it over to Jake. Here, get these set up, why don't ya? Jake opened the backpack to find various bottles and cans. Perfect practice targets for a pellet gun. Fine, I'll set up the first round, but you were setting up the next one. Tommy waved a hand nonchalantly in Jake's direction. Yeah, sure. Tommy looked over to where James sat. James seemed to be finding whatever he was picking at in the grass to be very interesting. He sighed and moved closer to the boy. You sure you don't want to try? I know guns aren't your thing and all, but you gotta admit, this thing is pretty badass. Came a disinterested reply. You don't believe me, but just watch this. Tommy looked up at a large twig that was hanging loosely from a branch a few feet above them. I bet you $10 I can shoot that twig loose. James rolled his eyes. You don't even have $5, dude. Still, curiosity won him over, and he stood up, standing beside Tommy. All right, you win, impress me. Tommy smugly grinned and took aim at the softly swaying limb, licking his lips and breathing slowly to keep his mark steady. He was about to pull the trigger when a loud squawk startled him. He and James both looked over to a nearby tree to see a group of blackbirds staring back at them. James chuckled at Tommy, who then received a glare from the older boy. Ha ha, very funny. James shrugged. Dude. Tommy snorted. They are just a bunch of dumb birds. With that, he lifted his gun again to his desired target. Before he could get a proper lock on it, the branch began to bob up and down slightly. He looked over to find that one of the birds had decided to use the branch as its perch, its beady little eyes staring into the boys. Tommy smirked. Fine. If you have a death wish, who am I to deny it? He started to aim his gun slightly over to the right, but James had been watching and knew exactly what his friend intended. He stomped over and grasped harshly onto the nozzle, aggressively pushing it away. A soft flutter of wings could be heard as the small bird flew off the branch into the trees. Tommy was shocked and then angered by his friend's actions. What the hell, man? Do you want to get shot in the face? Let go. He tried forcefully yanking the gun out of James' grasp, but James had a firm grasp and was not giving in. James was seething, gripping the nozzle in a white-knuckle grip. Tommy swore that if looks could kill, he would be dead 100 times over by now. You promised, Tommy. You promised you wouldn't shoot anything else. I'm sick of this nonsense, dude. You weren't even supposed to be out here with this dumb thing. He shook the nozzle in his hand for emphasis. Tell Jake to pack up, we're leaving. Screw you, man. The stupid thing was asking for it, you know. All day I was trying to be extra nice to you because I know you don't like this stuff. But you are being a total stuck-up idiot right now, and it's killing our mood. Know what? You can want out and go home by yourself. Jake and me are actually gonna have some fun. Now let go. With that, Tommy jerked the gun sharply upward. James, whose resolve was slightly broken by Tommy's hurtful words, let his grip slip, causing the gun nozzle to slip out of his hands rather easily with Tommy's excess force exerting on it. This caused the nozzle to swing higher. Tommy, who in his loss of temper tried to get a better grip on the gun, accidentally put his finger on the trigger. With a loud pop, everything went still. Tommy's red face quickly turned pale, the sound of his gun slightly ringing in his ears. His anger quickly forgotten, as he looked up to see James swaying heavily, a look of bewilderment in his left eye. His right was not visible, due to the gushing crimson stream coming from it. He made a gurgling guttural sound before his knees gave out, and he crashed to the forest floor in a heap, convulsing and twitching. Tommy was still comprehending what had just happened when he was startled by a large crash and clinking of metal and broken glass. He looked back to see Jake staring wide-eyed in their direction, mouth agape, the backpack unceremoniously laying on the ground. Broken bottles and cans littered at his feet. Jake stood motionlessly, as if he was still trying to comprehend what had just happened, and then broke into a sprint towards the boys, screaming words that Tommy couldn't quite understand. His mind was buzzing. He was sure it was something along the lines of, "What the hell did you do?" He looked down again to the prone form of James. He was completely still now, no longer convulsing, just very still. Jake pushed past Tommy and slid to his knees next to James, hands hovering over him, wanting desperately to help but afraid he might hurt him more. Jake tried calling out James' name, eliciting no response. Be careful turned him over, taken aback at the bloody mess on his friend's face. He then began gently shaking him and tapping his face. When that too failed to gain a response, he became more aggressive in his attempts to stir the boy. Jake laid his ear on the boy's chest. White face, he turned up to Tommy. I can't hear anything. His chest ain't moving either. I think he's dead, Tommy. Jake's eyes began brimming with tears. That snapped Tommy out of the stupor he was currently in. He dropped to his knees next to James, practically pushing Jake out of the way. He roughly grabbed the boy's wrist, pleading to any god that would listen that he would find a pulse. There was nothing. He grabbed his shoulders, roughly shaking the boy. Why are that? What are the leaves? Well, come on, Jamie. Wake up. I'm sorry. God, I'm so sorry. Just please wake the fuck up. James' head lolled lifelessly back and forth, the gore from his eye sockets spreading further down his pale face. Tommy was now breaking down into sobs. He'd killed one of his closest friends. He got up, pacing back and forth, reeling at the horror he now faced. We gotta go, Tommy. We gotta go get someone. Tommy snapped his head back to Jake, his face twisted in a wild expression that made the younger boy flinch. The hell we do? Do you know what they'll do if they find out what I did? They'll put me away. Jake, I'll go to prison. Well, the prison you did was an accident, right? Bill underst. Tommy strode quickly towards the small quivering boy and hefted him up by his shirt. No, they won't, Jake. They won't, Jake. They won't understand. I wasn't even supposed to be playing with this in the first place. You know that. I'm gonna spend the rest of my life in prison. Tommy forcefully let go of Jake, causing him to stumble backwards and fall. He looked up at Tommy. His face was etched in fear, tears now streaming freely down his face. What are we going to do, Tommy? Tommy glanced down at James' Lindform, studying the ruby red glistening on the boy's face, and shuddered. What would he do? What would James want him to do? He felt himself shivering, but he knew it wasn't from the cold. We are not going to do anything, Jake. You are going to go home, and if you still think of me as a friend, you won't tell anyone about James. You said it yourself. It was an accident. Do you think James would want my life ruined over an accident? When Tommy didn't get a response, he looked back over to Jake. The boy was trembling, lip quivering and wavering eyes gazing up at his. There was true innocent terror in those eyes. He knew his friend was fighting with himself on what the right thing to do was. Tommy held his gaze, his glassy eyes wordlessly offering an apology for what he put his friend through, what he was about to burden his friend with. Just go home, Jake. As far as you know, this day never happened. With that, Jake carelessly scrambled up from his position in the leaves, not caring if he got a few scratches by doing so, and took off quickly. After a few minutes, when Tommy could no longer hear his friend's hurried footfalls, he let out a heavy sigh and bent down to his burden at hand. He circled around to where James' head lay and hooked his hand underneath his armpits and began dragging the boy deeper into the woods. After what felt like hours, he finally reached his destination, what he and his friends had called the pit. The pit was a deep slanted ditch that led to what they could only assume was a very large tunnel, almost big enough to be called a cave. The boys could only assume this hellish dugout was created by some large animal. It would be a common game for Tommy and his friends to dare each other into getting as close to the entrance as possible without chickening out. Tommy had only ever gotten as far as sticking a foot into the abysmal darkness before scrambling out. He slowly worked his way down the slope, his trek made awkward with James. By the time he made it down to the tunnel entrance, he and James were both covered in mud. The earthy smell of wet leaves and grass was heavy in Tommy's nostrils. Tommy looked into the open burrow. It looked more intimidating now with his impending task at hand. It looked like an open mouth of some horrible creature. He could swear he could even hear breathing echoing through the hollow space. He looked down again at James. Despite being dragged through the forest, which was evident by the mud and grime on the boy, he still looked peaceful. If it were not for the gore on the side of his face, Tommy could have sworn he was just sleeping. Tears made trails down the boy's grimy face, which he furiously wiped away. "I'm so sorry, buddy. God, I'm so sorry." With that, he rolled the boy into the entrance of the burrow. He was startled when the boy's body rolled forward further into the space without more coaxing on his end. He heard rapid, loud rustling echoing through the tunnel, which ended in a loud thump. He peeked his head in further and reached out. He felt nothing through the thick darkness. He had never realized that the tunnel went so deep, let alone have such a steep entryway. He briefly thought how lucky it was that his friends were never brave enough to further down the intimidating burrow. With his task done, he let out a heavy sigh, muttering more grief-filled apologies to his friend, and climbed out of the ditch. Just before he reached the top, he felt a warm breeze breathe from the tunnel. His hair stood on end, as he could swear that with it. He could hear a voice whisper, "Wait." The boy had never run so fast in his entire life. He had almost reached the exit to woods when he heard crunching and felt something squishy underneath his foot. He looked down and felt his heart stop. He had stepped on the mangled body of the black bird he had shot earlier, its bloody eye socket staring up at him. Hadn't James set the Thin's body closer to the trees? Why was it in the middle of the trail? A strong wind shook the trees around him, and once more, they carried a voice that seemed to plead this time. "Wait." Tommy was gone before the wind could die down. Tommy slammed the door to his bedroom, wild-eyed and heart pounding out of his chest. He could not stop pacing back and forth, the floorboards creaking loudly in time with his panicked breaths. It's done. It's over. Nobody will ever know what happened. He reassured himself. He ran a hand through his hair and pulled back to see it grimy with mud, sweat, and what appeared to be blood. A shudder racked through his body, and he fought the urge to vomit. He ran into the bathroom and spent a good while scrubbing himself almost raw to be sure he got any evidence of today's happenings off of his body. And he went to sleep. His mother came home a few hours later and quietly rapped on his door, asking if he wanted dinner. He declined, saying simply that he wasn't hungry. That night, Tommy awoke to short, sharp tappings at his window. He groggily looked up towards the sound, and the tapping stopped. From what he could see, nothing appeared to be there. With a huff, he flopped back down onto the pillow and tried to get back to sleep. He was just about to drift off when he heard it again, only it was louder this time and more aggressive. He wearily turned over again to see what it was. This time his eyes shot wide open. It was faint, and the boy only caught it due to some passing headlights. But just for a second, he saw what appeared to be light reflected off of two small beady orbs looking at him through the window. Tap, tapped. He jolted again at the sound. He slammed down on the bed, whipping the covers over his head. He felt like he was suffocating with each shuddering breath under the heat of his comforter, but he did not dare pull the blanket off. The tapping was persistent and always in the same pattern. Sometimes the sounds were quiet, but sometimes it sounded loud enough that whatever was doing it would break through the glass. Mercifully, the tapping stopped, and the boy was once again able to fall asleep. Tommy again was jolted awake by banging, only this time it came from his door. "Tommy, you better get up, or you're going to miss the bus." He heard his mother call through the door. He flew back the covers. The sun was shining warmly through the windows, lighting his room up in a soft yellow. There was a small blackbird sitting outside on his windowsill, just staring to him. It seemed eerily still, not once turning its head in any other direction. It kept its beady eyes trained on Tommy. The boy was unnerved, but also angry at the thing for keeping him up all night. He stomped towards the window, but before he had a chance to open it, the bird flew away. He exhaustively rubbed his hands on his face and half thought about telling his mother he wasn't feeling well and couldn't go to school, but decided against it. He didn't want to bring up any suspicions. He begrudgingly got dressed and headed out to the bus. As he was about to walk out the door, his mother called out, "Hey Tommy, have you seen James?" His mother called this morning and said he never came home last night. She sounded pretty worried. "You guys were hanging out last night, right?" Tommy felt a lump forming in his throat, his hands slightly shaking. He swallowed thickly and answered in as a controlled voice as he could muster. "And no, Ma. It was just me and Jake last night. He said he didn't want to come with us after school because he wasn't feeling well." His mother's eyebrows furrowed in concern for her boy. He seemed so upset, but she didn't question him, figuring he must be worried for his friend. "Okay, sweetheart. We'll try to have a good day at school today, all right? I'm sure your friend will turn up." Tommy gave a curt nod, walking quickly outside, fighting the sob welling in his chest. School was absolute hell for Tommy. His teachers had all asked if they had seen or what they had seen James doing the previous day, and to report anything suspicious if they did. Tommy could only think about his friend's cold, pale body slowly being feasted on by whatever creatures lie in the depths of the pit, that bloody eye burning into his own. There were a few times he wanted to just stand up in the middle of class and scream that he did it. He murdered James and left him to rot in some hole in the forest. That desire would quickly be smothered by the fear of what the repercussions for committing such a crime would be. Tommy had seen Jake only a few times. The boy looked as horrible as Tommy felt. His clothes and hair were completely disheveled, and his face held a tiredness that shouldn't belong on a child's face. He ignored Tommy completely, and the few-minute glances Tommy caught from Jake were filled with sorrow and accusation towards him. Tommy again skipped dinner that night, dismissing his mother's worried glances with a quick, "I'm fine, just tired," and threw himself on the bed, not bothering to change out of his school clothes. He wept himself to sleep that night. Unfortunately, his sleep did not last, as he once again was awoken by that dreaded sound. Tap, tap, tap. This time, however, it almost sounded like it was coming from inside his room. Tap, tap, tap. He hesitantly looked over towards the direction the sounds were coming from. It was too dark to see in the dark, but it sounded like whatever was making the sounds was coming from inside his closet. Tap, tap, tap. He was shaken by the much louder sound and sat up completely. Just then, a car passed by through his window, casting a light in which once again caught the reflection of two beady orbs set deep in the closet. Tommy was too scared to move and could barely mutter out, "Gee, go away. Whatever you are. Just you get out of my room and leave me alone." Tommy felt an icy chill over his body as whatever lay in the closet answered back, "Please." The voice was light and raspy, as if it were being carried on an unfelt breeze. The unearthly sound shook Tommy to his very core. "Please, Tommy, I just want to go home. Just bring me home." Tommy hid once more underneath the covers, shaking violently, barely suppressing the sobs racking through his chest. "I'm not angry, Tommy. It was an accident. I just want to go home." "I can't do that, James. You can No, I can't." Tommy desperately pleaded through the thick fabric covering his trembling body. "It's so dark and cold, Tommy. I can't see. I want to go home. Please, bring me home." Tommy couldn't control his sobs any longer and cried into his pillow. He stopped when he heard creaking slowly heading towards the direction of his bed. They stopped just by the side of his bed. He heard deep, raspy breathing and almost screamed when he felt a cold, clammy hand slide under the blankets and gently grasp his wrist. "I want to go home, Tommy. Bring me home," it was said calmly, but Tommy could sense a terrible anger behind it. He felt hot urine running down his legs as he shook all the more violently. "Oh, all right, James. Tomorrow we'll go to the police, and we'll bring you home, all right? I promise." All at once, the cold pressure on his wrist disappeared, and he didn't hear another sound. He timidly peeked from under his blanket and felt an overwhelming relief wash over him as he saw that his room was empty. He shakily got out of bed, his legs feeling wobbly and weak, as if he had been running for the past 5 hours, and slowly made his way to the bathroom to change. Tommy decided he could not get back to sleep and crept down to the den where the family television was and flipped it to some infomercial. He didn't care what he was watching. He just needed a distraction from his now buzzing thoughts. How was he going to tell anyone what had happened? What were his parents going to think? What was going to happen to him? The boy curled up in a ball, shaking with distress, and desperately tried to concentrate on the happy, smiling people on the screen. That morning, Tommy was in a daze. He was surprised to find himself waking up in his bed. He could have sworn he had been watching infomercials downstairs a minute ago. Had last night all just been a dream? He heard his mother's familiar rapping on the door and reminder that the bus would be here, and slowly got up out of bed. He warily walked over to his closet and froze. A chill swept over him as a familiar reflection of light. He shakily crept over against his better judgment and moved over the clothing piled there to find the source. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, a huge wave of relief washing over him. He pulled out the long, shiny black metal that was his pellet gun and resisted the urge to whip the thing across the room, settling for shoving it underneath his bed. That must have been what I saw last night. The reflection off the damn thing's metal. Everything else must have just been a dream. After that thought, he was startled by the sound he had come to dread. Tap, tap, tap. He whipped his head towards the window to find what he could only assume was the same bird from yesterday morning staring in at him. It held his gaze with its cold, beady eyes. Tommy couldn't explain it, but he felt like it was angry. Before he could get up, it was gone. As Tommy wearily got off the bus, he froze. There was a group of police officers standing outside the school, talking to the principal. Tommy assumed they were probably here to help find James. Tommy's grip on his school bag tightened and felt himself start to tremble. This is it. Just go up to the cops and tell them what happened, and this can all be over. Tommy couldn't get himself to move. Last night was just a dream, right? James is long gone. Nothing bad's gonna happen if I just keep my mouth shut. With that final thought, Tommy brushed past the police and endured what felt like one of the longest days at school he had ever been through. As soon as Tommy got home, he started making his way to his room, but his mother stopped him. "Honey, you aren't planning on skipping dinner again, are you? I know you are worried about your friend, but you have to eat. Keep up your strength, you know." Tommy said nothing, just kept his head down and tried desperately to keep his composure. His mother wrapped her arms around him and hugged him tightly. "It's okay, honey. Everything is going to be all right. How about we order pizza tonight?" Tommy just slowly nodded his head. "And remember, tomorrow after school your Uncle Joe is coming down from up north to pick you up to go try out your new birthday present. I know how excited you've been for that. You guys should have a fun weekend, huh?" Tommy felt his stomach drop. The absolute last thing Tommy wanted to do was to touch that thing again. Yeah? Sure it will be, Mom?" His mother smiled. She gave his shoulder a comforting squeeze before fetching the phone to order the pizza. After dinner, Tommy thanked his mom and then headed straight to bed. However, not surprisingly, he couldn't sleep. He was dreading what kind of horrible dream would haunt him tonight. He waited and waited until he heard his mom shut her bedroom door. She too going to bed, but there was nothing. No horrid tapping and no malicious eyes glaring at him in the dark. With an exhausted sigh, he closed his eyes and drifted to sleep. Tap, tap. Tommy's eyes shot open, and his whole body immediately began to tremble, a whimper escaping his throat. "You said you'd bring me home, Tommy. You promised. You promised." Tommy screwed his eyes shut. "You're not real. You're not real. You're not real." He continued his mantra as he heard horrible scratching sounds make their way towards his bed. "I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home." The voice vibrated loudly throughout the room. With the last rasping word, there came a freezing chill that swept over Tommy. The boy couldn't even find the strength to pull the covers over his head. He laid there trembling and sobbing. It was then he heard the sound of fluttering wings and gasped when he felt something plop onto his legs. He could feel sharp needles poking into the thick fabric of the blanket into his legs, almost hard enough to draw blood. He could hear a slow, steady breathing, each breath beginning and ending in that horrible rasping sound. Tommy himself was breathing so fast that he was sure he was going to hyperventilate. He slowly turned his head to see what hellish being sat on his legs. He felt his mouth open to scream, but found that he couldn't, not with those glowing red orbs burning into his own. "Bring me home." Tommy did scream then. Tommy's mother stood in the hallway outside room 324 of the psychiatric ward in their town's local pediatrics hospital. Her eyes were puffy and red from crying, a well-used tissue crumpled in her hand. Her brother had a solemn and tired look on his face as he tried to console his distraught sister. I just don't understand it, Doctor. How could he?" She paused, stifling a sob. "How could he do that to himself?" Joe glanced in through the small window of the ward that now held his nephew. Tommy was strapped down to a gurney. Although he was not struggling, in fact, he didn't move at all. Just a few minute twitches, his lips muttering wordlessly. A thick band of gauze was secured across the boy's eyes. The doctor held the mother's eyes with an almost apologetic glance. It is really difficult to say. Violent psychotic breaks of this caliber usually come from severe mental illness or are a result of extreme trauma, since there is no sign of mental illness in the family. I have to ask again, are you absolutely sure nothing traumatic has happened to Tommy recently? I know you said he had been upset over his friend's disappearance, but has he been under any other stress? Tom's mother just shook her head, stifling another sob. The doctor nodded grimly. "All right, well, I'll go over his physical condition. Aside from the self-inflicted damage to his eyes, the rest of him seems to free of any signs of self-harm. We also ran a drug screen to see if any hallucinogens may have had a part in this behavior, but his blood work came up clean. As for his eyes," the doctor paused to take in the state of the mother before continuing. "Unfortunately, as you know, he completely ripped out the optic nerve along with the entire eye in both sockets. There is unfortunately nothing we can do to repair his eyesight." Tears welled in her eyes, and she gripped onto her brother's arm for support as the doctor continued. As for his mental state, well, the doctor sighed heavily. Your son is completely catatonic. He hasn't moved or said anything since he came in this morning in the ambulance. He won't even react to pain or any other stimuli. We think it may just be shock, but it's hard to tell with a psychotic break like this. I'm going to be honest with you, Mom. I have never seen an episode like this in a child so young with seemingly no trigger. The poor woman squeezed her brother's hand and looked up glassy-eyed at the doctor. What are our options for treatment? Come, let's go into my office to discuss those details. We can visit Tommy again in a bit. The doctor gently ushered the distraught pair down the hall. Meanwhile, in room 324, Tommy was lying still, his unseeing eyes staring up at the dim, buzzing fluorescent lights flickering above his head. A bloody tear leaked down the boy's face through the gauze. He opened up his dry, cracked lips. His throat was raw from the screams that ripped through him the night before. However, he was still able to mutter in a raspy voice, "I want to go home." Story 3. Nights of Fear. I usually have to do some explaining when someone finds out that my official title is head of on-site security. Most people assume that the title means that I'm in charge of all of the security aspects of the amusement park I'm employed at. That isn't actually the case. The security department is divided into 2 divisions. The division that I'm the head of, on-site security, is the one that is out in the park handling issues that come up, which the majority of the time are caused by the park guests. My team takes care of things such as personal belongings being stolen, breaking up arguments and fights, and removing drunk people from the park. The other division, Operations Security, handles the security issues that are more business-related. Verification of the validity of park passes, loss prevention in the stores and restaurants, monitoring employee activities, those sorts of things. There's surprisingly little overlap between the duties of the 2 sides of the department. The big exception to this is during the annual Halloween events that are held in the park, specifically those that take place after sundown. This is by far the most difficult time of the year for security, and it requires both divisions to be temporarily combined into one to make sure that there's enough coverage and manpower for the issues that inevitably occur. There's a tricky balance between allowing guests to have a good time during the more adult-oriented event and making sure that both they and the park itself are safe while they do so. Before I go any further, I should mention that I'm bound by a large number of non-disclosure agreements. Breaking those would inevitably lead to a number of lawsuits and possibly criminal prosecution, and I have a family to think about. Because of this, I can't give the name of the amusement park that I work for or mention any real names. There should be enough here to connect the dots, however. What I can say is that, while it's a smaller park than, say, the various Disney Universal parks, it is large enough that it attracts a high number of visitors each year during the summer season. That number goes down sharply once school starts in the fall. Due to this decline, the park shifts to only being open on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, until it shuts down completely for the winter, beginning the first week of November. Starting in September, the park is given a Halloween-themed makeover. That makeover is kept family-friendly during the daylight operating hours. The various cartoon mascots that wander the park wear costumes. Tents are set up that children can trick-or-treat at, and decorations cover pretty much everything. While the water rides are already closed for the season, the water inside of them is temporarily dyed orange or green. The maze made of hay bales is constructed near the park side entrance. It really is a good time for both children and their parents. Just before sundown, the park is closed for an hour. Crews work during this time to remove or modify many of the decorations to make the park look and feel much more sinister. A small army of actors arrive dressed in macabre costumes. New haunted house attractions are prepped for visitors, and menus at the various restaurants and food stops are changed to include less food and far more alcoholic options. This is the park's annual Nights of Fear promotion. Again, not the actual name, but close enough for you to connect the dots. open to anyone 18 or old. It's a huge moneymaker that is also a huge pain in the ass for security. The atmosphere is designed to be creepy, as well as rather adult-oriented. The actors that are hired for the season roam the park in designated areas called scare zones, where they jump out at unsuspecting guests and try to look threatening instead of ridiculous. Others work inside of attractions that are basically flashier versions of those haunted houses or haunted walks that pop up around Halloween. Here's how this all breaks down with regards to the incident. You have a security team that has been greatly reduced in size because the park is only open 3 days a week. Not to mention one that isn't used to working together because it's been cobbled together from 2 different divisions. The event takes place at night, which is far more difficult to monitor than the activities that take place during the day. There's an influx of temporary employees in the form of the scare actors. The park itself has been decorated, often with large and complex displays that can block cameras and create blind spots. Finally, there's alcohol. Lots and lots of alcohol. It's a difficult situation for everyone behind the scenes. The security staff is stretched thin, and there are inevitably incidents every single night, many of which we don't find out about until the next day. To say that it's an all-hands-on-deck situation is putting it mildly. 9 days ago, we had just passed the 11 o'clock mark during one such night. Normally, I patrol the park with the majority of the other security guards during event nights. There's a lot of ground to cover and not many people to do it with. I need to coordinate security while also handling issues personally. It's one of the few things that I enjoy about the Nights of Fear event. I get to be outside in the fresh air instead of seated behind my desk in my stuffy office. I just returned to the office to swap out a dead walkie-talkie. We typically use cell phones to communicate, but some of the haunted house attractions don't play well with digital signals, so we carry the walkies as well. I belted on the new unit and turned to go back out the door. But I was stopped when one of the 2 guards watching the security camera feeds called me over. He quickly rewound a clip and played it back for me. It was in black and white, which was typical when the cameras switched themselves over to night vision mode. A small group of people walked by a store that I recognized as one of the gift shops in the back half of the park. There didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary, and I opened my mouth to say so. I closed it again and frowned as a figure walked into view. It was a person dressed in a costume. It was hard to tell from the position of the camera, but he seemed to be wearing a pumpkin-like mask and was dressed in a long black coat. He was holding either a baseball bat or some kind of long club. I picked up a clipboard that was hanging from a nearby hook and quickly scanned through the contents. It was a complete listing of all the actors and the costumes that they had been assigned. Each was themed to a particular area of the park. Zombie costumes outside of the rave from the grave haunted house. Werewolf costumes for the pack hunt scare zone. That sort of thing. There was nothing on the list that fit the description of what I was seeing on the video. With an annoyed sigh, I went back out into the park. If it wasn't one of the actors, it was a guest wearing a costume. There were strict rules against that to make sure that everyone knew who was part of the event and who wasn't. During the day, the children were allowed to dress up, but no adults were allowed to wear costumes at any time. Most of the other guards in the park were busy, and the office wasn't far from the place where the camera had recorded the individual. I decided that I'd take care of it myself. It shouldn't take long, and from that general area of the park, I could easily make my way over to the heavier traffic areas. I radioed for the control room to send a copy of the video over to my phone. If the guest was no longer wearing the mask, I might still be able to track him down based on the clothes he was wearing. As I walked past the entrance to one of the roller coasters, an actor dressed as a deranged clown stepped out of the shrubs. I nodded at him and pointed at the green glow-in-the-dark lanyard around my neck. He returned the nod and went back into the bushes. All of the park staff were wearing the same lanyard. They were a variation of the lanyards that guests could purchase if they didn't want to be jump-scared in the various scare zones throughout the park. Those guests were issued glowing orange ones, and the staff wore green. I followed along the path wrapping around the roller coaster, passing by groups of guests as I went. I looked closely at each person, but I didn't see anyone that matched what I had seen on the camera feed. Roughly 10 minutes after leaving the office, I arrived at my destination. The store wasn't one of the ones that was open for nights of fear. The windows were dark, and a large closed sign hung on the door. I hadn't really expected the costumed guest to still be there, and he wasn't. Still, it was a place to start. My cell phone vibrated as it received the camera feed video. I stepped off of the path and into the store doorway so that I was out of the way of the crowd. Digging my phone out of my pocket, I watched the video again. I noticed something that I hadn't the first time. Right before the figure walked out of frame, he turned slightly and walked at an angle that would take him off the main path. I looked in the direction he had gone in. There was a gate in the fence that separated the public from a maintenance area. The gate was closed, but the padlock was lying on the concrete in front of it. I retrieved the lock and examined it closely. It hadn't been unlocked. It had been broken. This was no longer a simple matter of a guest wearing a costume. I pulled the walkie-talkie off of my belt and radioed the control room to request backup. One of the most important rules of Nights of Fear security was to never go into a potentially dangerous situation alone. It took a while for anyone to answer, much longer than it should have. When someone finally got back to me, I was informed that a brawl had broken out between two groups of college kids at the other side of the park. Everyone was either committed there or was dealing with one of the other smaller issues that were happening. That meant that I had to make a choice. Either I continued my search alone, going against both policy and common sense, or I risked losing the trespasser by waiting for other security guards to become available. Under normal circumstances, I would have gladly opted for the latter instead of the former. The problem was that this wasn't a normal circumstance. The maintenance area that had been broken into went directly under one of the roller coasters. If you were familiar with it, the area was safe enough. If you weren't, however, there were multiple places where the coaster track came down to ground level at the bottom of large hills. At the speed that they traveled at, the cars could easily injure or kill a person in their path. There was a very good reason that maintenance areas like this one were only to be used when the ride was shut down. Even if the trespasser was able to avoid being struck by the ride, what if he somehow caused damage to the track or obstructed it in some way? That would endanger the riders. I considered things for a moment before swearing in frustration and radioing the office to have the roller coaster temporarily stopped. I would have to go in, sweep the area to make sure that no one was still in there, and lock it back down. There was a time limit as well. A lot of inebriated people would be waiting in line, and for the sake of the park employees operating the ride, it was best to make sure they weren't waiting too long. I waited for a few minutes before I got confirmation from the office that the ride was stopped and that all cars were off the track. At the same time, I watched as the green lights above the roller coaster station turned red. Nodding to myself, I took out my flashlight and proceeded into the maintenance area. It was oddly quiet out in the main areas of the park. The guests and rides kept up a constant high level of noise. The maintenance area was fenced off, which, combined with the coaster being shut down, muted much of the cacophony of sounds. It was almost a shock when I realized that I could hear my own footsteps. I had only been walking for a minute or two when I noticed another noise. It was the sound of metal scraping on concrete. Because of the way it echoed, it was difficult to pin down where it was coming from. I stopped and listened while I got my bearings. Most of the area under the roller coaster was hard, compacted dirt rather than concrete. The only places where the sound could be coming from were around the support struts from the ride, which seemed unlikely, or the large poured pad that the maintenance sheds were secured to. There weren't a lot of lights, and the ones that were spaced throughout the maintenance area didn't do much. I was used to walking through the park at night, long after the last guest had left. A lot of people would find that unnerving or, I don't know, creepy. But I've always found it to be relaxing. This was different. I grew more and more nervous with each step, and I started to get jumpy around every shadow. I stopped walking and mentally scolded myself for acting like a child before continuing on. The noise stopped as I came to the sheds. It was replaced by a new sound, a low and almost inaudible whimper. I hurried forward, Clearly someone was hurt. I came to a 6-foot wide gap between two of the sheds and abruptly halted. I couldn't tell what I was looking at. The space was dark, but I could just make out a large figure standing at the far end with his back turned towards me. Remembering the flashlight that I was holding, I shined the beam forward just in time to see the person raise his arm up over his head. The light reflected off something metal in the person's hand. As the arm swung downward, it was a thick piece of rebar. The pole struck something that I couldn't see around due to the man's bulk. The whimpering abruptly ceased. I pulled my taser free from its holster. While security at the park didn't typically carry weapons of any kind, an exception was made during the Nights of Fear events. This was because the crimes that happened during those events tended to be more violent and were sometimes threatening to the guards themselves. I identified myself and ordered the figure to turn around and face me. There was a long pause where nothing happened. I was just about to give the order again when the man slowly did as he had been told. I nearly dropped the taser. The man was tall, nearly 7 feet. He was wearing a long black coat that was buttoned up to his neck, and he had the pants and boots to match. His hands were gloved, and in his right hand was the rebar pole that I had caught a glimpse of. All of these details I took in peripherally. My gaze was locked on his head. The security feed had made me think that he was wearing a pumpkin mask. This wasn't the case. His head was shaved, and it was painted with orange and black makeup that made it resemble a warped jack-o'-lantern. His eyes, oh, they just weren't there. I don't know how to describe it. Where his eyes should have been were two dark voids that the light from the flashlight couldn't penetrate. I stared at them, not really comprehending what I was looking at. His appearance was so striking that it took me a bit to notice the blood dripping from the rebar. I lowered the flashlight slightly so that the beam was focused on the metal. Bits of flesh and hair were stuck to it. I remembered the whimpering that had been silenced and tilted my head to look beyond the man. I could barely make out the remains of a person on the ground. The head had been mangled to the point that it was barely recognizable as human. The man started to advance towards me. With every step that he took forward, I took 2 back. I still had the taser pointed at him, but I doubted that it would do any good. Not only was the man massive, but he was also heavily clothed from his neck down. The probes would have a hard time making a good connection. I had to try, though, and it needed to be before he got too close. I pointed the taser at his center of mass and fired. The probe sank into his coat in the chest region, and the electricity began to flow. The man stopped moving and looked down at them. He brushed at them with his hand like they were flies, and they came free of the coat and clattered to the ground. With that done, he started to come towards me once again, the rebar still clutched in his hand. I hurriedly backed out of the way as he approached, ready to run at any moment. But when he reached the end of the small alley, he simply walked past me without pausing. I stared up at him in confusion as he went by. My walkie-talkie emitted a burst of static. With surprising speed, the man turned, reached out, and pulled it free of my belt. He squeezed his hand and crushed the device flat. The noise ceased. He opened his fingers and let the broken parts fall to the ground before continuing on his way. Taking one last look at him, I hurried down the short path to the body on the ground. To my surprise, the person was still alive. I wouldn't have thought that anyone could have survived the wounds that they had suffered, but it was clear that wouldn't be the case for much longer. The bludgeoning had been so thorough that it wasn't possible to determine things such as gender and age. They were just this lump of blood and flesh. I looked back over my shoulder at the man as he turned and disappeared behind one of the sheds. The amount of strength that this horrible act required was unbelievable. I thought back to his eyes, those black holes with nothing in them, and I shuddered. The remains of the person died a few minutes later. There wasn't anything that I could do for them except make sure that they didn't die alone. Once they were gone, I hurried out of the space between the sheds to try to find the killer. But he was no longer there. With my radio broken, I didn't have much of a choice about how to proceed. I rushed back to the office and called the local police. Over the next few hours, my staff and I looked through the security camera footage as closely as humanly possible. There was no sign of the man, and we couldn't find any video of him leaving the maintenance area. When the police searched it for the rest of the night and into the morning, they came up empty-handed. Everyone was at a loss as to how he had disappeared. Because of what had happened, the local police began to patrol with the security staff every night. The park was open. That was 9 days ago, a week after the first killing, we caught sight of the man on the security cameras again. This time it was in a different part of the park, just outside of one of the haunted house attractions. I took 3 other guards with me and rushed over, but he was gone again by the time we got there. Behind the house, pushed up against a dumpster hidden from view of the guests, was another dead body. Last night was the 3rd killing. The staff watching the cameras didn't see the man initially, but a mutilated corpse was found at the top of a waterfall in one of the water attractions. We reviewed the tapes, and we discovered a clip of less than a second where you could see the man walk behind one of the rocks in the attraction. Tonight, a member of my staff and a police officer managed to catch the man in the act. He had dragged a woman in her early 20s behind a carousel by her hair. They got there just as he was about to stab her with a broken bottle. The officer immediately opened fire with his sidearm, and 2 of the shots connected with the target. The man staggered before falling to one knee. The officer put his empty gun back into its holster and took out a pair of handcuffs to arrest him as the security guard radioed in for backup and to have the ride stopped. When he got close, the man suddenly stood back up and grabbed the officer by the throat. He turned to one side and held out the struggling officer out towards the still spinning carousel. One of the horses came racing by and smashed in the side of his head. I could hear the riders screaming all the way from the park entrance. None of this was caught by the cameras. It was relayed to me by the security guard that witnessed it. The man left him alive for reasons that I don't understand. He did, however, pause long enough to jam the remains of the broken bottle into the woman's chest before disappearing once again into the night. Today is Sunday. The park will be closed for the next 4 days. When Friday comes around again, though, I have to believe that there will be more killing. Before I sat down to write this, I put in a call to the head of operations for the company that owns the amusement park. I'm still trying to process what he told me. That despite the danger to the guests, the park won't be canceling the Nights of Fear event. It all comes down to dollars and cents, you see. This is one of the most profitable times of the year for the park, and attendance has actually gone up since the killing started. I don't know if people think it's just a publicity stunt, or if it simply makes it more exciting for them to think that they're in the presence of a real serial killer. Whatever the case, the police won't be shutting it down either. The event is good for the local economy, not just the park. The people who make the decisions here in town aren't willing to give up their cash cow. I'm going to be ordering my staff not to engage with the face-painted man. So far, he hasn't attacked any of us, although I think he was close to doing so when I used my taser on him. We're going to stay out of his way and hope that the police present at the park will be able to stop him. I'm not willing to needlessly throw away the lives of my people. Someone is stalking the Nights of Fear, and there's not a damn thing any of us can do about it. Story 4. Sticks and stones. My heart was already racing when I sat down in the passenger seat of the filthy and foul-smelling land yacht of an ancient Cadillac. The large man who was to be my chauffeur for the night barely spoke a word as we sped from one downtown city road to the next. But I was glad of that fact, what he had in store for me before the sun should rise again. I had no real way of knowing, but I was certain it would be nothing good. I used to love reading stories, but as much as I enjoyed indulging in the good ones, I couldn't resist picking apart those I didn't care for. I would rarely comment on the tales I enjoyed, but the ones that didn't do it for me, well, I wouldn't hold back. I made sure to point out every single little typo or error I could find, while making sure the author knew how much they let me down as a reader. They say to write for an audience of one, and as far as I was concerned, I was that lone reader who was meant to be appeased by the writer. For the most part, I wouldn't get any replies to my scathing reviews, but when I did, it would almost annoy me when it was a pleasant rebuttal. Things like, I'm sorry this didn't work for you. Perhaps next time. Or, I know my work isn't for everyone, but thanks for taking the time to read it. I'm not going to say I was looking for a fight or anything, but friendly replies to my likely hurtful words felt almost like I was being casually dismissed. That still wouldn't stop me from letting my footnotes fly whenever I came across something, not to my liking, but I couldn't have known what it would lead to. I don't imagine anyone could predict anything like this, but I wish I'd realized how much my words could hurt me, even if I didn't care how much they offended others. The writer's name was Viatorbus, and I'd left comments on just about every story he posted. In all honesty, his tales weren't all that bad, a little too graphic and gruesome for my liking, but enjoyable for what they were. They all featured the same narrator, some creature pretending to be a man while inflicting its own brand of brutal justice on those it deemed deserving of its wrath. Basic guilty pleasure stuff, but sometimes entertaining and worth a read. It was the typos and grammatical errors that drove me nuts, as well as his inability to use punctuation the right way. Now, I can't lie. I'm not the best with punctuation myself. Plus, I tend to have some regular spelling flubs too. But that never stopped me from bringing it up. This isn't about my own hypocrisy, or otherwise lack of tact in the way I critique, though it most certainly changed my outlook on all of that. I had a pretty rough day when I came across his most recent story. I was in an awful mood. Not exactly up to reading some gory fiction, but I did anyway. It was so damn long-winded, filled with gratuitous violence and swearing, and just all around painful to read at the time. I did finish it though. Plus I even found myself on the edge of my seat a time or two. But all in all, it wasn't my cup of tea. Not the kind I like to drink when I was in this sort of mood anyway. Being the most important of all of his respective readers, I tore it to shreds. Don't even get me started on the steaming pile of illiterate crap, verbose, drawn-out slog to read through, filled to the brim with unnecessary and juvenile swearing, and all-around insulting to anyone with a modicum of intelligence. The author likely lives in his parents' basement, listens to heavy metal music, and has never even had any sort of meaningful relationship with anyone other than his pillow. You should be ashamed of yourself for this, and I feel dumber for having endured reading it. Was it necessary to outright insult the guy? Of course not, but that didn't stop me. Did I genuinely think the story was that awful? Not at all. Any other day I would have likely enjoyed it, left a few mildly scathing remarks, and went on with my day. Between not sleeping much the night before and getting treated like an indentured servant by my boss, I used this poor guy as an outlet for my own misery. I wouldn't admit that to myself at the time, but I realize now the error of my ways, even if it is too little, too late. For the next few hours, I kept checking back on my comment to see if it had garnered a response. It almost frustrated me that all it had gotten was a handful of thumbs down, but not a word from the author. Not at first, anyway. I was still grouchy when I made one last look to see that the writer had indeed left a reply. I almost felt my mouth water after reading his short response. You can do better. I instantly felt my face getting warm, as though he had the nerve to even ask such an outlandish thing. Of course, I can. I could write better than this slog with one arm tied behind my back. I actually had to retype those words a few times, as my fingers were trembling so violently that I kept smacking the wrong keys. I just stared at the screen when I was done, waiting for the guy to have the nerve to say another word. When his two-word reply popped up beneath my blunt retort, I was finally lost for words. Sounds good. Sounds good. I still left that screen pulled up on my laptop while I tried to figure out if I should type anything in response, but I couldn't even think of anything to say. Was it some sort of dare? Did he want to challenge me or something? I just gazed at the screen for a few more moments before walking away from it to find something else to occupy my mind. If nothing else, I wasn't angry anymore, just a bit perplexed. I wasn't entirely sure why. but I couldn't stop thinking about it until I laid down for the night. I had only been asleep for maybe 2 hours when the pounding on my front door caused my eyes to blink back to life. I groggily pulled my phone from the nightstand to check on the time, instantly lighting a fire beneath me when the heavy knocking repeated. I threw the blanket off my body, cursing under my breath as I pushed my bedroom door open so hard I cracked the drywall when the knob smacked against it. "Do you have any idea what time it is?" I said after yanking open my front door with even more aggravation than I had the one that led to my bedroom. "How do?" the greasy-looking man in the long trench coat asked, pissed off and tired. "What do you want?" I felt my back tense up when I finally allowed my eyes to raise to meet the face of the hulking man. He was somewhat unusual looking, though I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was about him that made me feel that way. He appeared to be maybe in his mid to late 40s. Shoulder length, messy and knotted brown hair with light streams of gray, thick beard stubble, and a very weathered-looking face. His crow's feet had crow's feet, and his cheeks appeared almost sunken and perhaps lightly scarred. He looked to have a solid build and stood about half a foot taller than me. I think it was his clothes that made him appear more out of place. His dark gray trench coat was thick and almost business-looking, though worn in places and speckled with a variety of stains. His striped blue jeans came down to where they tucked into pointed black cowboy boots, which were also in fairly rough shape, with duct tape holding them together in some places. He wore a red and white checkered shirt, unbuttoned halfway down to reveal a black t-shirt with small holes throughout. He had 5 necklaces, 2 gold, 1 silver, and 2 with brown leather cords. Whatever hung from them, I could not see, as they were hidden below where his shirt was buttoned. There was also the dusty bowler hat upon his head, which is something you just don't see that often anymore. "Don't suppose I could come on in, could I?" His voice sounded either southern or Cajun a bit, worn and graveled, yet strong in its tone. "Don't suppose you can," I replied, wrapping my fingers around the open door in preparation for slamming it in the stranger's face. "Oh, someone now. Don't be like that." He gave me a wide grin, revealing yellowed and chipped teeth, except for one golden canine, and the other made of silver. "Okay, we're done here. Have a good night." As I made to close the door, he quickly pushed past me, swatting the door from my grip. "Hey!" I belted, instantly stomping after the man who now had his back turned to me. I grabbed his shoulder to spin him around to face me, but he wouldn't budge. Well, it was more like I couldn't budge him, not even a little. His body didn't even shift. He just turned his head to give me a sideways look with the one eye that faced me, along with a crooked smile. "You can start swimming if you want, but it'd be a mite better if we could just talk a little bit." "What do you want?" I asked, pulling my hand from his shoulder as my fingers began to tremble. He raised his eyebrows with a tilt of his head, gesturing toward the couch and chairs in the living room. He practically dropped onto the couch, stretching his arms out across the back. I noticed his oversized hands, with thick and dirty fingernails that looked as though they could carve into dense wood with little to no effort. He pressed his head against the wall, tilting his bowler hat upwards before settling in to get cozy. I could see an almost muddy smear from where his hat rubbed against the wall, along with trails of dust or dirt that had flaked from his coat onto the tan suede leather couch. My body felt almost numb while I took a seat on the matching recliner to the left of the couch. I could feel my knees attempting to shake, but I could only hope it wasn't overly obvious. I didn't want to let this guy, whoever he was, know that he scared the heck out of me. I can't entirely say why he had me so unnerved. Yes, it felt like I tried to move a giant tree with my bare hands when I attempted to turn him to face me. But I could rationalize that as little more than him, being stronger than me. There was something about him that felt, I don't know, ancient, maybe? "Don't suppose I could trouble you for something to drink before we get started, could I?" "Anything in particular?" I replied, feeling a certain desire to get on his good side. "Before we get started, as it were. Beer, whiskey, rum, whatever you got." I quickly grabbed a six-pack of beer from the kitchen, sat it on the wide coffee table he had since placed his muddy feet on, and grabbed one for myself, twisting the cap off. He reached for two, picked them up between his fingers, placed them against the lip of the coffee table, and smacked his other hand across the tops. Both caps practically flew off as they tore deep chunks from the wood of the table. It was at that point I realized he was trying to get a rise out of me. Whether it was to intimidate me or piss me off, I wasn't sure, but I wasn't about to give him what he wanted either way, even if I did feel my face flush. "Aight then," he said after placing one beer on the table, before chugging down a good half of the one he held. "What we gonna do about this?" About what, exactly?" He just glared at me, swishing a mouthful of fresh beer around in his mouth. He sat the bottle on the table, next to the one that still awaited him. He reached into his coat, pulling out a thick and wrinkled cigar. As he lit it with a small wooden match, he just stared right into my eyes. I hadn't noticed before that his irises were an almost shimmering light purple. It felt as though I were looking into some sort of nebula or cosmic storm as we gazed at each other. No, this man was no human. I did not doubt that. "Don't play with me, boy," though he spoke quite calmly. His words sounded more threatening than if he had screamed them. This was the first time he had allowed the smile to fade from his lips. He puffed away on his cigar, but he would not break his gaze from mine. I wanted to look away, but it felt like staring down a dog to assert dominance. When I first met him at the door, I thought I could possibly handle myself if the situation got out of hand. The more I shared his company, the more I knew I had been fooling myself before. I wouldn't stand a chance against whatever he was. "You think you right better damn me? What? I don't even know who." I couldn't convince my lips to keep muttering my words when I realized who it was who sat across from me. "Viviatoribus? Oh, you remember my name. Ain't that nice? You. Remember what you said too, no?" My lungs were suddenly struggling to do their job, while my chest felt so tight I thought I may well pass out. I dread to think what this guy would do to me if I lost consciousness in front of him. Not only could I not fathom how he found me, but what were his true motivations for visiting me at 2 a.m? "Look, man, sir, I didn't mean to be so harsh. I had a bad day. I mean, your story was really good. I just don't go groveling, boy. You said what you said, and that ain't no small thing. I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't mean to. Ain't that part what brung me here, kid? 'Twas the other." He raised his eyebrows, smiled wide, and winked when he said that, making me feel strangely more on edge than I already did. I can't lie. This guy had me terrified. Not only did it look like one scratch of those gnarly fingernails would be likely to give me Ebola or something, but he looked like he could effortlessly tear me in two if he had the urge to. He almost appeared more like a beast than a man. There was something almost feral about him. Something hungry. To the other P part. "You said you could do better. You remember? I didn't mean to, sir. I was rude and cold and just a complete idiot. I swear I ain't nothing to get worked up for, boy. But you was gonna go for a ride with me. When you get back, you gonna write about what you seen? You hear me?" I just nodded, or I think I did anyway. My whole body was shivering, so it could very well have just been my tremble making me a life-sized bobblehead doll. He lifted himself from the couch, leaving a large man-sized imprint of grime and dust in his wake. As he casually strolled over to the front door, he wrapped his fingers around the knob, looking back at me before pulling it open. "If you're good, I might even let you keep both your hands to type it out. Ain't no need in tearing one off if I don't got to." Those words almost caused me to lose control of my bladder. Even though I had offered to write a better tale than his with one hand tied behind my back, he obviously had no interest in using rope to bind me. I had no idea where he intended to take me, nor what the story I was expected to write would entail, but I could only hope I would qualify for whatever he considered good. For a solid hour, He guided his massive car up and down parts of the city I had never seen before. I couldn't tell if he was looking for something specific, but I was growing more nervous by the second. The type of storytelling he specialized in, I could only hope his work was mostly fabricated, horrific fantasy. But I would soon observe firsthand that was not the case at all. He finally parked the ancient caddy across the street from an especially dingy-looking motel. It came off like one of those places you could rent a room by the hour, or maybe a glorified cracked-in or something. He tilted his head, gesturing for me to follow along while he lifted himself from the car. As we walked into the lobby of the inn, I could see that my first instinct about the place had been quite accurate. It looked as though it should be condemned. Every wall was riddled with holes, filth, and varying sizes of creepy crawlies darting one way or the other. There were at least 3 somewhat malnourished-looking people. 2 men and a young woman passed out in the small room. Again, my guide gestured with his head toward the stairs, where we passed by 2 more passed out, or possibly dead young adults. They looked as though they hadn't bathed in weeks, but they didn't so much as twitch while we weaved around them. After climbing about 3 floors worth of steps, navigating down and across a few short hallways, each lined with more individuals in various stages of chemically induced bliss, the big guy pushed open a door to one of the rooms. It was distinctly different from the rest of what I'd seen. Brightly lit, well furnished, and actually smelled quite nice. It was about 3 times the size of the lobby, and held about 10 or so perfectly healthy-looking and fully sober men, along with 4 women who I couldn't help but assume to be working girls. I don't mean to sound presumptuous or anything, but the women were all dressed quite scantily while they fawned over the well-dressed men. Again, not to make assumptions, but everything about these guys read like mob enforcers, or otherwise less than legally inclined individuals. The 2 slender, older men, towards the rear of the room, counting and arranging stacks of cash, didn't exactly make me think I was judging too harshly either. While I followed my guide across the room, towards a few important-looking men, sharing a couch with one of the girls, each head turned to face us as we walked by. When we got close to where the guy who I would guess to be the boss sat, I noticed that some of those we had strolled past had closed the gap between us. As we neared the man on the classy love seat, another guy a little bigger than my guide got in his face. "You don't belong here. Turn around, forget what you've seen here, and all will be." His words were silenced quickly when the big guy quickly butted his head against that of the bodyguard. That one hit knocked him out cold, inspiring the others in the room to move in closer. "How do?" my guide asked, tipping his dusty bowler hat to the distinguished-looking older man in the neatly pressed suit. "Do I know you?" the man asked, waving his hand towards those who now walked up beside us. I was growing more terrified by the second. At first, my only concern was that my taxi driver for the night was planning to leave me bleeding in a ditch somewhere. But now I had no doubt I was about to get plugged by a couple of professionals. In all honesty, I could have worded that a lot better. But how often does one get a chance to say something like that? "No, sir, I can't say that you does, but I certainly would appreciate you hearing me out." The big guy pulled off his bowler hat, trailing a slender cloud of dust behind it. He seemed to be showing a good deal of respect to the older guy, but I had to believe the 2 beside us and the 3 to our rear, with their guns drawn, were a factor in that. They were most definitely the major influence on my heart, attempting to beat free from my chest. While I was shaking like a leaf in a tornado, my guide looked as composed as if he was just shopping for hot dog buns. "Go ahead then, but don't waste my time." "Much obliged," he said, placing the hat back on his head. "All I wants to AKs is if y'all would be willing to move your little operation somewhere else. This used to be such a nice little place, till you and your peoples moved in." He spoke so light and carefree, as though he was simply asking to borrow a cup of sugar. The older guy leaned forward, shaking the young girl off of his shoulder, to gaze into the eyes of the large man who looked down on him. Without warning, the man on the couch began to laugh so hard he almost started to choke. The goons to our sides and backs let out awkward chuckles, seemingly feeling inspired to join in. whether they found the situation funny or not. "I aches you nicely," the big guy said, allowing even the glimmer of respect to fade from his voice. "Why, a case again. Who the hell do you think you are?" the older man asked, still laughing in between his words. "Just a concerned citizen, but Hal been having a bad influence on this here street. Can't allow it to go on no more. And what exactly can you do to—" He moved so quickly that neither I nor the goon squad had a chance to react. In one swift motion, he whipped the old man from his comfy spot on the couch by the throat, spinning to face me, and the ones who raised their guns the second he turned around. They couldn't even steady their aim by the time he held their boss in front of him, gripping his neck so tightly that it looked as though the head would pop right off any minute now. "Got your attention now, don't I?" The now visibly trembling borderline senior citizen attempted to speak, but couldn't seem to muster enough oxygen up to make anything more than a wheezing moan. Everyone else in the room, aside from the girls who were running for the door, had their firearms trained on the big guy, while I slowly descended to the floor. "So, y'all gonna be vacating the premises, or I gotta evict you right here and now?" The man finally managed to force one single word to breach his lips, though it was not the best choice in my opinion. I may have been little more than a terrified observer of this madness, but even I knew he made the wrong decision. "Fire!" Two men who had crept up behind where the big guy stood unleashed a barrage of bullets into his back. I curled up into as tiny a ball as my body could form, but I still winced at the sound of the lead tearing into the meat of my chauffeur. When the echoing gunfire fell silent, I allowed myself to glare up to see what was left of him. To my surprise, he still stood in place, having turned the old man to face him, giving him an expression a parent would give to a misbehaving child. That, not angry, just disappointed look. He still glared at him with that condescending stare while he tightened the grip of the hand around the neck he held. I could hear the bones crunching while the face reddened and swelled as the large hand closed into a tight fist. The eyes protruded from the balloon that was once a heavily wrinkled face, before the head flipped over sideways with one final loud crack. Whether the room's other occupants were so stunned by what they'd just witnessed, or were putting together a plan to escape with their own necks intact, I had no idea. They all just continued to stare at the big guy when he dropped their former employer to the floor. As soon as the old man flopped lifelessly onto the hard floor across from me, every gun in the room unleashed. I skidded my body across the floor, hoping to stay out of the path of the swarm of bullets ripping the room apart. Finally making it to a large table by the left wall, I couldn't make out any more than a blurry shape as the big guy darted from one of his attackers to the next. I saw him briefly when he stopped for long enough to tear through one throat before moving on to the next. One by one, the well-dressed goons hit the ground, each gushing bodily fluids from deep and grizzled gashes across their chest, faces, and necks. I watched on as the crowd thinned, giving my guide a chance to take his time a little more. No longer making quick work of the poor bastards. Of the three that remained, he wrapped his large right hand around the top of the first one's head, charging towards the next in line, still dragging the man by his scalp. When he reached his next victim, he snatched him up by the head too, only pausing for a second to allow them both to scream at the top of their lungs. When he slowly pushed their heads together, he twisted his wrists from side to side as he mashed their flesh until the skulls split, forcing jagged shards of bone through one face and into the other. Even after the horrifying shrieks fell silent, he continued to smear them into one almost flattened, meaty, and grotesque fleshy pancake. The last man had already run for the door by the time his associates fell to the floor, still glued together by sticky gore. The big guy didn't storm after him, just idly walked toward me, pulling another cigar from inside his long coat. I was pressing my back so hard against the wall, I almost felt like I would shatter my spine against the wood like two skulls being smashed together. I was sure that he was about to squeeze or shred me apart, just as he had to just about everyone else in the room. but he just stood in place when he got to the table I was hiding beneath while still trying to push through the wall beside it. "I ain't gonna hurt you, kitty kid," he calmly said, lighting his cigar. He held his blood-soaked hand down as though he meant for me to grab it. But the sight of it just made me squeak out a startled yelp. "Ah, damn," he said, wiping his hand back and forth on his pants. "My bad. Wasn't thinking." Once his crimson-stained mitt was at least somewhat dry, he held it out to me once more. I can't say I wasn't scared, but I thought resisting his offer would just add to the insult that led to our meeting in the first place. I raised my shuddering hand up to grab his before he effortlessly pulled me from under the table, holding me out in front of him by the hand and dropping me to my shaky feet. "Thank you," I said, my muscles still spasming with fear. "You remember the way back out?" "I think so. Meet you at Dakar. Gotta catch me a stray." With that, he turned on his heels, sped through the door, and was out of sight within seconds. I just stood there, frozen for a minute, darting my eyes around the room, while fighting against the lump in my throat from the mess of carnage before me. When I finally convinced my limbs to work again, I quickly paced back to the door my guide had fled through only moments before, weaving in between the still unmoving guests of this fine establishment. When a blood-curdling scream bellowed out from floors below, it froze me in my tracks again. Assuming the hunter had indeed found his prey, I began to move once more. My still shuddering legs made descending the stairs no simple task, but when I arrived back on the ground floor, it took every ounce of self-control I had not to vomit evidence all over the lobby. When my eyes met the upper half of the man who had hoped to find freedom when he darted from the once pleasant room in the otherwise moth-eaten hovel, I chose not to seek out where his bottom half was, only held my breath as I charged towards the fresh air of the world beyond the door. The moment I left that awful place behind me, the chilly breeze almost collided with the burning acid in my stomach. In a less than friendly manner, I still fought to maintain my composure, even when the old caddy on the other side of the road revved its engine one good time, instantly pulling my attention back to the fact my chaotic night may not be over just yet. Feeling my guts bubbling over, I ran as quickly as I could towards the land yacht, falling to my knees and retching into the breakdown lane before I could even think about stopping it. I was still buckled over, gasping for breath when the passenger door across from me opened up. "You right, kid?" "I'm good. Thank you," I replied, still dry heaving. When I finally composed myself as much as I could hope to, I climbed into the stretched out Cadillac without a word, clicked my seatbelt buckle, and stared vacantly through the filthy glass. Feeling the eyes of the stranger carving into me, I turned to see him cocked to one side in his seat, gazing at me with a smirk on his face. When he moved his arm, I winced and tensed up, but he just patted me on the chest with a look of something resembling pride on his face. "He done good, kid." With that, he shifted himself back into position, revved the engine one more time, threw it into gear, and got back on the road. Throughout the drive back to my home on the outskirts of the city, my chauffeur happily and loudly sang along to the greatest hits of 70s classic rock. I almost began to feel a little more comfortable and even a bit thankful to still be alive, until I took in the grim nature of his gleeful, celebratory karaoke. When we pulled back into my driveway, I tensed up again with the fear of the night's festivities having reached their end. He turned the radio volume down and shifted himself to face me again. "You got a week to write about what you seen tonight. I ain't gonna watch over you or leave you with one less hand or nothing, even if that was the deal," he said with a chuckle. "But let's just see if you can really put together a better tale than me." And if I can." He just gave me a wide grin, revealing those yellow teeth, bookmarked with his gold and silver canines. He didn't answer my stuttered question, only leaned over me to unlatch the door to my right, causing me to damn near piss myself for a second. It wasn't until I climbed out that he spoke one last time, while he shifted back into his driving position. "If it ain't no drawn-out slog, maybe we can collaborate again sometime. have us a meaningful relationship. Get me out of my mama's basement and all. He gave a wink before shifting the old caddy into reverse. See you round, kid? One way or t'other. I still stood in place, shivering from head to toe while he backed up, cranked his radio back to full blast, and drove out of sight. Even though he gave me a week, I started writing as soon as I got out of my extended shower. The sun was already beginning to rise beyond the glass of my windows, but there was no chance of convincing my frantic thoughts to calm down enough to let me sleep anytime soon. Besides, I wanted to make sure I at least got a rough draft down before anything I witnessed that night got otherwise altered or exaggerated by my subconscious. Whichever way this goes, whether he likes my story or not, I'm certain I haven't seen the last of the Atorbus. But I truly hope he likes this. I tried to revisit his previous posts to delete my childish criticism, but he had already taken them down. It could be that he plans on making me his personal scribe if he enjoys my story. Of course, if he doesn't like it, maybe he will write another. One more tale of dark justice, featuring me in painfully vivid detail. The story of Windsor Castle, a hollow glass dot deep in the trenches. Hush. Oh, Story 5. The hot springs. A couple important things to note before I tell you about my experience. You are more than welcome to go check this place out for yourselves. Do a quick Google search of Diamond Fork Hot Springs, Utah, and you'll get hundreds of results telling you exactly how to get there. For those of you that are curious, it is about an hour-and-a-half drive from Salt Lake City. I would not, however, recommend that you go by yourself or at night. Another important thing to know is that where my experience took place and the land surrounding it has a significant history, especially related to Native Americans. Unfortunately, much of the recorded history is about the exceptionally bloody conflicts between these Native Americans and early settlers. Just a couple examples of Black Horse War, the Provo War, and the Walker War. I also wish it to be known that I am quite fond of Native Americans and what I know of their culture, and I have absolutely nothing against them. In fact, I have several close friends that have Native American heritage. I do not mean to offend or accuse by telling my experience, and I mention this side note only because of the possible link between my experience and various legends about so-called skinwalkers. I will provide the facts and you can make of it what you'd like. That being said, the Diamond Fork Hot Springs are a gem nestled a good half-an-hour drive and subsequent hike up the canyon and away from the city. I've been there several times before my wife Ken and I decided to take a Monday off and hike there again this past winter. The springs are quite popular, and during the summer they tend to draw a large crowd of college students, scout troops, and old men that are overly fond of publicly bathing nude. I had gone in the winter with my cousin several years previous, and at that point we had the springs to ourselves. So I convinced Kenna to spend one of her days off hiking to them with me. January 11th, 2016. We began our hike just before 1 p.m., thinking that this would give us ample time to hike to the springs, enjoy soaking for a couple hours, and get back to the car before sundown. I had hiked to the springs in the winter before, and knew that each winter the road is blocked off to cars well before the trail to the springs begins. This is due to snow, though honestly it seemed to me like it would be hard for a plow to go the additional 4-ish miles. I guess I forgot just how far 4 miles is when you're walking through snow and ice. Nevertheless, we walked through the gate, the road was still open to hikers, snowshoers, and began our hike. We enjoyed ourselves and took breaks about every 30 minutes, each break thinking that the trailhead must be around the next bend in the road. Shortly before our first break, I noticed a hole. Cave would be too generous a term. In the side of the mountain to the left of us. It was obviously a man-made hole, as it was covered by a section of chain link fence. But it still perked my curiosity. It was only about 30 feet from the trail, so I told my wife I'd like to check it out, and she happily came up with me. Upon further investigation, we found that it was not much more than a boring hole. We used our flashlights to shine as far back into the hole as we could, but all we could see is some abandoned piping. After taking another 5-minute break, we continued on further into the canyon. We walked and walked and walked and walked. The time wore on, and much earlier than we would have liked. Our feet began to ache. I was beginning to regret insisting that we go on this adventure, when finally we turned around a bend and saw the bridge that marks the trailhead. With newfound energy, we rushed over to the sign with information about the various trails. At this point, it was about 3:00, and I was beginning to become a bit concerned about having enough light to make it back before sundown. But we were already this far, and we weren't going to turn around before spending at least some time soaking in those springs. Plus, we had flashlights just in case, and the way back to the car, albeit lengthy, was very straightforward. So we pushed forward, knowing that we were well over halfway there. Our strength seemed to diminish at an exponential rate, which was concerning, because we'd have over a 5-mile hike back to the car, but I knew that we'd make it back somehow, perhaps with more frequent breaks than on the way up. We soon began to smell the sulfur odor that was a sure sign that we were getting very close. We ended up seeing some bikers as we approached the springs. They were riding some of those fat bikes that have huge tires and are designed for the snow. We were happy to see them coming towards us, as this meant they were leaving, and we would probably have the springs to ourselves. After letting them pass, we hiked another 10 minutes or so, and finally reached the springs. I cannot explain how heavenly of a sight to behold those springs were. A combination of the milky blue water, the red rock with snow on it to our left and our right, the blue sky above, and the waterfall about 100 yards ahead were too much to take in at once. And best of all, we had it all to ourselves. We quickly stripped down to our swimming suits and hopped in. It felt incredible, truly like stepping into healing waters. We relaxed for a bit, and our noses quickly adjusted to the sulfur smell. Unfortunately, our bodies also adjusted to the water temperature, and before long the water didn't feel as amazingly warm as it did at first. There are a few places between the first spring and the waterfall further along the trail where water bubbles out of the earth and flows into a pool of its own. So I figured I'd check out a couple of the other pools and see if I could find a hotter one. I managed to climb up the runoff of some of the other pools, thinking that this would save my feet from freezing. It did, but in the process, my feet slipped several times on the mossy rocks and were fairly banged up by the time I reached the other pools. To my delight, these pools were significantly warmer, so I rushed back and beckoned my wife to come join me in these warmer springs. After a very brisk 30-second dash, we jumped in, and I yelped briefly as I realized I may have jumped a bit too close to the mouth of the spring. We soaked and enjoyed ourselves for about an hour. We ate some of the chips and granola bars that we had packed in, and I downed a good deal of cherry coke. Perfect drink for a hike, right? At this point, I had accepted the fact that for at least some of the hike back, we would be in darkness and have to use our flashlights. From the springs, it was hard to tell just how much the sun had set, since there are mountains rising steeply to both the east and the west, and the sun is only visible overhead for around 5 hours in the middle of the day. At about 5:00, we decided we really needed to get going, as much as we were dreading the hike back. So we dried off, took a few pictures, and headed out. Shortly after beginning the hike back, I realized that my feet were immensely sore, and that my legs were already begging for a break. I mentioned this to Kenna, and she mentioned that she was feeling the same. I could tell that we were both in a mood to complain, so I determined to try and keep the mood light and the conversation lively to distract us from our discomfort. Things got very dark very fast. We hadn't even reached the halfway point from the springs to the main road when we started seeing stars above us. A couple flashed at us, but I figured we should put off using them as we could, since I had just grabbed them from my parents' house and had no idea how long they'd last. I also hadn't thought to bring extra batteries. All was well, though. as our eyes had adjusted with the darkness, and making out the snow-packed trail wasn't too difficult. I could tell that Kenna was getting as tired as I was, so in an attempt to distract ourselves from our weariness, I asked her about a scary movie that she had seen with a friend a few days previous. As she told me the plot, I began to feel a bit anxious and jumpy, but nothing more than what would be expected. It was part way through Kenna's explanation of the plot, though, that I felt a surreal sinking feeling. It was as though my insides were being squeezed, and I was descending into a state of panic. I generally don't get overly scared when reading or hearing scary stories, especially if I know it's just a movie. But this was different. I determined that this must be due to our circumstances, being isolated in the mountains far from anyone else, with darkness surrounding us on all sides. From the beginning of the sinking feeling to attempting to justify it and brush it off was only a matter of seconds. I hadn't realized it, but Kenna had paused her explanation and hiked in silence for those few seconds, then hastily wrapped it up and moved on to another subject. I was secretly glad that she had finished so quickly, and figured that some discussion on a lighter topic would probably push out the overwhelming feeling of panic and paranoia that had overtaken me. It was about at this point that I began to hear the whispering. There is a river that runs next to the trail, and down about 5 feet in most places, and I tried to brush the noise off as the sound of rushing water. The thing that made me especially uneasy, though, was that the noise wasn't just coming from the river to the left of us. It was coming from the right and from behind as well. Kenna had gone silent, and again I hadn't paid much attention as I was quite distracted by the noises. They started out very quiet, almost too quiet to even notice over the sound of the river, and slowly grew louder. They never grew loud enough to completely get rid of the doubt that they were actually there. But I was sensing a change in Kenna's disposition as well. Shortly thereafter, she said my name, which nearly made me jump out of my skin, and asked if I'd be okay taking a break. I tried to appear calm and said I would, though the feeling of panic was still as strong as ever. It seemed to scream that we needed to get away from where we were now. We sat down in the snow and didn't talk much. I think I mentioned something about how we must be getting close to the road, and that then at least we'd be on a wide paved road rather than this thin dirt trail. I didn't dare ask Kenna if she was feeling or hearing anything, in part because I didn't want to sound like the scary movie plot was getting to me, and more in part because I didn't want her to confirm that the weird stuff going on wasn't just inside my head. Unfortunately, the whisperings hadn't stopped while we rested. In fact, they seemed more real than ever. I was getting antsy and again anxious to at least be making our way towards our car and sure safety. I suppose it was more a desire to be making our way away from whatever was behind around us. At this point, I began to shiver, and pointing this out to Kenna, I suggested we keep pushing onward. I knew that I wasn't too cold, at least not cold enough to make me shiver like I was. Put simply, I was overwhelmingly terrified of the darkness around us and what it contained. We hopped up and continued onward. All the time I was hoping and praying that we would see the bridge marking the trailhead and at least make it off of this dirt trail and back onto pavement. I knew that we would have a several-mile walk back to the car after crossing the bridge, but there was something comforting about the thought of being on the wider road. As we came upon a rather steeper part of the trail, recognized it as a landmark that was very close to the bridge, I decided we should pull out our flashlights for this portion. I didn't want either of us slipping on ice or tripping on a root and falling into the river below and among whatever else might be down there. We each took a flashlight, and I decided to go behind Kenna, just in case she started sliding backwards. As we started climbing up, I looked down at the path. I noticed the strange tracks that the bikes had left in the snow. I also noticed some other strange tracks that were going around and over the bike tracks. It looked like a small party of people with bare feet had gone through with a pack of large dogs. My mind was trying to put things together quickly, but was struggling. Those bikers had been the only people that we had seen, but these footpaw prints were certainly from people that had come after the bikers. Another strange thing was that these prints were not only on the trail, but were left deep in the snow to either side, seeming to go off in random directions. Some tracks came to the trail, others left it, and everywhere there were large paw prints mixed with human footprints. At first, this came as a relief to me. My first thought was that there must be some very dedicated campers who had decided to bring their dogs along somewhere close by. The thought of some tough, burly campers nearby in these forsaken mountains was like a ray of light to my mind. Then a point of confusion began to form. Small at first, but then very concerning. Campers don't go hiking around in the snow in bare feet. And this point was much too far from the springs for someone to be walking around without shoes. This thought process, from terrified to hopeful back to terrified and concerned, happened within a matter of seconds. Kenna had stopped and turned to me and pointed out the prints in the snow as well. I had tried to brush it off with a chuckle and yeah, what the heck are people thinking? But the look of concern on her face only confirmed that I was not alone in my worried thoughts. The panic was again overcoming me, and I wished more than ever that the whispering would stop. All I could say is, let's go, and we pushed on with even more determination than before, hecked looking behind us, every time expecting to see something following. Each time before I looked back, my stomach would do a flip. But not once did I see anything suspicious. We kept our flashlights on for the rest of the hike out, and at long last we saw the bridge ahead. We quickly crossed it, and without a word continued onto the main road. Roughly 4 more miles, and we would be safe and sound in the car. To my immense relief, the whispering seemed to quiet down now that we were on the road. My legs and feet were aching like the dickens, so I asked Kenna if we could take another quick break. She obliged, and I very quickly regretted making the suggestion. The river still flowed by the road, but it was not nearly as close as it was to the dirt path, and therefore it didn't mask any sounds. At this point, the whispers, though quieter than they had been on the dirt trail, were very clear and undeniably existent. I stared back to the bridge, wishing that this maddening noise, an accompanying sense of extreme paranoia, would go away. As I looked to Kenna to see how she was reacting to the menacing noise, I noticed she had her head in her hands and seemed to be shaking. I put my arm around her shoulder and pressed my head up against hers, and as I looked down, I froze. The snow we were sitting on was covered in human footprints, along with those enormous paw prints. Again, there seemed to be no method or destination in mind for whatever had been stomping around here. I shined my flashlight with a shaky hand in each direction, trying to figure out where these things had gone. I followed one set of footprints that ascended up the side of the hill to our right, and saw that the human prints ended, and those huge animal prints picked up right where they had left off. I felt as if I was descending into madness. I wanted to cry. I began to feel angry towards these things. Was this some sick joke? I wanted to scream and call out these things to stop messing around, get on with whatever they were going to do to us. More than anything, I wanted this all to end. With hot tears stinging my face, and with this newfound anger giving me a boost of energy, I pulled Kenna up by her hand, and without a word we continued at a brisk pace down the road. I could not shake the darkness. This was so much darker than anything I had experienced. It was horrible and overwhelming. Even the stars above seemed extremely dim. The darkness was pressing in all around us, above us, below us, and worst of all, it seemed to be inside us. Strange thoughts entered my mind, wondering what acts of evil could bring such a feeling to this place. Wondering if we had done anything to bring this upon ourselves. Was this some sacred place that we were trespassing on? Had we done something to offend these creatures? Whatever the case, I hated this area and felt that I was beginning to give in to the evil ambient darkness that seemed to be consuming us. I wanted to give up. The thought entered my mind that embracing this evil might be the only way out. Kenna saved me from my own thoughts. Her sweet voice pierced my dark thoughts and halted this internal spiraling. She had stopped and softly said my name. After taking a second to recover, I asked how she was holding out. She pointed off to the right, toward where her flashlight was shining on a patch of juniper bushes. Again, that invisible hand seemed to clench my stomach, and I froze momentarily. A pair of eyes were reflecting back at us. I tried to regain my composure, and after a few seconds I noticed that the eyes remained unblinking. I quickly realized that they were that of a dead animal. The awkward angle and lack of movement gave that away. As I continued to stare, I realized that this was not just a single dead animal. There were 5 or so dead deer, and what made my stomach really churn was the amount of blood covering a large patch of the road. I turned away as the sight made me lightheaded and shifted my focus to the ground right in front of us, and the snow was covered in those cursed footprints. This time painted with blood. I'll spare you the details, but let me say, it seemed that these creatures had enjoyed themselves immensely at this horrid spot, and there were several trails of blood streaking the snow. Still focusing on the ground, I led us forward, and to the left around this horrible scene of carnage, averting my eyes from the worst of it. I kept expecting to encounter the smell of rotting flesh, but it never came. I guess the deer carcasses were too fresh, and the cold weather probably helped too. Soon thereafter we passed a campground, a landmark that meant we were getting close to our blessed car. It was at this point that the hollering began. When I heard the first shout, a chill went down my whole body, and I felt sick to my stomach. This was an inhuman shout, and it wasn't far behind us. I looked back, nearly tweaking my neck in the process. But still, I couldn't see anything. It was indescribably terrifying. I wished that I could see something, so that at least I would know what we were up against. Anything, I felt, would be better than being kept in this state of knowing something was there, but not knowing what it was. We hurried forward toward the car, our legs and feet protesting every step, and the hollering seemed to grow ever closer and louder. Every 20 seconds or so, I would quickly scan to the left, right, and behind. Each time I hoped that I would see something to relieve me from this deranging state of not knowing. Still, I was terrified to the core of what I might see. Finally, after hours of wishing we were here, we rounded a bend and saw our beautiful car. Never in my life was I so happy to see it. My moment of joy was cut short, however, as I did one of my brief scans of our surroundings. Upon looking behind us, I saw several dark figures moving slowly towards us. A few had their heads raised, and I wondered what I had been thinking when I had wished that I could see what these creatures were. Each of them were human-like in form, though they were unusually tall and walking on all fours. They were all covered in thick, reddish-brown hair and had bright red eyes that reflected perfectly in the dim light of my flashlight. I will never forget those eyes. What terrified me to the very center, and still haunts me to this day, is the expression they all wore. Each that had their head up was staring right at me as they slowly crawled forward, and they were each wide-eyed, wearing a toothy grin. It felt as if they were boring inside me with their stares, and I was certain we were going to die. At this point, I wasn't afraid of death. I was instead terrified of what the alternative would be once they caught up to us. I could see an excitement and twisted joy in their faces, as if they were playing a favorite game of theirs, feeding off of our terror. And oh, how I wish I could describe the blackness that surrounded them. It was a blackness that was felt as much as it was seen. It was horribly fascinating, almost even enticing. But those terrifying creatures were so vile that at no point did I consider moving even an inch. At this point, I nearly went berserk. Luckily, Kenna hadn't looked back yet and was marching faithfully on toward the car. When I finally unrooted myself from the spot and found my voice, I cried out to Kenna to run and not look back. I had caught up to her at this point, and she turned to look at me, and possibly behind. I screamed, "Don't!" and she seemed startled by my state of near insanity. She looked forward toward the car again, and we both sprinted straight for it, adrenaline overcoming weariness. We jumped in, slammed the doors. I fumbled with the keys and let off the clutch quicker than I intended, nearly killing the engine. The darkness seemed to be thickening by the second. As I unintentionally peeled out, flinging mud and snow all over, Kenna turned around and screamed. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw the creatures mere feet from our car. Their sick faces were ecstatic with excitement, and their wide grins made me shout and put the pedal to the floor. Soon we were zooming along the canyon at about 40 miles per hour. Very dangerous for such a small winding road. And somehow these fiends were keeping up with us. Everything about them was incredibly unnerving, from their horrible gallop to those perverted smiles. I prayed that we would reach a straightaway where we could go faster and perhaps by some miracle outrun these beasts. Out of the blue, the darkness seemed to lift. The stars shone more brightly than they had all night, and I was overcome with relief. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw the creatures, now far behind us, leaping up the sides of the hills to our left. It was still a sickening sight, but somehow I knew that they were done toying with us at last. We drove in silence for several minutes until we reached the highway. What a sweet relief it was to see other humans. Seeing the warm glow of their headlights was like walking up to a hot fire after being cold. I turned to Kenna and saw that she was crying, and I in turn began to cry. We cried and hugged, but remained silent as we sat there next to the highway. There was nothing to say at this point. Shortly after getting back on the highway, I noticed I was quite nauseous and shaky. I pulled over and threw up and felt much better afterwards. At long last, the paranoia left me and I felt like a new person. We got home around 7:30. We turned on all the lights, shut and locked the door, and stayed up all night. Neither of us wanted to sleep, so we stayed up holding each other tight and trying to distract ourselves with movies. Neither of us talked about what we had gone through until well into the next day, when the sun was high and everything was bright. I could tell neither of us wanted to be the one to bring it up. I felt that if we talked about it, we would solidify that it really happened. But I finally brought it up, and it was almost a relief to have it out in the open. We've told a select few people about this experience, and much of it is still quite confusing to us. We still have some questions that may forever remain unanswered, such as what in the world were those creatures? What did we do to warrant their pursuit? They were certainly the quickest creatures we've ever seen, so why didn't they catch up to us? What would have happened if we had tried to confront them? All we know is that there is a serious evil presence up that canyon. And if you don't believe me, you know where to find it. Story 6. Crawl. There are 3 men standing at the intersection of a sewer. One of them is very lean and very tall. In fact, he looks too tall and seems to sway on his feet, as if ready to topple at the whim of a strong gust. He grips a burlap sack in his left hand. The tall man has provided the firepower. Next to him is a greasy mustache. The mustache belongs to a stocky Mediterranean-looking fellow with shifty eyes. He digs into his backpack with concerned intent. The mustached man has provided the intelligence and the tools. Standing apart from the first 2 men is the clown. Wrinkled columns of green, yellow, blue support an ashen face of sweat and grease paint. He wears a white glove on each hand. Thick locks of crimson explode from his head, aggravating the sweating. His face is on the verge of melting. The clown has provided the distraction, but he does not look happy. The 3 men face a brick wall with a hole in the center. It is less a hole than a black gaping chasm, maybe a couple feet wide and stretching to infinity. Mustache maintains that this will lead them directly beneath the bank. Clown is not so sure. He questions the men's collective planning. Tall man did not bother to load any of the handguns, ensuring them that a show of force will be more than enough. Mustache has apparently forgotten to bring a single flashlight, and curses, and himself wonders why he chose to dress in full clown regalia Chechun before venturing into the sewers. The sewers are filthy, as sewers ought to be. The noxious gas of human excrement floods each nostril with every breath. Layered above this stench is something more, something sickly sweet. barely noticeable, but there. Pale green light bounces from the drainage channels as rats and other scurrying things patter along the rim. Clown stumbles on the walkway in comically oversized shoes. Tall man avoids the sight of Clown. He harbors a lifelong distrust of clowns, a distrust so deep it ventures into the realm of irrational fear. To make matters worse, this particular clown's breath smells like sour milk. It's nauseating, so he keeps his distance. From the corner of his eye, he thinks he sees Clown glaring at him. Tall man can't be sure in this dreary dungeon. He, too, doubts the wisdom of Mustache's plan. Mustache defends the strategy. There were bound to be setbacks, he says, but the hole in the wall still offers the best chance for a clean escape. They will have to enter one by one and crawl on hands and knees to see the other side. Once inside the tunnel, turning around will likely be impossible. Tall man asks how long it goes. Mustache answers that it should be long, but not too long. Tall man asks how they are supposed to see anything in the tunnel with no flashlights. Mustache answers that they don't need to see anything, they just need to crawl. All the same, he does have a book of matches, which he offers to Tall man. Tall man interprets this as his cue to go first. Something about the tunnel bothers him, but he would rather get on with it than suffer the continual glares or smirks of Clown. He accepts the matches and faces the hole. A soft breeze and low howl whisper from the opening. Behind him, Clown stares while Mustache runs some fingers through his oily hair. Tall man teeters for a moment, turns around, and retrieves 3 9mm pistols from the sack in his hand. Easier if you take these now, he says. All 3 men tuck the weapons into their waistbands. Not weapons, Clown reminds himself. Merely a show of force? Tall man turns back around. The bricks in the wall are the color of money. The water flowing through the channels is the color of money. Even the stripes in Clown's suit are money-colored. Tall man sees money everywhere, except in that black hole yawning before him. That is the only way to the actual money. Lots and lots of it. The kind you can touch and smell and trade for things that make you happy. Money is the prime motivator for Tall man, for all of them. It is worth crawling through a slimy, stinking hole for. He must tell himself. Still, he hesitates. The black circle is so sharply defined it seems to hover in front of the wall, detached from its surroundings. Tall man stoops, and stoops, and stoops. Some more. He stoops down until the black circle frames his face. He raises a wiry leg until the knee can rest on the lip of the hole. With a push from the other leg, he slowly enters. Funny. When the whole of his lofty body finally wriggles its way inside, the gentle breeze dies. Low howl changes too. Earlier it was constant, but now it pulses rhythmically in his ears. Low, deep, like a distant generator. The hum tickles Tall man's brain. He crawls on. The ground is cold, chilling to the fingertips. His knees scrape along the smooth surface. His blind hands grope their way over cement and puddles and slime and gloom. All around drip invisible drops. Drip, hum, drip, hum, scrape. The only sounds here in the belly of the sewers, intensified by the utter lack of visual stimuli. When that word, belly, comes to mind, Tall man begins to perceive his environment as a living organism. He begins to feel like a piece of chewed meat sliding down a giant's intestines. Drip, hum, scrape. An organic symphony of endless digestion. He crawls on. The air grows stale. Tall man's knees are wet and aching. He has lost track of time and can't tell how long he's been crawling. A good 5 minutes at least. Still, there is no light at the end of the tunnel. How much further? He needs to rest just a moment. He stops crawling. The air is heavy, stagnant, waiting. The drips and humming sound muffled now. Tall man retrieves the matchbook, tears off a match, and tries to light it. Nothing. It's a dud. So is the second one, and the third. Tall man starts to panic. He wants light. Needs light. T fumbles with the fourth match. Anxiously swipes it along the striking surface. A fizz of sulfur spells success. But that magic spark of life reveals something astonishing. Mere inches from him stares a pallid face, smeared with gruesome makeup. Blood-red worms burst from the head. No, not worms, but curls of hair. It is Clone's face, lurching from the darkness disembodied. Every muscle locked in rigor mortis. The eyes are dim and cloudy, but fixed upon his own. The match's flame throws drunken shadows across the peaks and valleys of the ghostly visage. It alternately smiles and scowls at Tall Man, without really moving at all. Tall Man is stiff with incomprehension. Fear tiptoes down his spine and snuggles into his guts. He feels sick. The two faces stare frozen in silence for a brief eternity. Suddenly, the clown face leans forward and blows out the match. A whiff of sour milk fills the air. The abrupt return to total blackness shocks Tall Man's senses into operation. He immediately scuttles backward, away from the face in the tunnel. His pants begin to shred at the knees, but he doesn't care. The only thought is retreat. Faster, faster, retreat. Hands and knees splash and scrape against concrete. He imagines the clown head gliding silent through the black tube after him, smiling yet scowling. The splashes and scrapes become a frantic staccato as he goes faster, faster. His knees must be bleeding now, but he doesn't care. Retreat. Only retreat matters. And then Tall Man finds himself falling backward out of the hole in the wall, landing at the feet of Mustache and Clown. Clown, who was in two places at once. They ask what happened. And when Tall Man finally calms down, he raises himself on two shaky legs. Teetering, he blurts out his story, but the two men do not understand. Mustache laughs while Clown regards Tall Man with suspicion. Impossible, they say. You only spooked yourself and were seeing things that weren't there. But Tall Man insists there is a second clown in the sewer tunnel. Mustache strokes his namesake with two fingers. Fine, he says. I'm going through and I'll show you. There's no damned clown in there. Tall Man almost protests, wants to tell Mustache not to leave him here with Clown, but keeps quiet, backpack hoisted onto both shoulders. Mustache scrambles up and stuffs his body through the opening. He begins crawling. His speed is surprising in these tight quarters. They watch his figure rapidly dissolve in darkness down the tunnel. The instant he disappears from view, the sound of his crawling stops short. After a moment of silence, Clown and Tall Man hear a steady scraping, like something heavy being dragged across concrete. The sound quickly fades down the stretch of the tunnel. Clown got him, mutters a wide-eyed Tall Man. Clown tells him to shut up. Then what the hell was that? Squeaks Tall Man. What was that sound? Clown doesn't answer. The two men wait there in the sewer for any sign of Mustache. None comes. After many minutes pass, Clown has grown eager and starts to fidget. Enough of this, he says. He must be on the other side waiting for us. I'm going through. The lust for money and penchant for rational thought have clouded his intuition. He remembers he is mildly claustrophobic, but this fact also gets swept aside by his greed. Tall Man pleads with Clown not to go, says they should call the whole thing off and leave now. Don't be ridiculous, replies Clown. I'm going through and you better not lag far behind me. He grabs the matchbook and faces the wall with the hole. He struggles with his big shoes, but finally gets a good grip and hoists himself through. Tall Man does not follow. What greets Clown in the hole are drippy wet echoes, a humming, and an uninterrupted dark. Clown crawls on. The humming and dripping are a hypnotic beat in his ears. The blackness is disturbingly uniform. It is a blackness smothered in blackness ad infinitum. It tugs and tugs at the eyeball that would try to pierce it, coaxes it from the socket with false hopes of a murky shape just ahead. The only respite is to close one's eyes, for at least then smoky phantasms float beneath the lids. This blackness is a solid wall upon which nothing floats, so he closes his eyes as he moves forward. Clown wonders if he might indeed meet his doppelganger in this strange subterranean place. He hopes not and crawls on. Gradually he becomes aware that the drips and humming have changed. They sound duller, muffled. The air has changed too. It hangs with the dead weight of a dozen corpses and sticks to his skin. He crawls on. Clown's white-gloved fingers detect a third change. The ground no longer feels like solid concrete. It is softer, putty-like. His fingertips seem to sink in ever so slightly when he thinks he hears a faraway scraping sound. Clown's eyes snap back open. They throb in their sockets with anticipation, starving for some speck of light to materialize in the distance, but it never comes. As his bloodshot eyes go hungry, his mind wanders. He thinks of hordes of rats carrying a lifeless, mustached body down the tube before him. He thinks of thousands of little teeth gnashing into greasy flesh. He thinks of soiled clown suits clogging sewer drains. He thinks he needs to stop thinking and start crawling. But he can't. He advances no more than 2 feet before hitting an obstruction. It feels like a wall. He fishes the matchbook from a striped pocket and tears off a stick. 3 failed swipes later, he tears off another. It ignites on the second attempt and shows him a solid brick wall blocking the way. This isn't supposed to be here. How is it possible he never ran into Mustache? The sight of the bricks is unnerving. Clown bangs his fist against them, tries to wriggle one loose. They do not budge. They stand there in the orange glow, quietly mocking his proud logic, daring an explanation. Clown has no explanation. The match is almost spent, so he drops it and moves backward. It is the only thing he can do. Progress is slow and awkward. The ground is more malleable than he remembers. It feels like his knees are leaving small impressions behind. He crawls as the tunnel drips and hums at him. When his feet touch another wall, Clown gasps. He draws another match, lights it, twists his head around to look. What he sees isn't a blocked path, but an intersection. 2 new passages branch off to the left and right, where before there was only one straight tunnel. It makes no sense. Then comes incoherence, anger, most of all, indecision. Clown must choose a path, but which one? Which one? The right. It's as good as the left. The match dies as he scoots back to face the new chasm, then crawls ahead. The dripping, the humming, the putty floor, the breathing. Yes. Clown swears the tunnel is breathing now. He can feel the gentle inhalation, exhalation all around him. He crawls and hits his head against another wall. Another match, another intersection revealed. This one looks smaller. He squeezes his way into another right turn. The breathing changes now, longer and slower, and there's the scraping again. A little closer this time. He crawls. His body sinks into the gummy floor. A few paces forward, in another intersection. Another match, another right turn. A few paces more, and another. The junctions keep coming, and soon Clown runs out of matches. He always chooses to go right, but it keeps getting smaller. At one intersection, Clown turns around to retrace his path and try to find a wider opening. The maze does not care. It continues to breathe and compress. As Clown crawls blind through the network of tubes, the roof begins to scratch his back. It matches every movement with a downward push, regardless of his direction. Incoherence, anger, most of all, claustrophobia. Before long, finds himself sliding on his belly. He slithers through endless corridors, even as they threaten to crush his body. He has to keep going. Keep going, it makes no sense, but keep going and get out. The ground is sticky and holds him in place as the walls close in from every side. Clown grits his teeth. Tall man stands alone at the intersection. He gazes at the black hole in the wall, transfixed. Every muscle quivers with expectancy, yet he sees nothing and hears nothing save for a low, steady howl. He blinks, shakes his head, looks up toward a grate in the high ceiling. A sinking sun casts down shimmering motes of dust, which drift in odd patterns. Tall man sways on his feet, covered in filth and bleeding at the knees. That sickly sweet scent from before is stronger now. He turns and bolts out of the sewers. He does not look back. Postscript, the story doesn't end there. In the next several years, Tall Man will abandon his life of crime. At first, he will try to make sense of the events in the sewer. He will research a variety of paranormal topics. Everything from ghosts and cryptozoology, to bilocation, to the hypothetical existence of hotspots on Earth, where alternate dimensions are said to bleed into one another. The search for answers will yield nothing but further questions. In a strange twist of fate, Tall Man will eventually get a job at the very bank he tried to rob. Before closing one day, he'll be asked to fetch some old documents kept in the basement. He will walk down the rickety stairs and search through boxes of poorly kept files. Amid his searches, he is going to find a rusted iron trapdoor hiding under a box. Curious, he will lift the squeaky door and discover a ladder descending into a small concrete room. He will feel compelled to climb down to this space, which the basement light struggles to reach. Once there, he'll find a bricked-over hole in the wall opposite the ladder. The implications will come in a flurry of breathless recognition. My God, he'll whisper. At last, the other side. The mortar will be crumbling, the bricks loose. Without quite knowing why, Tall Man will begin to remove them, exposing the black hole little by little. The fear will be gone, replaced by his long-lost thirst for answers. Tall Man will be surprised to find himself crawling through the tunnel with nothing but his lighter to guide the way. He won't remember climbing in. It will be like a dream, with the dripping and humming ringing in his ears as before, asking him how he can be sure he never left at all. He will crawl on, only when the air in the tunnel becomes leaden, only when the sounds deaden, only when the sour milk wafts through his nostrils will the creeping chill return. Then the lighter's timid flame is going to be snuffed out with a sudden rush of wind. Peals of crazed laughter will erupt from somewhere in the dark and rattle through his skull, so loud he'll have to cover both ears. It's so completely unexpected that he won't be sure the shrieks weren't his own, or an outright hallucination. Nonetheless, it will be enough to send him scurrying backwards. The tunnel will seem different. Sticky, sighing, angry. Tall Man will feel it contracting around him as he moves in reverse. Faster. Faster. As before, as in a dream. Looking behind, he will finally see the dim light of the aperture. It will be closing. At this point, Tall Man's memory will muddle. He'll vaguely recall his escape from the writhing hole. It will feel more like being disgorged than anything. A regurgitated piece of meat, he'll think. Tall Man will run to the ladder, turn around for one last look, and see something that will haunt him for the rest of his life. Witnesses will later tell him that he ran from the bank screaming a blood-curdling scream. unlike anything I'd ever heard. He won't remember that part. He'll pray that what he saw was the product of temporary insanity. He'll try to forget the whole thing ever happened. But every time he closes his eyes, every time he dreams, the same image will come to him with terrible clarity. The hole in the wall shrunken to the size of a quarter, from which a single white-gloved finger pokes, squirms, points, and beckons. Story 7. The Horrors of the Backrooms. I moved into my current house with my parents 3 years ago in 2006. Seems so long ago, now that the number is in front of me. But you're not here to listen to me reminisce about times that have since passed. So, I'll try my best to get right to the point without adding too much unnecessary fluff. My name is Alex. I'm 15 years old, and I've been trying to convince my parents that something is seriously wrong with our house. You see, the first few years here were fine. Nothing out of the ordinary. I had actually loved the place. My bedroom here was much bigger than the one at the old house, providing a lot more space for my gaming setup. But recently, within the last couple of months, I found something in our basement that I'm not entirely sure is actually as real as I think it is. Maybe I really am going crazy. Probably why my parents won't even bother to find out about what I'm talking about. Good one. They tell me, you were being paranoid. I figured that if they weren't going to take my word for it, then I was going to need to present them with some hard evidence of it. For both them and anyone else who can do something about this. If they can, do something about this. Luckily enough, my parents had purchased me a camcorder for my 14th birthday. I had expressed some interest in film and video production. Up to this point, I had used it to create some amateur movies with friends from school, which were mainly just short clips of us walking through the woods, attempting to look frightening. Nonetheless, it being summer vacation helped me to be able to do this undisturbed. They more than likely assumed I'd be doing nothing but sitting in my room playing video games anyway. Not that I blamed them in all honesty. Once I knew my parents had both left for work in the morning, I sprung up out of bed and grabbed my camcorder. Not even realizing that I hadn't taken the time to get dressed first, so I merely slipped on a t-shirt along with my pajama pants and socks before beginning to head downstairs. I made sure to give every room above the basement a quick look through in order to make sure that I was the only one in the house at the time, after which I stood at the basement door, putting my hand on the knob and taking a deep breath. It wasn't that I was having second thoughts necessarily, but I considered things that could potentially go wrong before ultimately deciding the risk was worth it to prove my claims. So I opened the door and took my first steps down the creaky stairs, reaching over to my right and hitting the switch to turn the basement light on. Our basement itself wasn't something to write home about. It was what you'd usually expect. A cold, brown-painted concrete floor and wall rectangular expanse with wood supports and insulin lining the ceiling. Old dusty washing machines, piles of both dirty and freshly cleaned clothes in an assortment of different baskets, cobwebs lining every corner of the room, with centipedes worming their way underneath the cracks in the walls. I made it to the bottom of the stairs before taking a left and heading into the more recreational side of the basement. Although the only thing that truly made it recreational was a simple lawn chair and an old coffee table, one that I'm sure hadn't been used in the past several months. Nonetheless, I soon made it to the thing I was talking about. The wall that was opposite the lawn chair and coffee table. Call me crazy, because in a minute, I'm sure you're going to be asking what could be so wrong with a simple wall. This wall, it was slightly darker than the rest. Even those immediately to both its right and left. It had this shadow that was eternally cast onto it, even when there wasn't a light source or object to create one. And sometimes it flickered as if it were a light bulb. I've seen it happen before, and I saw it taking place yet again right before my eyes. The first few times it happened, I could have sworn it was just my imagination, but now it was clear that my imagination had nothing to do with it. I thought that was the most strange part of this whole ordeal. I had come down to look at it before, and I thought the out-of-the-ordinary phenomena would end there. Until I got the balls to touch it, I mainly wanted to see if there was something that I was missing. That maybe it had something to do with the paint. Or I just had something really wrong with my eyes. But that was just me trying to rationalize something I didn't understand, because yesterday I grabbed a broomstick and shoved it right up against the wall, expecting some paint to chip or some material to crumble. But no, instead, the broomstick simply went through the wall. I'm not really sure how to describe it in an intellectual or detailed manner. It is as simple and as absurd as it sounds. My broomstick went through a solid concrete wall. I even walked forward with it in my hands at the time, and it continued going deeper in the wall, feeling no obstacles or objects stopping it. To make it clear, there were no holes, no cracks or breaches large enough to fit the width of the broomstick within. It was flat and smooth, and yet the broomstick sunk further in as if it were lodged in quicksand. And then, after some careful, but clearly not enough, consideration, I put my hand up to the wall, and once my elbow disappeared, I pulled back. There was no pain, no extreme temperatures, no bugs, someone or something waiting to grab, bite, or claw me. It was just shocking, in a way that made me only want to learn more. Maybe I just never noticed it before, but I could have sworn the wall had looked much more normal when we first moved in. Not that I had ever spent very much time in the basement. Maybe I had no idea what I was talking about. Maybe I just hadn't truly paid attention enough to notice any changes. But last time, it was only my arm. This time, I was going to put the entirety of my body inside. I wanted to step through, to see what was on the other side of this wall. There was a part of me that even considered this to be some sort of hologram projection, and that somehow was less insane than what it actually ended up being. But nonetheless, I'll always look back and see this as one of my most ill-informed acts. But the curiosity in me simply couldn't be contained. I needed answers, so with my camcorder still in hand, I approached the wall, reaching out my hand yet again to make sure it was still passing through. And as you can infer, the result was rather unsurprising. So after I took a deep breath and looked behind my shoulder at the rest of my basement, I stepped forward slowly, my natural instincts telling me the wall was still solid, despite me vanishing further into it. And suddenly I felt like I was being jerked forward and falling. The actual feeling of falling only lasted for less than half a second before I hit solid ground again with a thud. My camcorder fell out of my hand as I collided with what I assumed was another floor or wall. The texture under me felt rugged like a carpet with a bit of moisture. I rubbed my head and opened my eyes, thinking I'd fallen into a section of our house that I wasn't supposed to discover. But no, that wasn't it at all. What I saw when I looked up didn't make any sense. It didn't even seem possible. Part of me had wondered if I had accidentally inhaled a hallucinogen or something. In front of me was what I could only describe as a large, messily segmented and built set of rooms, hallways, and corridors. All the walls were covered in this truly awful, bright yellow wallpaper that looked as if a small child had picked it out. It wasn't easy on the eyes in the slightest. I got myself to my feet, looking over to my right, and seeing my camcorder on the ground, not broken, and still recording. I leaned over and picked it up, putting it back in my hand before immediately turning around to get a better bearing on my surroundings. How did I get here? Why was I here? What was this place? There were a million thoughts running through my head, and even though it was the last thing I wanted to do, I remained calm. That's what you always do in situations like this. You must remain calm. Panicking helps nothing and no one. It was quiet for the most part in this strange place, the only sound being a slight, electric buzzing noise. It had an irritating hum to it, and I couldn't help but look up to find the origin of it. seeing a white tiled ceiling with poorly placed fluorescent lights running along it, most of which possessed a subtle flicker. "Hello," I called out. "Is anyone there?" No response, so I ran up to one of the walls and started pushing on it. The moist carpet squelched a bit beneath my feet as I heaved myself forward in an attempt to pass through the wall as I had earlier to no avail. I turned and dashed over to the wall behind me, pushing and shoving myself up against it, but it, like the other, was solid. I backed away from the wall, coming to the conclusion that I needed to save my energy if I was going to get out of here anytime soon, and while I imagined many ways this could get worse, it didn't make it any easier to accept the fact that I was trapped. Trapped in this almost otherworldly sub-basement. So I started by wandering down the nearest corridor to my left. It seemed to be around 200 feet long, with dozens of intersecting halls connecting to it on both the right and left walls. That same horrendous yellow wallpaper was consistent throughout. Even the humming and buzzing of the lights above followed me as I walked down the hallway. The fact that it was the only noise present in this building, besides the squelching of moist carpet, as I walked only further, drove me up the wall. It was maddening, in the most mundane, yet most unsettling way possible. It's crazy how much humans rely on sound for comfort, because I had only been in this strange expanse for about a minute, and it had already felt like hours. "Hello?" I yelled once again, hoping for even a semblance of a response. "Is anyone here? Can you hear me?" Like the previous attempt, there was nothing in response, not a sound or sign of another human being. My breathing practically became twice as loud to make up for the dreadful silence. I soon encountered the end of the narrow corridor. I wandered into what appeared to be a much larger rectangular expanse. The basic design and layout were still the same, with multiple other corridors converging in the middle, kind of like an intersection. The lights flickered more heavily in the middle of the intersection, the humming and buzzing becoming almost unbearable. I don't know who approved the funding for this place, but they must have been out of their goddamn minds. I hadn't quite been able to come to a decision about which direction I should have gone at the intersection. All I know is that I wanted to get as far away as possible from that dang buzzing. I scoped out each hallway from where I stood with my eyes, with the one on the left catching my attention the most. Not because I was genuinely curious, but because it actually had something distinct going for it. And by distinct, I meant that it was dimmer than the other three, with only one of the fluorescent lights in the entire visible length of it. But despite the poor lighting, I noticed something about halfway down its length. On the ground was what looked to be a piece of paper, laid out on the ground. Just a single sheet that contained text on it, written in red ink, being the only distinguishable proof of life or the presence of other human beings in this place. I began to creep down the corridor and approach it, looking back over my shoulder with the undeniable feeling of being watched as I did so. I reached down, picking up the note as I made it over, only to make the unnerving discovery that the red ink wasn't ink at all. It was blood. I don't know how long I've been here, or how much longer I've got left. I'm scared. It feels like it's been days, and I haven't been able to find a way out. All I did was come home from work, throw myself into bed, and then I was here. Found this paper laying around in here, along with someone's car keys that were laying around, had blood on them. I haven't seen another person since I got here, but I'm not alone here. There's something else lurking in these halls, and it isn't any man or woman. I gotta keep quiet, stay low. But whatever got the guy who these keys belong to will come for me as well. To whoever finds this. If anyone finds this, keep quiet, stay low, and God help you if that thing hears you. I felt my heart sink into my stomach as I turned to look behind me, only to find nothing but the slight flickering of the lights yet again. But I was more than on edge. Yet again, but I was more than on edge. As crazy as it sounded, I believed every word that was written here. This wasn't some practical joke or prank. Even the most elaborate pranksters didn't have the resources for something like this. I can't count the number of times I've seen a horror movie where something that's obviously not a joke is treated like one by the protagonists. And guess what? They end up dead. There was no name or other information on the note, and since I was made aware that there might be something bloodthirsty lurking in here with me, the last thing I needed to do was carry around this note and have the smell of blood on me. So I left it, dropping it right at my feet, and began heading further down the corridor into a cylinder-shaped room. It was still more of the same as far as design and architecture went. I took another deep breath, preparing to head down the right corridor of the cylinder room. But before I could even move an inch, I heard a sound that made my blood freeze. The rest of me stayed right where I was by extension. The sound in question was a loud, ear-shattering screech that didn't sound all that far from behind me. I stood there, completely terrified while my previous confidence quickly drained. I could only hope I wasn't seen by whatever it was, and I wasn't. Not yet anyway. Once I mustered up the courage to finally turn around, I didn't see anything behind me. It was still the same yellow walls and moist carpet. And yet, it had somehow become even more sinister than before. And that thing, was it what killed the person who wrote the note? Whatever this being was, I could now hear it getting closer. Its footsteps were quick and frantic. So I picked up the pace a bit. My slow march turned into a brisk stroll. I couldn't help but feel like my heart was going to explode out of my chest from the dread the situation filled me with. I made a left turn, and then another, before booking it down into a wide corridor, before making a right. This place really was a nonsensical maze. The architecture made absolutely no sense. But I refused to let this yellow wasteland become my grave. The creature shrieked again, but this time, the tone was slightly changed, now sounding a bit more celebratory and more triumphant, as if it had accomplished something that it extracted joy from. It was only once I heard what came next did I understand why. No, 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 came the desperate, horrified screams of what sounded like an adult man who knew he was about to meet a truly awful fate. I couldn't pinpoint exactly which hallway or room the chaos was coming from. All I know is that it wasn't more than 30 to 40 feet away. Regardless, I wasn't intending to play hero against some creature I hadn't even seen the appearance of. Stop! Stop! The man began to cry out, only to be cut off by his own shriek, accompanied by the sound of bones snapping and flesh tearing. His cry soon became gurgled, only lasting a few more seconds before he was drowned out by the sound of aggressive snarling and growling. At this point, I was sprinting, tears of both stress and fear forming in my eyes. I quickly raised my fingers up in order to wipe them away and keep them from blurring my vision as I ran. I eventually found a tight, almost closet-sized space at the end of one of the hallways. I didn't hesitate to slip inside and get myself out of sight as soon as humanly possible. Once in, I headed to the corner furthest from the opening, sat down, put my knees to my chest before shoving my face in my arms, and taking surprising care to not be too loud, lest I want to draw that thing over and then really have something to cry about. I could only think about how I really might die here. I'll be the next victim of whatever that monster is. If there were more people that were alive and trapped in this, whatever this place is, then I have to try and find them and make a plan to get out of here once and for all. I let myself stare into the darkness of this crevice as I sat there with the illusion of safety while still in more terror than ever. I only just now realized I dropped my camcorder in all the chaos of my reacting and running, but most of me honestly didn't care. Proving a point wasn't worth it the moment I fell into this place. I should have left the wall alone. I should have just minded my own damn business and not poked my nose where it shouldn't have been. As helpless as I felt, I know my idiotic actions had a part to play in the predicament I found myself in. But I was here now, and I had to grapple with the reality of the less intelligent moves I made if I was going to get out of here alive. The last thing I needed to do was to sit here and mentally check out. I needed to be on my toes and alert. So once I mustered the strength to stand back up, I did just that. I was still no superhero or brave soldier, but I was someone who wanted to survive. Someone who wanted to live to share a story I'm sure most would not believe. I quietly walked over to where I'd entered this small den, turning to peek my head through the skinny opening into the larger hallway. But I immediately froze when I heard footsteps. Footsteps that weren't heavy or slow, but abundant and quick, as if whatever was moving on far more than just two limbs. They were coming from down the corridor to my left. I could make out the fact that whatever it was going to turn the corner any second. I retreated back into the den and got as far away from the opening as was physically possible. But my morbid curiosity as to whatever I was trapped in this maze with couldn't be contained. It just brutally killed someone, so any sort of negotiating or attempting to reason with it was out of the question. All I could do was sit there and wait as it began to walk down the hallway, approaching closer and closer to the den. Once again, its footsteps were soft, yet horrendously abundant. It sounded more like scurrying. It had this almost tapping-like rhythm that made my skin crawl. Like a spider the size of a dog running down the hallway, I held my breath as it approached, only letting myself exhale when absolutely necessary. I didn't dare poke my head out the entrance or attempt to get a direct look at it, but the shape of its shadow on the wall behind the den opening did more than enough to make sure I never forgot this experience for the rest of my life. The lowest part of its body looked to be composed of at least a dozen thin, but long limbs that all moved in unison with one another in a twisted, uncanny manner, like a centipede that had been sloppily stitched together. Above that set of horrific legs was a long rectangular frame, with dozens more bent and thin limbs protruding from each side of it. I couldn't even tell if this thing had a head. Definitely not one that I could make out with the shadow. Who in their right mind would keep a monstrosity like this in here? Was it locked up? Did it kill the people keeping it contained and get out? Is that why this place is abandoned? Even if I did have answers to all those questions, it still doesn't explain the fact that it seems like I'm far from the only average person to end up trapped in here. It really was something out of a child's nightmare. Anyone's nightmare, in all honesty. It stopped only feet in front of the entrance to my den. I prayed to every god that I could think of, hoping it wouldn't detect or sense me. The creature, whatever it was, let out a low growl, a far departure from the pitch of sounds it was making previously. I could feel it vibrate the wall that my back was against as I held my breath. Even if I wanted to make a sound, I couldn't. No noise could escape me. My terror was busy holding it in. It seemed to turn side to side, as if in the middle of looking for something. But the creature didn't move in either of those directions, instead choosing to continue to move forward and turn the corner down another hall, allowing me to live to see another day. For the time being, I made an escape while I had the chance, busting out of the entrance to the den and immediately making a mad dash for the left in the lightest footsteps possible. Nearly right after turning the corner, I spotted my camcorder on the floor at the far end of the hall. It had been smashed, with dozens of broken off pieces all over the area surrounding it. All the footage and proof I had were gone. I wasn't aware at the time if there was some way to extract or salvage anything off of it. I could only wonder how pissed my friends would be when I tell them all those short films we created using that thing or toast. But there wasn't much time to mourn the loss of my hard work, so I kept moving. When I made it back to the cylinder room this time, I chose a different path to go down. Last thing I needed was to go anywhere besides the total opposite direction of where that thing was headed. I was now more alert than ever as I trekked through this nonsensical expanse, aware that there was far worse waiting for me in these walls than simple starvation or severe loneliness as a result of isolation. In all honesty, I've always loved my privacy, and being away from others, but not like this. There was more of the same everywhere I went. Yellow walls, white ceiling, and smelly moist carpet. The hum buzz of the lights became a background song at a certain point. I had just accepted the reality that it wasn't going to stop anytime soon. Regardless, I took 3 left turns, then 3 right ones before heading straight for what felt like nearly a quarter of a mile and taking another left. I thought that I was surely leaving the creature in the dust, that it would never find me in this endless maze. But as I was dashing down one of the corridors, I noticed something at the end that caught my eye, something that I thought might be my ticket out of here, my saving grace. So I slowed down, let myself take in a few deep breaths, and tried to get my heartbeat back to a more reasonable speed. I then looked back over at what had my attention, making out what looked to be 2 thin, long objects protruding out from the ceiling. The distance made it difficult for me to make out details in the shapes, but the colors consisted of a dark blue for the majority of these objects' lengths with them, ending in a light brown towards the bottom. "Please," I whispered out loud. "Please," I whispered out loud. "Please let this be it." My predictions were genuinely optimistic. I thought that I'd be able to climb my way out of these walls and be free. But as I got closer, so did the reality of what these so-called objects actually were. It had got to a point where I was only around 7 or 8 footsteps away from these things. And as I looked up, my bottom jaw hung ajar. They were legs, human legs. Legs which protruded from a section of the ceiling where the tile had been removed, although from the looks of it, it was more like violently torn and or busted off. I had morbidly assumed the rest of the corpse was laying along the other tiles within the ceiling. How did I know it was a corpse? Well, it definitely wasn't just the pair of jeans and old boots the legs were covered in, but a foul stench as well. A stench that was irrefutably rot and decay, one that I had only ever experienced when walking near dead animals in the woods near my house. Except here it had been cranked up to 11. I threw my left hand over my nose, fighting the urge to lose my lunch as I looked up in horror. There I was, standing just several feet underneath a pile of rotting meat that was once a fellow human being. A fate that could have just as easily become mine if I didn't get lucky. But what could have possibly done this? Did the creature chasing me possess the ability to scale surfaces? Its anatomy seems to suggest that might be the case. And if it didn't, then that means there was something else I had to watch out for in this maze, the thought of which did nothing to help me feel any better. Eventually, the vomit that had risen its way into my throat had overpowered my efforts to keep it inside. I took my hand away, opened my mouth, and all over the wall. It went, while the smell of rot continued pounding its way to my nostrils. I had to turn back, to get away from it as soon as possible. But just as I regathered myself enough to start running and finding a new way to go, the sound of many rapid footsteps in succession made me quickly rethink my actions. I slammed the brakes on harder than I ever had before, as I heard them coming from around the corner closest to my left. That thing, it was coming back for me. And I'm sure the smell of the body directly above me didn't help much either. I stood there, frozen like the terrified moron I was. Truthfully, there was a part of me that wanted to give up and accept my fate, to let this hell on earth, or wherever this was, kill me and get it over and done with. But that quickly dissipated once I saw one of that thing's legs begin to wrap around the corner at the end of the hallway I was looking at. It was a grotesque, black, almost asphalt-like color, a bit of blood staining the tip that also stained the wallpaper. My fight, or more precisely, flight instincts kicked into gear. I didn't bother sticking around to get a better look at what I knew was a truly horrifying appearance. I turned and ran once more, reaching the opposite end of the hallway in mere seconds, before immediately making a sharp left turn into another. I heard the creature let out a blood-chilling screech as it gave chase, those many legs stampeding along the carpet and walls as it pursued me relentlessly. Any effort to be subtle, quiet, was now in vain. I made a few more random turns both left and right, hoping to confuse the beast. But my efforts seemed to be pointless, as I was still within its line of sight despite what I had done to get out of it. I huffed and wheezed as I looked for anything that could take me to a higher or lower elevation. Stairs, an elevator, a ladder, because I was more than sure I would fall victim to fatigue long before my pursuer did, after a few more twists and turns, endlessly trying to make myself as elusive as possible. I began to slow down as my exhales became quicker. My face went red, and sweat began to drench my face. A stitch in my side began to form as well. I knew that I was doomed if I didn't find anything soon. I truly thought that things couldn't have gotten any worse than the terrifying sequence in which I was currently trapped. But this strange dimension had an excellent way of proving me wrong. Without looking, I made another left as I heard the creature shriek yet again behind me, alerting me that it was still in hot pursuit. I tried my best to keep my pace as I dashed down the hallway I had just turned into, looking at the floor for a few seconds as my muscles ached and cried out for mercy. Even the adrenaline couldn't keep me going forever. When I looked up, however, I was met with the sight of a dead end. No turns or other corridors. There was no way to go but the way I came. I was only several feet in front of the wall that cut me off. I tried to turn and make a mad dash back the way I came, only for the creature to leap out from around the corner and cut me off, forcing me to stumble backward and abandon my decision as I fell right on my ass. Its centipede-like legs wrapped around the wall once again as I reached forward. The creature then begins to move its body from around the corner, revealing more of its appalling appearance to me as I crawled backward in utter disgust. Saying it looked like a mutant centipede would be an insult to such a creature. The entity's skin was a dark, near pitch-black tone of color, with jagged streaks of dirty white patterns running along it that looked more like scars than any sort of natural anatomical patterns. When the beast stood to attention, it had to be well over 7 feet, absolutely dwarfing me as if I were a toddler in the presence of a grown man. The entire perimeter of its actual body had those thin limbs protruding from it, all of them moving in unison with each other. Once again, a few of them still possessed blood on their tips, who I'm assuming belonged to the man I heard die screaming earlier on. The body of the creature was a sharp, rectangular shape. It mostly lacked features, save for the giant, gaping hole towards the top, which I had concluded to be its mouth, one without any teeth. Just a pitch-black, void-esque hole. This thing knew it had me cornered, each end of its mouth contorted in a fashion as if it were trying to smile at me. But it just about lacked the necessary muscle structure to do so. Regardless, it wanted me to know that I was trapped, at its mercy for it to kill me in a gruesome, agonizing manner. I was going to become its plaything, and its food. I still had some self-preservation left over, despite the rational part of my brain telling me there was nothing I could do. But I managed to get to my feet nonetheless, beginning to back up as the creature slowly lurched forward, dozens of its limbs all moving in tandem with each other. "Please," I announced softly, holding my hands out in front of my face as I continued backing up while my legs trembled. And just as I was expecting myself to hit the wall that was behind me, I felt my body suddenly jerk backward, as if I had just been yanked by something powerful. I yelped as my back impacted what felt like a hard carpet surface. And suddenly, things weren't nearly as bright. I pulled my hands away from my face, revealing an entirely new environment around me. A library. Just a plain old library. The walls were just a plain, light brown color. The ceiling was tiled, and there were fluorescent lights, but they weren't buzzing or flickering. The carpet itself didn't feel moist either, just like regular, everyday carpet that was actually maintained. I coughed for a few seconds, trying to comprehend what had just occurred in a fury of confusion, but it clicked soon enough. I had passed through the wall, same way I had passed through the one that had me aimed up in that yellow-colored death trap in the first place. But doesn't that mean the creature could follow me? That single question made me quickly tense my muscles as I prepared to throw myself up to my feet, only to be stopped halfway by the comforting sound of an older woman's voice. "Are you okay, young man?" I turned, seeing several different people all around the library with their eyes on me. Some in lounge chairs reading books, some at the desk in front of computers, and some standing next to shelves with books in hand. I also caught a glimpse of the woman who had spoken, who I had guessed correctly to be on the older side, with long gray hair, wrinkly skin, and dressed in a buttoned shirt and khakis with a pair of thin glasses on. I said, letting out a few more coughs. Everyone shared glances with each other, more than thinking I was in some sort of state of delusion. The older woman informed me that she hadn't seen me enter the library, that everyone had heard a sudden thud, and there I was, sprawled out on the floor and coughing. So she came over to see if I was okay. Police were contacted to come and take me home. I obliged, wanting to make everything as easy as possible after what I had just gone through. But during everything that transpired, the library staff making the call, my parents talking with the officers, all I could think about was that place and that thing. You see, what made it even more confusing was the fact that I entered that place several hours before my parents were supposed to arrive home. Yet, I could have sworn my whole ordeal there lasted no longer than an hour, and I was never knocked unconscious or asleep at any point. Nonetheless, I'm now writing this to try and make sense of what happened to me. But I don't think that'll ever truly happen. I'm sure no one will really believe my story, but it helps to get it out there anyway, for my own sanity. I have my first appointment with my new therapist next week. Not by choice either. Therapy's never really been my thing, but I guess that's what happens when you ramble to your parents about getting stuck in a different dimension and running from mutant creatures with impossible anatomy. Not that I'll even attempt to tell her any of that, although I'm sure my parents might do it for me when first meeting her. But if I've learned anything from all this, it's that I'll never, and I mean never, go near that wall again. Story 8. Forever and always. Everybody loves the woods, until they follow you home. When my father came back from the military, we bought our first house, a boxy, 2-story affair on the woodsy outskirts part of town. I was 12, going on 13 then. Our neighborhood was a little off the beaten path, nestled somewhere between shaded canopy roads and miles upon miles of Tallahassee timber. After school, if I didn't have a scout meeting or any more chores left, I'd hop on my bike to find friends to hang out with. The only rule was to be home before the streetlights came on. Throughout all my childhood, my folks never asked where I was going or what I was doing for the day. Times were different back then, I guess. My summers were spent playing in the woods with my friends. It was the perfect place to turn off the world for a while, like you were miles away from any sort of responsibility. Nothing but dirt and adventure. We played war for hours, following deer trails, bridge jumping into freezing creeks, and always knew to get the hell out of Dodge when riders blasted their way down the trails. The last of us to move always won. Honestly speaking, we were no different from any other group of dumb kids hurting themselves for laughs and style points. Self-injury is the oldest form of amusement, after all, and for a group of skinny, bored desperados, how could we not be just a little bit reckless? Sprained ankles, bleeding arms, and scuffed knees were all par for the course. My friend Joel once pulling a tree branch back and letting it fly straight into the face of Teddy Mare. It struck Teddy so hard his head whipped back, and his lip inflated like a balloon. He lost his last baby tooth that day. Sometimes, if we ever felt up to it, we'd make the trek to Hollow Sink Park to stare at the sinkholes that tourists came to gawk at. The park was littered with them, but we mostly went to see the dismal moth. At least we did until some kid drowned in it. A friend of mine once said he saw the boy's white face staring at him from the black water. I figured he was full of crap. I knew the woods like the back of my hand, and other than a decent escape for us, it had also become a series of shortcuts we could use to reach each other's houses. Lickety-split, hard to get lost if you memorized landmarks and stuck to the damn trail. neglecting that is how most poor souls ended up on the news. One evening, I was with Joel in his garage trying to complete our construction of a bike ramp for the summer. Despite the sky draining to a dense, bruised color, I stupidly let him razz me into staying just a bit longer to get more of the ramp done, not for the looming threat of my old man ripping me a new one. We'd probably have had it all finished, but I waved him off and rode the bike home. I decided to cut through the woods. It was my only chance to beat the automatic circuits of the street lights that were waiting for enough light to disappear. I followed down the path as it dipped into a creek and then smoothed out into a single-track lane. Wet clods flew off my tires as the gears buzzed and jittered along the trail. I was still saving up for one of the fancier rock hoppers that riders used, but until then, my clunky hybrid was enough to get me around. The sun dropped like a beacon in the distance, taking away what time I had left. I had to hurry. I kicked it up a notch, speeding through the trees and the Spanish moss that hung from them like a hippie's dreadlocks. But just as I crested the brow of a hill, I suddenly had to stop. My upper body jerked forward off the seat as I slammed on the brakes and brought myself to a crunching halt along the grit. Ahead of me, just a yard or so away, the body of a white-tailed deer blocked the path. It was lying on its side, all four legs splayed out from under it. The skin had been torn away from its back, leaving the pelt to sag around the exposed flesh, damp with blood. Great chunks of meat were gone, carved out by sharp teeth from whatever had killed it. Somewhere within the ragged, chewed muscle, I thought I could make out the semblance of a spine. A fresh kill. Predators went uncommon here, but they mostly stuck to the human free spaces of the forest. As many times as we explored this place, we very seldom ever saw them. Something moved out of the undergrowth. My eyes snapped toward it. My heels instinctively scraped the earth to back the bike up. A large black hound. It was a mangy-looking thing, romping out of the covert and toward the corpse. A wolf, I thought, as my eyes traced the thickets for any more signs of movement. There didn't seem to be any. Taking no notice of me, the hound bowed its head and began to sink its teeth into the carcass, pulling and tearing off more parts. The hound was covered in tangles of dark, scanty fur. I'd never seen a dog's coat so black, like it was more of a dog-shaped silhouette than anything else. The same pitch as a starless night sky. I backed away slowly, trying to raise as much distance from it and me as possible as I rotated the bike around. A few rocks shifted and scuffed loudly under my tire. I had moved too quickly. The hound reared its shaggy head toward me. I stopped moving. Its body rose up and stiffened. The sides of its dark muzzle quivered. Ropey strings of saliva dripped off its chin, falling over the remnants of what once was a deer's jugular now gripped in its teeth. The hound was big, maybe the size of a mastiff, maybe just a bit bigger. But what sent the ripple of static down my spine was the single white saucer it had for an eye, dead center, bulging outward from the animal's head. The eye held a vague whiteness without any hint of sight. The hound's body lunged forward just as I twisted around and started beating the pedals. I went full throttle, riding the downhill burst at a neck-breaking speed. It's not after you, I told myself. It just wants you away from the deer. It doesn't want you, but it was coming. I knew it was. My bike wavered wildly back and forth along the rugged earth. I was standing up, pumping the pedals madly and forcing the handlebars still, against every instinct not to do it, a chance to look back. It was right on me, closer than I had even pictured. The frothing, grinning teeth were mere inches from the rear wheel. I could see the bits of deer stuck between them. I could even see into that grotesque white eye and the faint, milky pupil staring at me behind the film. From out of its mouth, a pale, ghostly tongue slithered in and out. Despite how close it was, as crazy as this is to say, I could not hear it moving. Its legs, which were pounding into the earth to keep up with me, weren't making any sound at all. No crunching leaves, no haggard panting, just a silent shape drawing closer. I honestly thought I'd gone deaf in the panic. I could smell it, though. The pungent odor of blood and mange. All I could do was push harder, pumping my legs like engines that revved higher and higher. Air battered against my face, none of it making it to my lungs. The trees cinched up in my peripheral vision, like slides on a projector screen. I pulled the phlegm down my throat. I veered to the right, ducking through a ribcage of skinny branches, and then onto a connecting trail. One branch got my cheek, trickling out some blood. I risked another look. My swerve had gained some space between us. "Slip, you lassie," my thoughts cheered as I pushed ahead. Then the world turned. My body was flung forward like a rag doll as I crashed head first into the earth. No chance to adjust or recover. I fell hard. The wind was knocked out of me. Colors and textures became red and gritty. My palms were scraped raw, both knees bleeding. I gathered my bearings, trying to put together what had just happened. My bike was lying next to me. Its old chain snapped completely. The black shape of the hound was growing larger. It hadn't quit. I kicked off the dirt and broke off toward the closest, fattest tree I could find. Luckily, a large enough oak was nearby. I tied one dirt-streaked sneaker against it and pushed upward with the other. My hands stretched and managed to grab hold of one of the overhead branches. I pulled myself up and swung my leg over. At last, the sound reached me. The clack of teeth that barely missed their mark. The hound fell on its side in silence and quickly scrambled back to its feet. "Go away!" I screamed at it. "Go away!" I screamed at it. "Go away!" The hound's face scrunched into a snarl, teeth bared, yet no sound came from it. Foam dribbled over its lips, the gums as white and bloodless as the tongue they shared a space with. Why? Why was it so driven to chase after me? Why was it so freakishly silent? Because it wants to hunt, and you're the next catch, my thoughts answered. I wiped some blood off my cheek, gasping as realization finally caught up with me. I shuffled on the branch, patting down my pockets and turning them inside out. My flip phone was gone. My eyes scanned around for it, eventually finding its clamshell body lying next to the broken chain, left there from my tumble. Frustration flared. I smacked the trunk with the side of my fist, crunching one of the lichen growing there into flaky debris. Nobody knew where I was, save for Joel, who must have known I'd take the shortcut home. Maybe my folks would call his parents to say I hadn't made it back yet. Maybe they'd call the police to come looking for me in the woods. Maybe they wouldn't find me. I shook out the thoughts. Too many maybes. I sighed, wincing at the sting in my palms. At a side glance, I caught something on the tree, carved deeply into its gray bark. No names or initials, just the vague shape of a cat's head. The sun went down as more of the forest lost its color. The black hound paced and panted around the tree, its glare never leaving me. I stared longingly at the rocks surrounding us, wishing I'd been able to grab a few before climbing so that I could peg them at its face, especially at that single cyclops eye, a deformity, I thought, thinking of all the different sorts of birth defects, like two-headed snakes or an eight-legged goat. Still, that didn't explain how the hound was so unnaturally muted, quiet as a ghost. Night had now set in. The dark shape appeared to finally lose interest and vanished into the brush. I'd like to say I waited an hour longer in that tree, but it was probably closer to 20 to 30 minutes that I scanned the area restlessly, slowly building up the bravery to leave my roost. Somewhere beyond the thickets, a distant owl shrieked. A distant owl shrieked. I was ready. I made my way carefully down and planted both feet on the ground. It provided some relief, like I was one step closer to putting this all behind me. I made the few paces to my phone and scooped it off the dirt. The screen beamed with dull lights. 10 missed calls from home. No doubt, they were waiting to discipline me when I got back. But that was the least of my problems. I arched my finger to return the call. Something fired out of the darkness. A flurry of silent, thrashing legs, and a pallid, sickly orb pulling closer. I threw myself toward the tree, practically launching myself with each step as I beat desperately toward it. My hands once again gripped the branch, and I hoisted myself up. This time, I was too slow. Fangs found my leg and buried themselves deeply inside. Pain welled, shooting up in an erupting flare through me. Branches and leaves meshed in my vision. Branches and eyes meshed in my vision. I let out an agonized cry. The bark splintered into my fingers, but I didn't dare let go. Somewhere in my mind, I pictured a bear trap clamping its iron teeth into Bambi. The hound, now balancing on its hind legs, shook its sizable neck muscles, trying to twist me back toward the ground. Its teeth dug further through the nerves, sending a flurry of pins and needles surging up my leg and scattering around my hip. With everything I could, I mustered my free leg up and kicked at its muzzle with my heel. Through some cosmic mercy, its jaws released. I swung my body the rest of the way up and planted myself back where the height favored me. Dark blood dripped down my leg and rolled over my sneaker. The pain heaved in waves and hot pulses. I buried my face against the gnarled bark and cried, not wanting to look at the wound, but I forced myself to peek at it. The teeth-shaped grooves left me lightheaded. Don't faint, I snapped at myself. Don't you dare faint. I looked down. My phone once again lay on the ground. I couldn't help but cry some more. The hound sat there and stared up at me, its bulbous, cyclopean eye marking me in a world without end. Fresh blood. My blood, this time, reddened the foam around its snout. It had waited the whole time, queuing itself up for me to let my guard down so it could take me out. I wasn't just trapped up there. I was a bird with a broken wing. Thank Christ. The hound couldn't climb. I bit back the tears, trying for a moment to picture myself acting tough in front of the guys. It helped somewhat. I resorted to calling out for help, hoping that, just by chance, someone might hear me and come looking. The hound once again vanished into the tree line, but I knew there wasn't a chance in hell I was going down from the tree again. I could still feel the beast there, watching me from the bracken, waiting with tireless patience. For the rest of the night, I smacked away the gnats and mosquitoes trying to eat me alive. Can't say I blame them. I was probably a smorgasbord for their tiny alien mouths. I was cold, scared, and hurting. Every so often, another spasm of pain would shoot through my leg and fill my head with chilling thoughts. Nerve damage. Infection. Amputation. What if I could never run after this? What if there was nothing after this? It was impossible not to think about. Every time the panic flared back up again, I would scream and shout for help until my throat went dry. Desperately breathless, an eternity passed. The sky shifted into an orange-blue tone. Sunrise was on the way. Enough sunlight now began to brighten the forest. I fell back on shouting for help. Everything hurt, and a tempting need to vomit roiled in the pit of my gut. I clung to the tree and shouted whenever enough air allowed it. "Hey, everything okay?" a man's voice eventually called. I looked down. There was a young couple parked on waspy yellow bikes, both of them wearing bright lycra jerseys. They'd happened to be riding the trails that early morning and heard my cries. "Kid?" the tallish man called again. "Are you okay?" "There's a dog," I shouted back. "Watch out." Both their necks swiveled but then returned to me. The man approached my tree. The braided-haired girl remained on the trail, watching cautiously. I expected the one-eyed dog to burst through the growth at any moment and fall upon the man, while the woman recoiled in horror. But nothing happened. The hound had apparently gone away. They took me to the hospital. I got several stitches for the bite, a tetanus shot, and the first of a scheduled series of 5 anti-rabies shots. I was half expecting to still be re-aimed by my folks for putting myself in that position, but they were just happy I'd made it back home. Going from offender to survivor will do that for you, even as my friends ribbed me. calling me scared. I refused to ever step back into that God-forsaken place. For the next 3 or so years, I dreamed about the hound. But in my dreams, I would never make it to that tree. My bike would fall apart. My legs would seize up completely. And even if I did reach the tree in some cases, the feeble branch I grabbed would snap and send me falling back into the jaws that wanted my life. In the summer of 2000, I went to prom with Riley Dean. She was a timid girl, surprisingly skittish for a cheerleader. We were absolute opposites, and, to be honest with you, I never thought she'd say yes when I asked her to go with me. Halfway through the night, she couldn't find her inhaler. It had been left in my car. I set out to get it for her. I made my way across the parking lot, pulled the keys out of my pocket, and fiddled with the lock. From under the car, something snapped in my leg. I fell back onto the pavement, my hands and ass breaking my fall. A black shape sprang forward from beneath the car and seized the cuff of my dress pants. It was back. The hound, that same oily fur, the wriggling, slinking, white tongue, and that one hellish eye holding no signs of life. I screamed and kicked frantically, blubbering for help like a lost child. My pants' fabric ripped in its teeth. It launched again, this time finding flesh instead of polyester. The pain ripped through me, sending me 5 years back, to that night in the woods, screaming for help. Some people heard the commotion and ran over. The hound unclenched its teeth and ran off into the distance. I stared at the new ring of bite marks etched into my leg. Marked once again. An ambulance was called, and poor Riley Dean's prom was cut short by an ambulance ride for her prom date. I wish I could say that it was some sick stroke of bad luck, that I just so happened to run into the same dog that had attacked me years earlier. But it was more than that. It took me 2 years after the second ambush to realize it. I moved out of Tally and went out of state to pursue college. I couldn't afford to live on campus, so I ended up leasing a small place in a close enough town. The house had already been pre-installed with motion lights outside. One night, while I was in the kitchen, I saw that the backyard sensors had gone up. Figuring it was a cat or some other small critter, I went to check it out. I opened the back door and looked out. What I saw made the glass of water slip from my hand and clatter onto the floor. All I could do was stand there, the inner parts of my throat seizing up and choking me, the sharp, mangy smell finding my nostrils again. Trauma always finds a way to come home. The hound sat in my backyard, back once again to take another piece out of me. Its mouth open in a teeth-baring growl, never to make a sound. I'm not finished. Its large, lifeless eye said, "We aren't done yet." The scars on my leg burned, marked forever and always. I closed the door, locked it, and walked upstairs to my bedroom. There was not much else I could do. For half a moment, I actually thought about calling animal control and telling them a rabid dog was loose in my yard. But the beast would be gone by then. It was always gone by then. The hound has come several times since then, bounding at me from a dark alley, leaping out from behind a tree, a shadow forever hunting me. And just how long until it bursts out of my closet, gunning for my neck? I've since bought a pistol, and the loaded chamber never leaves my side. Who knows if it'll even do anything to that thing? But I'll die before it ever manages to catch me off guard again. Sometimes I even think about going back to Tally, where I know more kids are surely playing around those woods. Exploring places, running to things they shouldn't. Go home. Stay out of the woods, I'd shout at them. Stay the heck out of those woods. The story of Windsor Castle. A hollow glass, deep in the trenches. Wow. Wow. No, es. As. Oh! Story 9. Wounds. His hazel eyes skimmed over the words for what he knew had to be the 20th time. His pupils darted back and forth over the lines, dancing rhythmically as they flowed toward the bottom of the page yet again. Braxton could feel his heartbeat quicken with each successive pass over the words. Small beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, causing it to glisten under the soft, white light shining down from above his head. He felt a sudden pain in his jaw. He unclenched his teeth, which had tightened without his realizing it, relieving the growing pressure in his jaws. He could feel a low tremble building within his muscles, a product of the fear that was beginning to course through his veins, turning his blood icy. He inhaled deeply, holding it momentarily before releasing it in a powerful whoosh. He closed his eyes tightly. He stood like that, motionless for almost a full minute, the only movement coming from his fingers, which ran lightly over the pale white sheet of paper with the typed message. He listened to the low shh sound that wafted up to his ears from the paper. Before realizing that he was doing it, Braxton tore the paper in half and crumpled the two pieces into a tiny ball and hurled it across his small living room, where it bounced lightly from the wall and fell behind the tattered couch. Braxton put his face in his hands, tried to regain his composure. Tears of fear and rage stung the corners of his eyes. He let out a scream, which was muffled by the palms of his hands. He raised his hands and ran his fingers roughly through his dark hair. His mind reeled at the implications contained within those now crumpled words. Questions clouded his thoughts, prohibiting any course of action from being taken. Where did this letter come from? Who brought it? How did this person get in and out of his house? And most importantly, how did this person know the things that they did? Hadn't he always been careful? He'd always been careful. He had always planned meticulously, hadn't he? Braxton felt his knees tremble slightly as his legs tried to give out. The room tilted to the left as a wave of lightheadedness washed over him, almost sending him to the dirty yellowed linoleum floor. He reached out blindly, grasping until his fingers found the purchase, feeling the smooth, yet slightly bumpy texture of duct tape. He slid the bar stool, well past its best days, towards him, scraping his palm on a torn piece of the vinyl cushion as he did so, and dropped down onto it. Using the first two fingers on each hand, he rubbed his temples softly, trying to focus. This person obviously knows me, he thought. Somehow they know things that they have no way of knowing. In all the time he had led his double life, carrying out his acts of mischief. To him, it was merely mischief. To others, it was far more serious. He had never slipped up. He never spoke of his deeds. Under no circumstances did he keep souvenirs or trophies. A single camera, Polaroid or otherwise, was never used, and every single field trip that he took was at least 3 hours away from his home. He always did the proper reconnaissance beforehand, checking the weather, traffic flow of the town, and the habits of the local civilians. So how could this person possibly know what they do? Braxton opened his eyes and sat upright as a sudden revelation. What he knew to be nothing but pure truth dawned on him. The thought came with such ferocity that it almost bowled him over, literally almost knocking him to the floor as he sat up straight. It's a hoax, he thought. Someone broke in and left that note because they thought that it would be funny. It just struck a nerve because, by some stroke of luck, the house they chose happened to contain a resident with secrets. Braxton stood up and began pacing the length of his small house. He nodded thoughtfully as the idea worked itself out within his mind. He slowly convinced himself that this could be the only plausible explanation. The idea that someone might know who he actually was inconceivable. It was downright ludicrous. What did the note really say, anyway? His train of thought continued as he stepped out of the shower and began to towel himself off. I know exactly who you are, and exactly what you've done. Well, that was just too vague for his taste. If anyone really knew anything, they'd say something to prove what they knew, give an example to authenticate. Despite his best attempts to reassure himself, Braxton found himself obsessed with the locks, certain that he had forgotten to lock one, leaving him unable to go to bed. He walked through the small, two-bedroom house, checking each lock, trying to raise the window afterwards. Once he had made his rounds, he began at the beginning once more, double and triple checking the locks. Stop, he screamed to himself on his fourth pass through the house. This is insane. This type of scared, nervous behavior is the intended result. I once succumbed to that. Now, it's time to go to bed. Leave the locks alone. And, surprisingly enough, he was able to do just that. He curled up in his bed, grasping his pillow in a tight embrace, and drifted almost immediately to sleep. He slept that way until he awoke the next morning, when he was greeted with absolute terror. The thin band of yellow morning sunlight slowly stretched across the bed from the crack in the curtains as the sun rose. Braxton rolled over, still clutching dearly at his pillow, shifting the light into his eyes. His eyelids fluttered lightly as he gingerly rose from his sleep. He yawned loudly and stretched, groaning as he did so. His back popped audibly, and he chuckled at the thought of his age finally beginning to catch up to him. Good morning, Braxton, a gruff male voice said from behind him. Braxton flipped over quickly and scrambled away from the intruder. Reaching the edge of his mattress, his hand slipped, sending him toppling backwards. His head made a hollow thunk as it connected with the floor. A piercing pain tore through his mind, and he could feel a trickle of warmth that he assumed was blood begin to run down the back of his head and neck. He pushed the pain aside, focusing his attention on the sudden unwanted guest. Who the hell are you? He wanted to scream. He wanted to shout at the intruder, to demand answers. He opened his mouth to do just that, but only a small squeak managed to escape his throat. Instead, Braxton did the only thing that his body would allow. He continued backing away, relishing the illusion of safety that the distance managed to bring, until his back hit the wall just 3 feet away. He stared at the intruder, eyes wide. His breath was harsh and ragged. He inhaled deeply, unable to control himself. A wave of lightheadedness filled him, the quick, panicked breaths threatening to lose consciousness as he hyperventilated. Calm down. The stranger instructed, you shouldn't lose consciousness right now. We have some things to discuss, you and I. I would think that it's in your best interest to pay attention. The stranger sat in the old leather chair in the corner of Braxton's bedroom. He was lounged back comfortably, legs spread wide, elbows resting on the arms of the chair. A sense of utter calmness radiated from him, as though breaking and entering was the most natural act in the world. A pair of smoky gray eyes stared out from behind the black ski mask that he wore. His eyes were cold, calculating, showing no remorse. Light glinted from the scalpel that he held in his hands as he twitched it absent-mindedly. Who are you? Braxton's voice cracked and quavered, despite his best attempts to keep it level. That isn't important. The stranger leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. You may call me teacher, for I am here to educate you. Braxton's mind reeled. He fought desperately to understand the situation, but comprehension stayed just beyond his grasp. His face twisted into a look of confusion. You have led a horrible life, the stranger continued, seeing the bewildered look that Braxton wore. Your education will be one to show you the consequences of such a life. That is why I am your teacher. It has fallen upon me to show you the error of your ways. Braxton opened his mouth to protest, to deny the allegations that had been laid at his feet. but immediately closed it. A single sound unuttered when the stranger raised his hand and shook his head. The gravity in the intruder's movements said all that he needed to know. There was no lying his way out of this, no quick thinking, followed up with expertly chosen words, would convince this threatening persona that he had broken into the wrong house, chosen the wrong pupil. Instead, Braxton remained silent. What the stranger said next was enough to confirm both his conclusion and his worst fears. August 10th, 1994, he began. You were 10 years old. In those days, you had an affinity for fire. That night, you snuck out of your window, a box of matches that sat on the mantel in hand. You wandered the streets for over an hour before finding the right location. It was a small wooden house a few blocks from your own. You struck the match, using it to light a pile of dried sticks and leaves that you had placed by the front door. Braxton's eyes continued to grow as he listened to the details of his life being recalled to him. The interloper spoke in a monotone voice, reciting the tale as if he were reading from cue cards. When the pile was lit, you rang the doorbell and ran. What you were unaware of was that an elderly woman lived there, all alone. She had taken out her hearing aid before bed, so she didn't hear the doorbell. It didn't take long for the old, dried wood to catch fire, quickly setting the house ablaze. The woman died in her bed. She never had a chance. The teacher stood up, staring down at Braxton with reproach. That was the first person to die at your hands. But it wasn't the last. Although it was an accident, you found that you had a taste for murder. You craved it. It became an addiction. Your own private heroine. He began to pace slowly around the room, hands resting behind his back, his empty hand clasped loosely around his wrist. The time has come to right the wrongs. Now is the time of your redemption. How do you know all this? The terror rang through clearly in Braxton's words, teeming behind each syllable. I don't think that really matters. Do you? The fact remains that I know. I know each and every detail of your horrid actions. Everything. He stopped pacing and stared down at Braxton, his cold eyes studying him calculatedly. Braxton felt as if those eyes saw past his outer appearance. It was almost as if they peered beyond the physical and into the metaphysical, into the nature of his soul. How else would he know such things? Those were things that no one had any way of knowing, or even had any right to know. The black ski mask shifted, and Braxton knew that the man was smiling beneath that layer of cotton. I even know about the man that you planned to kill when you took your vacation from work in 2 weeks. You planned to do it slowly, to try out torture for a change. His voice was grave. Braxton knew that the smile he wore beneath the mask was only for show. Perhaps it held back that raw emotion that he could sense lying behind the words, waiting to break forth. Listen, he continued. A middle-aged, mid-level executive at a pharmaceutical company. He's a lonely man, but a good man. He gives regularly to charity, volunteers at a homeless shelter 2 weekends a month. You intend to subdue him at his house, keep him in his basement, and slowly torture him until he begs for death. Braxton was taken aback. The precision in these accusations was uncanny. It just wasn't possible. What was going on here? Was this strange person some sort of demon sent to punish him for his deeds? How could he know things that he had only thought of? Things that had never been voiced aloud, let alone written. His eyes shifted upwards. He was just beneath his bedroom window. The bed separated him from the stranger. If he were to act quickly, he could be on his feet and dive through the window before the intruder had time to react. Braxton shifted his weight. His muscles tensed, prepared to move as soon as the opportunity presented itself. I don't think that it would be wise to try and escape. It was almost as if he had read Braxton's mind. To do so would only cause me to chase you. That would anger me. Anger could cause me to skip to the last lesson of your education. The lesson reserved for the possibility that you cannot or will not learn the others. Death. He was stuck, and he knew it. Braxton decided on an alternate route. Simple denial. He licked his lips. Fear had sucked the moisture from his mouth, leaving only the horrid taste of the morning breath in the barren wasteland. That was his oral cavity. He took a deep breath. Here goes nothing. You've got the wrong guy. He began. He no longer tried to hide the fear that drove his stammering words. Fear was good. It could destroy someone's resolve. This he knew from experience. In the beginning of his mischief-making career, he had almost allowed several victims to slip through his grasp due to the weakening of his resolve from witnessing their absolute horror. He could only hope that the same was possible in this situation. I don't know why you think I've done these things, but you're mistaken. He worked up some tears, letting them spill over and slide down his cheeks. He breathed in deep, wet sobs. The stranger was over the bed in a flash, almost a blur of movement. He pressed the sliver of metal that was his scalpel blade, an eighth of an inch thick and sharpened to a deadly precision, against Braxton's neck. Braxton didn't need to see it to know that the blade was just above his carotid artery, the blade digging into his flesh. Only a bit more pressure, probably less than a foot-pound, and the vein would slice open, and he would bleed out in just a matter of minutes. Do not test me, the stranger commanded through clenched teeth. His face was inches from Braxton's, close enough that he could feel the weak puffs of breath, muffled by the mask. I am giving you an opportunity to make amends, to rectify the wrongs that you have committed. Try my patience, and I will kill you in ways so efficient that your final thoughts will be amazement at my prowess. Do you understand? He pulled the blade from Braxton's neck, revealing the thin cut that had been formed in his skin, a solitary bead of blood welling up. Yes, Braxton stammered. Very well. The stranger stood straight. He stared down at his pupil. Sit on the bed. We've wasted enough time. Your lessons must begin now. There are 3 lessons for you to learn. The teacher said once Braxton was situated on the foot of the bed. He stood across the room, leaning against the wall directly opposite Braxton. He had once again resumed the twirling of the scalpel. Whether his intention was to intimidate him, or if it was just a nervous habit, some deep need to keep his hands busy, Braxton knew not. Physical, mental, and emotional, he continued. We can tell what are their eyes. Whenever you commit your heinous acts, you inflict pain of tremendous magnitude in these 3 areas on not only your victims, but their loved ones as well. It is for these reasons that you shall suffer greatly in these 3 areas. Do you understand what you are being told? Braxton nodded his understanding. He stared at the teacher with a blank expression. Some part of him was still unable to accept that this was really happening. That part screamed that it wasn't possible, that it was, absolutely had to be, a dream. I will not administer these punishments. The teacher went on to say, just as you administered this pain to your many victims, your tasks will be set before you for you to accomplish on your own. Once these are completed, I will take my leave of you, permanently. I will return later, whether it be tonight, tomorrow, or next week. You will not know. You have until the sun sets to complete the tasks I have given you in their entirety. He crossed the room in a few quick strides. He leaned down, putting his face directly in front of Braxton's, his hands resting on his bent knees. The anger in his eyes had dissipated, leaving only the gravity of his message. I cannot impress upon you enough the severity of the punishment should you fail to do as I have instructed. There is no escape from this. There is no easy out. You must follow the instructions to the letter. I will know if you do not. If you fail to do as I have asked, I will be forced to teach you the fourth and final lesson. Braxton, although terrified by what the answer would be, had to ask, what's the final lesson? The answer should be obvious. Your education will end in the same place that your extracurricular activities did. Death. Tears began to stream down Braxton's face in thick rivers. He could feel them plopping gently onto his bare skin as they fell from his cheeks to his bare chest. Why are you doing this to me? His voice was thick and watery. Why did you do what you did to the others? You must reform. You must learn the error of your ways. If you do not, you cannot be allowed to continue to inflict this pain on anyone else. It ends today, one way or the other. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out 3 envelopes. In thick, black ink, a number was printed in the center of each. He handed the envelopes to Braxton, who made no move to take them. Take them, he commanded, his voice deep and guttural. Tears fell with a renewed vigor as Braxton raised a shaking hand to receive the proffered envelopes. He wiped away the thick liquid that was running freely from his nose. Sunset tonight, the teacher reminded him, contacting the police will do nothing more than waste the precious time that you have. The fourth lesson will only be prolonged until they're no longer protecting you. Like I said before, there is no escape. With that, he turned and left the room. His movements were quick and soundless, fluid and graceful. Braxton sat, motionless, for almost a full minute. His entire body felt numb. Had that really just happened? If it weren't for the envelopes that he held in his hand, and the steady throb in his skull from falling from the bed in his mad scramble away upon awakening, he would be inclined to think that it hadn't. Without moving his head, he cast his eyes downward in a desultory manner. He stared at the envelopes, seeing them, but still unable to feel them in his hand. Still in a daze, he stood and walked into the kitchen. Pulling up a battered stool, he sat down at the counter and placed the envelopes on the counter before him. Spreading them out, he looked at each one closely. There was nothing extravagant about them, nothing more than plain white envelopes. The numbers that had been printed on them were sequential, numbered 1 through 3. He ran his fingers over the face of each envelope, then circled back, picking each one up and feeling it individually. Each of the 3 seemed to contain a single sheet of paper, bearing almost no weight whatsoever. The thought crossed his mind to call the police. He dismissed this quickly, not seeing any way that this wouldn't bring his favorite pastime to light. They would need an explanation, some reason as to why the psychopath had chosen him as a target. At best, the police would have no evidence, but would watch him carefully from now on. That would mean that he would have to quit. He didn't think he could. Murder was like a drug, and he was addicted. Yes, he had found his own private heroin without the use of a needle. Well, sometimes needles were used, but never on himself. He couldn't help but smile at his own little joke. He scooped up the envelope embossed with the number 1. May as well get this over with. He glanced up at the clock on the stove in the kitchen. It read 8:07. He thought that the sun was setting around 8 p.m. That gave him about 12 hours to do whatever needed to be done. That should be plenty of time, right? He twirled the envelope in his hands for a moment, hesitating, before finally ripping the end off and sliding out the paper. He unfolded it quickly, his eyes widening as he read the words. Mental before their deaths. You, intentionally or not, put each and every one of your victims through a rigorous mental torture. In the time before their deaths, they battled with themselves over several issues. Why was this happening to them? What had they done to deserve such a fate? And most importantly, whether they would live or die. It is your turn. You know why this ordeal has been set before you. You have even been given the reason that you deserve this fate. Whether you live or die is completely up to you. In essence, your mental task is quite easy compared to the trials of your victims. It is a challenge of memory. I want to see how much respect you have for your victims. This could possibly take all day, or it could take no more than an hour. To complete, it all depends on you. Do you remember all of your victims, or are they nothing more than tools to help you get your next fix, used and then discarded from both mind and memory? We shall see. Your 8th victim. Do you remember her? Do you remember where she lived? In that location, her husband will be at the library all day. If you can get to him, find who he is, and confess every deed that you inflicted upon his wife to him, you may move on to the next task. He is well aware of your coming and the information that you bring to him. There are no cameras in the library. Your identity will be safe for now. Braxton put the paper on the counter. He felt a burning in his chest and realized that he had forgotten to breathe. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Was he really meant to confess to the husband of his victim? Very well. If that was how it was to be, then so be it. The name of his 8th victim jumped to his mind instantly. Tabitha Kinchin. He knew the names, faces, location, and how he disposed of each and every one of his multitude of victims, as unlikely as that may seem. From the moment that he had decided that he enjoyed killing and wished to pursue it further, he knew that he would never take a trophy. That would be reckless. It served as nothing more than the noose that tightened should the authorities ever catch wind of what was happening. No, he would not be so careless. Instead, he trained himself to remember each detail with clarity, should he ever feel the need to reminisce, which he did frequently, as most do. All he had to do was look within himself, to experience that joy and exultation once more. Braxton threw on some clothes, a pair of faded jeans, and an old t-shirt. He grabbed a second shirt as he walked out of the bedroom. He grabbed his keys from the hook by the door and left his house quickly. At this early hour, it took only 20 minutes to reach the small town where he had first spotted Tabitha. She was early in his career, before he had established his 3-hour boundary line, back when he was so naive as to think that he couldn't be caught, that he was smarter than the police. He had escaped capture and imprisonment several times before he rethought his plans and strategies, turning him into the efficient, ghost-like killer that he now was. He parked his vehicle around the block from the library's entrance. You could never be too careful as to who saw you coming and going. Grabbing the spare shirt, he tucked it into his back pocket snugly. He walked casually around the block and into the library. He saw Tabitha's husband almost instantly. He had watched the two together many times before he had ever approached her for the first time. Eating dinner, leaving the movies, strolls through the park, once they even forgot to shut the curtains in the room, and he watched as they made love. He watched as they made love, watched for only a moment. He wasn't a pervert. He never touched or raped his victims, male or female. Even if he hadn't previously known who to look for, he would have been the obvious choice. The 10 or so years since Braxton had last seen, the man had not been kind. His face had a sallow, sunken look. His pale skin was hidden behind his mangy beard. His eyes still appeared to hide the grief of his loss, and darted around the room suspiciously, waiting for the one who would be approaching him. His dark hair was long and unkempt, probably hadn't been brushed in ages. The clothes he wore were wrinkled and stained. Braxton thought that if he walked closer, he would pick up the aroma of body odor and despair. He tapped his foot rapidly and constantly wrung his hands together nervously. Braxton cocked his head to the side as he watched. Was the plan to make him feel guilty? If so, it wasn't working. He had learned how to turn off his conscience many years ago. Yes, he was barely a teenager when he stomped on his Jiminy Cricket, squashing it out of existence forever. He looked around until he found the sign that he wanted. He walked up to the anxious fellow. Without breaking stride, he nudged him with his foot as he walked by, grabbing the man's attention. Bathroom? Now, Braxton told him, and headed towards the bathroom sign that he had spotted. He never stopped to look back. The fool would follow. He was pushed by the unknown, too driven not to. Braxton swung the door open. satisfied that the bathroom was empty. Never too cautious, he walked down the aisle of stalls, pushing the doors open one at a time. At the end, he turned, watching the door and waiting patiently. "Lock it," he told the grief-stricken husband as he entered the bathroom. The man did as he was told and turned to face Braxton. "I was told that you know what happened to my wife." His voice was anxious, his words eager for the answers that he had waited almost a decade for. "Who told you that?" Braxton asked. The odds of this guy knowing were slim, but hey, it was worth a shot. He shrugged. "I never met him. He called me and told me that if I wanted answers, I needed to be here all day, that the one with the answers would be meeting me." The pain in his eyes had faded now. In its place was a desperate need for closure, almost a sense of pleading. Oh, closure. Almost a sense of pleading. "Please tell me if you know." "She's dead," Braxton said coldly. "Her body is buried 5 miles north of here, down a small road. Tinkerton Way is the name. On your left will be a field. In that field is a small copse of trees in the northeast corner. She's buried in the center of those trees." The man wore a look of bewilderment. "How could you possibly know that?" "It's easy," Braxton smiled smugly. "I put her there." In a flash, the man was across the bathroom. He attacked without warning. Although he knew he should have been expecting it, Braxton was caught totally off guard. The man's haggard, weak appearance had been deceptive, and he had been lulled into a false sense of security by it. Perhaps he was only fueled by hate and pain, but Tabitha's husband's strength and speed had been well hidden beneath that exhausted exterior. He crossed the bathroom in a few short strides. Before Braxton knew what was happening, the man had his shirt firmly clenched in one hand and was swinging fiercely with the balled-up fist of his other. Braxton's vision blurred as his head was jerked to the side from the force of the blows. Bursts of light exploded across his field of vision. Braxton felt unconsciousness closing in, reducing his vision to a tiny prick of light as the darkness consumed him. As a volley of blows landed with concussive force, Braxton went limp. The assailant released him, allowing him to slump to the floor in a heap. He could feel the heat rising from his battered face. His eye was already beginning to swell, leaving only a small slit open. He could feel his mouth and cheeks expanding as the puffiness began to break forth. Blood flowed freely from his nose, and a small rill poured from his burst lips. The taste of copper was strong in his mouth as it filled with blood. He could feel a prominent sting on his cheek. Reaching up with a shaking hand, he felt the slice that had opened just beneath his eye, causing him to wince as he drew his hand away. Tabitha's husband, Charles, if he recalled correctly, stared down at the murderer, the one responsible for the rapid decline in his life, the loss of his beloved. Hatred filled his every feature. It teemed behind his eyes, waiting to be unleashed. He backed away from Braxton, never taking his eyes from the injured man on the floor. He looked down, examining his bloodied knuckles, his face twisted in a hateful sneer. He stared at his wounded hand for a few moments, then allowed his eyes to slowly drift back up to Braxton. Braxton felt a new sense of unease as he made eye contact with Charles. The hatred that was contained just behind his eyes was now gone. It had been replaced with something else, something fearsome. It was filled with something that Braxton knew quite well, an emotion that he had become well acquainted with over the years, like an old friend. Those eyes were filled with murder personified. "Why?" His voice was harsh and ragged, strained through the exertion of his screams, mouthed through gasps of air. "What did she ever do to you?" His eyes were brimming with tears, glistening under the fluorescent lights. Braxton stared vacantly at him. "Answer me," he screamed, his face flushed with rage, turning it a deep maroon. Veins bulged and throbbed beneath his skin. He began to tremble uncontrollably. He lashed out, kicking Braxton with all his might, connecting with his ribs with a hollow sound. Braxton grunted painfully. He looked up at Charles, the anger that resided within him always waiting to surface, began its ascent. It longed to be let free. It yearned for it always. There was no reason, he said defiantly, spitting his mouth full of blood onto the floor. I was searching for a victim. She caught my eye. There was nothing more. There was nothing more. Charles' eyes widened in disbelief. He was clearly taken aback. His voice was full of incredulity. A bewildered look dawned on his face. He stared out blankly, his eyes empty. No reason. He was talking to himself more than to Braxton. His words distant and almost dreamy. It was nothing more than wrong place, wrong time. He looked back down at Braxton. Get up, he commanded, his voice stern and cold. As Braxton clambered to his feet, he reached around his back, pulling out the kitchen knife that he had concealed in his waistband. Braxton stood, wobbling uneasily. His eyes widened as they rested on the knife, glinting in the light. He opened his mouth to protest, but closed it before he made the first sound. Nothing he said would alter the course of events that were about to transpire. I've waited for this for almost 10 years, Charles said matter-of-factly. He watched the light flash from the blaze. He twirled it in his hands. Without warning, he lunged at Braxton, brandishing the knife before him menacingly. Braxton jerked sideways in a swift movement. He grabbed Charles' wrist tightly and pulled. Charles' eyes went wide in shock at the swiftness of Braxton's movements. Had he not just been staggering, practically unconscious on his feet? With a measured, precise movement, Braxton snapped Charles' wrist back, forcing the hand open. The knife fell from his grip and hit the floor in a clatter. A yelp of pain escaped Charles' lips. Grabbing Charles by the back of his shirt collar, Braxton slammed his head down on the sink with a loud, hollow clink. Blood began to pour instantly from his forehead, rushing out in torrents. He threw Charles to the floor and stood atop him. "You want to know what happened to your damn wife?" he said. His voice shook with fury. That familiar warmth washing over him finally released from its confines within Braxton's mind. He kicked Charles in the ribs with all his might, relishing the sound of pain that wafted up to his ears as he did so. Braxton turned and picked the knife from the floor. He held it out before him as he turned around. "How about I just show you? You look like you've been in so much pain, like you've missed her so very much. What if I help you get to her faster?" Braxton bent down over Charles, who was still dazed from the blow to the porcelain sink. His eyes struggled to focus, barely remaining conscious. He fingered the tip of the blade idly, flipping the knife in his hand with the ease of a seasoned chef. He traced it down Charles' torso, feeling it drag across each of his ribs, bumping slightly. With his free hand, Braxton covered Charles' mouth as he slid the blade between his ribs. Crimson roses began to bloom on Charles' shirt as blood escaped from the fresh wound. Charles' body strained against the pain as the cold steel slid deeper into his body, his cries of agony muffled by the hand covering his mouth. Tears began to flow freely as Braxton dragged the knife across his midsection, widening the wound. Braxton's eyes lit up, the pain in his face forgotten in the ecstasy of the kill. "I'd love to stay and play," Braxton said into Charles' ear. "Really, I would, but I'm on a bit of a schedule. Give Tabitha my best when you see her." With that, he slid the blade across Charles' neck and stood. He listened to the gurgling of Charles drowning in his own blood with a pleasure that he couldn't obtain by any other means. Grabbing Charles' shirt tail, he meticulously wiped away any fingerprints that he may have left on the murder weapon and dropped it into the restroom's wastebasket. He turned and began to wash the blood from his face, gingerly, wincing at the tenderness of his swollen, battered face. Grabbing the now lifeless corpse beneath the arms, he dragged it into the last stall, propped it on the toilet, and swung the door closed. After wiping any traces of blood from the floor and disposing of the blood-soaked paper towels in the trash, he washed his hands, dried himself off, and reached into his back pocket, removing the extra shirt that he had thought to bring from home. He removed his bloodied shirt, placed it in his back pocket, and put on the fresh one. He walked briskly to the car, careful to watch his pace, lest he should attract attention. The body would be discovered soon enough. He didn't want to give anyone a reason to remember him at all. The bruised face that he now wore was bad enough. Idiot, he thought as he pulled away from the curb and merged into traffic. I was supposed to die here. That idiot that broke into my house set me up to be killed. It was just as well that it had happened. Now he knew how the game was to be played. The rules weren't as he thought them to be. As he thought back, he realized that the teacher hadn't mentioned any rules. It was his own assumption that there had been any, and that assumption had nearly killed him. This new knowledge may not change anything. He was at an obvious disadvantage, but now he knew to watch himself more closely. Braxton was still fuming when he pulled into the driveway. He stormed into the house and went directly to the counter. He picked up the next envelope, the second of his 3 tasks. He ripped the end of the envelope away madly and slid out the paper, unfolding it. Physical, you have managed to complete and survive the first challenge. You are proving to be a formidable adversary. There may be hope for you yet. Do not boast. The game is still in its adolescence. You still have 2 lessons awaiting you. Throughout the course of your murderous career, you have inflicted an incalculable amount of pain to your victims. To finish this task, the pain that you inflict must be upon yourself. You may have noticed the scale that I have placed on your table while you were out. Braxton turned and looked at the table. A feeling of apprehension built within him instantly as he saw the scale, and found that the teacher was indeed speaking the truth. He dreaded the lesson that lay before him. His eyes returned to the paper in his hands. On one side of the scale is a 1-pound weight. The other is empty, as you have no doubt seen. Your task is to balance the scales, should you desire to keep your miserable excuse for a life. I expect a pound of flesh placed in the scale to counterweight the lead weight and balance the scales. The choice is yours. Braxton sat frozen, reading and rereading the second letter. Did the stranger seriously expect him to do such a thing? He crumpled the paper into a tight ball and dropped it onto the counter. He glanced at the stove. It was now just after 10 o'clock. Less than 10 hours left. He slammed his fist on the countertop in frustration and let out a pained yell. How had things come to this? How did this complete stranger know so much about him to put him in such a position? Braxton walked to the table and examined the scale. There was nothing spectacular about it. Silver, plain, devoid of any ornamentation or engravings. They reminded him of the scales held by Lady Justice on the walls of every courthouse in America. Yet, despite their plain, simple appearance, they held within them the power to induce dread and malice, both of which Braxton felt as he stared dumbly at the magnificent artifact that held such a significance in his life at this moment. Dread due to the inevitable pain that was sure to follow as soon as he managed to work up the nerve. Malice for the so-called teacher who had placed him in such a position. Braxton's eyes narrowed as he focused on the small lead weight on the left side of the scale, a nondescript square with the number 1 carved into the side. It wasn't the weight that caught his attention, but the small white triangles that protruded from beneath. He took hold of the objects, the corners of some paper clippings, and pulled them out, looking them over. They were articles that had been printed from the internet. No, articles wasn't the right word. Obituaries. That was what they were. He thumbed through the papers, eyes skimming over the words. Each person had died a sudden and mysterious death, but, strangely enough, foul play hadn't been considered in the cause of death. That would mean that the teacher was either a terrific liar, or, even worse, he was a superb killer. Braxton laid the 5 slips of paper on the table in front of the scales, spreading them out evenly before him. He stared at them, bewildered. He didn't know what to make of them. Were they meant to be warnings to do as he had been told? A clever ruse intended to push him further along this twisted game? Undoubtedly, the teacher knew that he would be apprehensive with this lesson, more willing to risk himself rather than inflict the torturous pain that was intended. No, he said to himself. pushing the obituaries away roughly. "I won't do it." As if on cue, the telephone rang. The sudden chirping sound was a cacophony in the still air of the silent house. Braxton started, a small yelp escaping from his throat. He stared at the phone speculatively as the ringing continued, echoing through the rooms. After several moments, he reached out tentatively, his hand shaking slightly, and grabbed the handset. "You wouldn't be thinking about crying off, would you?" a gruff voice asked, before Braxton could speak. "I would highly discourage such a course of action." Braxton couldn't speak. Try as he might, his mouth wouldn't form the words, leaving him silent. Instead, he stared silently at the scales on the table as he listened to the teacher speak, his words cutting into Braxton's psyche like a straight razor. "Did you not receive the articles that I left for you? There's no use denying it. I know that you did." The teacher chuckled maliciously. "I suppose that you have reached the conclusion that I had nothing to do with the demise of the subjects of the articles, that it's nothing more than a clever trick to goad you into playing along, furthering your education." "I can assure you that this is not the case." Braxton was finally able to find his voice. "That's exactly what I think, you idiot." An exasperated sigh traveled across the miles through the telephone wires and escaped through the speaker. "Such vile language is really not necessary." Braxton pulled the phone from his ear and stared at it incredulously. "Was this guy serious?" "You set me up to be killed," he screamed into the receiver. He could feel his temper rising uncontrollably. At that moment, there was nothing that he'd rather do more than get his hands on this self-proclaimed teacher. He had been caught off guard on their first meeting. It wouldn't happen again. The teacher ignored this remark, instead continuing with his train of thought. "Let me ask you this. When you consider all that I know, the great lengths that I had gone through to enlighten you and change you, do you doubt?" Braxton considered these words in silence. He wished that he could disregard the words, but deep within himself, he knew it to be true. If he wanted to survive this ordeal, he had no choice but to follow the teacher's directives. If he was going to live, he was going to have to suffer. While he came to this conclusion, he failed to notice that he was now alone on the line. The teacher had left him to draw his own conclusions and decide his own fate. The images flashed across the mirror in a blur as Braxton opened the medicine cabinet. He had made his decision. As much as he despised the thought, the teacher was at an obvious advantage. He seemed to know everything about him, while Braxton knew nothing of the teacher. This being the case, he had no choice but to endure the two lessons still set before him. He rummaged through the medicine cabinet, pulling out various bottles of painkillers and setting them beside the sink. The teacher had set the task before him, this twisted game for his amusement. But he had said nothing to the effect of Braxton not dulling his pain. And he intended to do just that. He knew he had to be careful. He still had another task beyond this one, a third envelope yet to be opened. He needed to remain in full control of his faculties. Braxton poured out 5 of the strongest pain pills that he could find into his open palm. After eyeing the pills for a moment, he reconsidered and poured 5 more into his hand to join the others. He shifted the small white ovals around in his palm with his finger, hesitant to take them. To do so would be the first step in a chain of events that led to his own agony. On the other hand, he knew that he was wasting valuable time. To hell with it, he thought, and popped all 10 pills into his mouth at once. He chewed them up, grimacing at the chalky, bitter taste that filled his mouth. He grabbed the bottle of vodka that he had set next to the sink and put the rim to his lips. Tilting the bottle up, he gulped down the alcohol, relishing the slow burn that replaced the taste of the bitter paste in his mouth. He gulped loudly, watching the bubbles rise in the clear liquid, loud glugging noises sounding out with each gulp. He pulled the bottle from his mouth, gasping for breath and fighting the urge to vomit. Braxton flexed his grip on the knife that he held in his hands. The pills and alcohol had taken effect, blurring his vision and numbing his senses. Had he not seen the handle of the knife firmly within his grasp, he wouldn't even have known that he was holding it. He swayed slightly on his feet as he stared at the scales on the table. 1 pound. That's what the note said. He could do this. He felt that he had sufficiently worked up the nerve to cut himself, and his body was almost entirely numb. Time was ticking away, 1 second at a time, bringing him ever closer to that dreaded deadline and the consequence that was promised after. So why was he just standing? Why wasn't he getting down to the horrific act before he started to sober up and feeling began to return? He had drunk too much. He knew it. He had wanted to dull his senses, and in that, he had been successful, but he had forgotten to take into consideration the common side effect of alcohol. It had entirely slipped his mind in his panic, until now. Alcohol thinned the blood. That was why it gave the illusion of warmth when swallowed on a cold day. If he were to begin carving himself up right now, bleeding to death was a very real possibility. The last thing he wanted was to exsanguinate. Suppose his plan hadn't worked as well as had intended. What if he were to lose consciousness, the pain too unbearable, before he could tend to the wounds? Why, he would never reawaken. Instead, he would be found later on, probably once his rotting carcass had begun to smell. Its putrid stench of decay finally reaching the neighbors. The police would find his bloated, fly-infested corpse lying in his dining room in a large pool of dried, tacky, congealed blood. What choice did he have but to risk it? 1 o'clock was quickly approaching. He had watched the time whittle away as he attempted to inebriate himself and build the courage to do what had to be done. If he were to reconsider this course of action, he would have to spend hours waiting for himself to sober up. The day would be almost complete, and his life with it. No, he had made his decision. Now he had to live with the repercussions. Hell, if he died, at least he did so with the knowledge that the teacher hadn't been the one to kill him, at least not directly. He pulled his shirt over his head and sat it on the table, firm in his resolve. With his free hand, he grabbed the skin at his side, pulling it away from his body. He took a second to muse at this. He had been trying to rid himself of his love handles since he had started to gain them at age 25. Now, he finally was. He shuddered at the thought. Before he could begin to falter, he plunged the knife into his skin, trying to best to stay as close to his ribs as possible, although deadened, his nerve endings screamed as the steel pierced its way through them, severing them, and out of the other side of the grasped flesh. Braxton let loose an agonized wail, his teeth clenched together tightly, his jaw throbbing, slowly building to a steady ache. He felt his knees try to buckle, and remained standing by a mixture of stubbornness and sheer force of will. The thinned blood began to pour freely from the wounds, obscuring his view of the pained area, poured down his side in torrents, soaking his jeans, spreading the warmth across his body, and began to pool at his feet, spreading in crimson waves, staining the cracked linoleum floor. He began the sawing motion, feeling his skin tearing as the teeth of the steak knife tore his flesh free from his body. Tears streamed down his face profusely. Braxton bit his bottom lip so hard against the pain that the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. Lightheadedness washed over him like a tidal wave. His unconsciousness sought to take hold. Blackness began to seep into his field of vision, narrowing his sight to a small pinprick of light. He fought back against his body's natural defenses against such agony. The pain was unbearable, nausea building within him until he vomited. The remains of the vodka and stomach bile splattered down his chin and chest, finally landing on the floor where it mixed with the blood like some new age piece of art. He felt warmth spread across his groin as his bladder released, but he pushed on, continuing the ragged plastic surgery, his own do-it-yourself liposuction. His hand shook uncontrollably as he raised it to the scale. Blood dripped freely in small rills from his stained fingers. Braxton had gone white, His skin paled from loss of blood. His breathing was sharp and ragged. Sweat poured down his face, mixing with the rivulets of tears that still streamed from his bloodshot eyes. He uncurled his trembling fingers, dropping the hunk of flesh into the scale. Braxton waited impatiently while the scale teetered back and forth. He grabbed his shirt from the table and held it to the large patch of exposed muscle and ribs. Blood poured freely from the wound, soaking his shirt quickly. His body cried out in horror at the torture it had endured. He felt his strength leaving him. If he didn't stop the flow of blood, and soon he was going to die. But first, the scale. Braxton blinked rapidly at the scale, his eyes refusing to focus. Relief surged through his body as he noticed the tray that held what had been his side moments ago was resting just a bit lower than the side with the weight. A small sense of elation manifested itself within him. It was a small victory, one that could cause his demise in the end, but it was a victory nonetheless. He pushed the feeling aside, focusing on his dire situation. He had to tend to his side, and soon, even if he managed to not bleed to death, he still had infection to worry about. That could wait, he chided himself. First, the bleeding. Braxton staggered to the bathroom, dragging his body along the wall for support. A large swath of blood trailed behind him on the walls, dripping down in small rills like a scene from a horror movie. He could hear small patters as blood dripped from his body and splashed on the floor. In the bathroom, he pressed a towel tightly to his side and wrapping it tightly around his midsection, stringing it around his body and tying it to keep it in place. He winced, groaning in torment as the coarse fibers of the towel dug into his wound. He stared down at the makeshift bandage. Small roses of blood began to bloom, then stopped suddenly. Satisfied that the injury was sufficiently tended to for the moment, Braxton made his way back into the kitchen. He sat at the counter, head still spinning, and grabbed the last envelope. His fingers left crimson smudges on the crisp white envelope. With a deep breath and a sustained effort from his numb, clumsy fingers, he ripped the envelope open. His eyes fought to focus, trying to make some sense of the blurred, jumbled letters on the page. Emotional to be reading, this means that you have endured much pain and suffering. Have you learned from the lessons that I have been trying to impart upon you? Have you taken to heart all that I have tried to impress upon you? I hope you have. I truly do. I commend you for making it this far. You are a far better pupil than any of my previous students. Your resolve is to be admired. Should you have chosen to put that determination to better use, no one would have been able to hinder your progress. Alas, you squandered your life through your misdeeds. The time has come for your final task. Over the years, your actions have made you an emotional terrorist to your victims and their families. Fear, despair, terror, hope. Your deeds have caused the multitudes that you have touched to experience these emotions, plus scores of others. Now, it is your turn. It is you who will feel the despair and hopelessness that you have been so quick to impart upon others throughout the years. You must turn yourself in to the police. Do this immediately and completely. Confess to every death, every act of violence. You will spend your remaining years in prison, but your conscience will be clear. I implore you to consider this course of action and see that it is the right thing to do. Not only because your life depends on it, but because it is truly right. Make no mistake, you have no true choice in this matter. To go against these words is to sign your death warrant. Tucked away behind bars is the only place where you will ever truly be safe. Braxton allowed the paper to slip from his grasp and watched as it wafted to the ground, his eyes drawn to the drying blood on the sheet. He dropped his head into his hands. What was he to do? If he did as he was instructed, he would die in prison. If he didn't, he would either be slaughtered by the teacher or spend his life running, constantly looking over his shoulder. He had the distinct impression that he wouldn't be running for long. The teacher knew things that he had no way of knowing. Braxton didn't trust that he wouldn't seek him out in time. He had no choice. He wanted to live. There was only one option. Braxton stood on the sidewalk, staring up at the police station, trying to work up the nerve to enter. As he stood there, blood pooling at his feet, a steady throb in his side, escalating to a searing pain as the pills and alcohol worked their way out of his system. He thought about the course his life had taken, the decisions and actions that had led him to this point. The first death at his hands had been an accident. Of that he was certain, until he realized how easily he could get away with it. Not to mention the rush of pure adrenaline that came from taking a life. He had never even considered murder as a hobby. Once he had taken that first life, it had become an addiction. He had never had a twinge of guilt in all these years. He never stopped to consider the pain and anguish that he caused others. Did he regret what he did now? He wasn't sure. Maybe he did. Then again, maybe it was just that he didn't want him to die or go to prison. Either way, the teacher had made his point. He had gotten what he intended. Braxton was no longer in the business of murder. He had retired. He only wished that he had decided to do so earlier. With a deep breath, Braxton walked into the police station, his haggard, weakened body fighting to stay upright. As he entered, he failed to notice the man standing to the left of the entrance, staring intently at him with a pair of smoky eyes. He was smiling contentedly at a soul that had been touched and reformed. The teacher pulled a photograph from his pocket and stared down at it. The subject of the photograph was his next pupil, a young woman who he thought could still be saved. He tucked the photo back into his pocket and began to walk down the sidewalk, off to prepare his lessons for his next student. The story of Windsor Castle, a hollow glass deep in the trenches. Yes. Story 10. Walking the line. I awoke in a standing position, my eyes suddenly shooting open, and my legs weakening as I began to stumble. I panicked as I felt myself falling forward, instinctively reaching out to grab the nearest thing to hand, which happened to be the shirt of the guy standing in front of me. "Watch it, buddy! Watch it, buddy!" he exclaimed in annoyance, although the mystery man did take hold of my arm and shoulder before helping me to steady myself. "Are you okay?" he asked sympathetically. "Yeah, I think so," I replied through trembling lips as I tried to get my bearings. "Well, just keep your cool," he instructed. "And, whatever you do, don't step over the white lines." I didn't understand what he meant, but then I adjusted my eyes and surveyed the scene around me. And what I saw was a vision of hell. I hadn't seen the face of the man who'd helped me, but when I looked up, I could make out the back of his head in the darkness, and realized he'd turned around after assisting me, now facing forwards. Darkness was all around me, but there was a dim illumination on the ground which I stood upon. 2 lines of white light about 3 feet apart, one to the left of me, and the other on my right. I remembered what the man had told me a moment earlier, warning me not to step outside of these lines. I didn't know what he meant, but somehow realized this was probably good advice. I creaked my head to one side, looking over the shoulder of the man ahead and seeing a line of people standing in front of him. A long, single-file queue of shadowy figures stretching for several hundred yards up what appeared to be a slight elevation. All stood within the 2 white lines, which seemed to operate like some kind of emergency lighting. And at the top of the queue of unidentified figures was a doorway of bright, almost blinding light, a literal beacon in a sea of darkness, inviting, a literal beacon in a sea of darkness, comforting, and offering a glimmer of hope in what otherwise seemed like a dangerous situation. I didn't understand what this place was or why I was here, but in that moment, I believed the shining white light ahead was my salvation. There were dozens, maybe hundreds of people standing in the queue in front of me, and I couldn't move past them without stepping outside of the white lines. I shook my head, experiencing an almost crippling anxiety as my mind raced to make sense of this inexplicable situation. I opened my dry lips and struggled to speak. addressing my fearful question to the anonymous man in front of me. What is this place? How did we get here? He didn't turn his head to face me, but the man did respond. You see the white light at the front of the line? He asked in a surprisingly calm voice. Yes, I confirmed nervously. Well, look behind you, he instructed. I was terrified but needed to know the truth, and so I turned my head, making sure to keep my footing and stay within the lines as I did so. Directly behind me stood a woman about 5'5" tall. I could barely make out her features in the dark, but in any case, her head was down, and it appeared she was unconscious. She was sleeping while standing up, just as I had been only moments before. I guessed this was the same for every person in the line, and that we had all been unconscious when they brought us here. But who had done this to us, and why? I decided this was a question for later. I suppose I should have paid more attention to the sleeping woman behind me, and if I'd done so, I would surely have recognized the young lady. But my attention was drawn to the scene beyond her. I soon realized I was standing in the middle of a long queue which stretched back for at least several hundred yards and sloped downwards, and at its end was the polar opposite to the light before me. At the very bottom of the line was a swirling vortex of crimson red, a terrifying portal to Wezero knows where, so vile and sinister that I couldn't bear to look upon it for more than a few seconds. If the light before us offered hope and salvation, the blood-red whirlpool surely represented doom and despair, and the mere sight of it chilled me to my very bones. I turned back around, muttering a profanity under my breath as my body shook. It gets worse, the man in front said ominously. Look ahead. I creaked my head once again and saw a terrifying scene unfolding. I guess another man had suddenly woken up like I had, but he didn't react well to his surroundings. I watched in awe-struck horror as the darkened figure stumbled, swearing as he put his foot forward and stepped outside of the white lines. Someone else in the queue tried to stop him, reaching out to grab the disorientated man whilst shouting, "Don't do it, man! We can't leave the queue no matter what." But the well-meaning person's efforts were in vain, as the man he was trying to save ignored the warning, slapping his hand away while shouting, "Get away from me, you damn freak!" And then he put both feet across the line on his right-hand side and walked out into the darkness. I say dark, but I could still make out his shape once he was over the line. He was a big guy, over 6 foot in height, and well built. I guess he didn't scare easy and thought he could find a way out, but he didn't get far. I guess he was about 10 yards out before they got him. Thankfully, I couldn't see much in the dim light, and it all happened so fast. The creatures that emerged from the black void were horrifying, imp-like demons the size of grown men, but with eyes which burnt a deadly shade of red, and with claws and teeth like those of the deadliest predators. There were 3 monsters in total, and they all roared like lions, moving so rapidly as they surrounded the doomed man and tore at him with their long and sharp claws. Their victim screamed in absolute terror as the monsters ripped his clothes and skin. Next, the horrified man tried to fight and make his way back to the relative safety of the queue. But soon he was knocked over and seriously wounded by a deep slash along his back. Even then he didn't give in, crawling along the hard ground as he desperately cried for help. Not one person attempted to reach him, however, as all remained frozen to their spots. And of course, he didn't make it. A moment later, one of the demons grabbed him by the legs, pulling his body away from the line as he screamed, and tried in vain to dig his nails into the ground. Before long, the monsters and their victim disappeared into the darkness. We could no longer see them, but we did hear the vicious attack reaching its horrifying conclusion. The doomed man screamed louder as his predatory attackers growled with sadistic glee, and then I heard the appalling sounds of skin ripping, bones cracking, and finally what I can only assume was the noise of the monsters feasting on his still warm flesh. What the heck? I swore aloud. I retched, feeling like I was going to be sick. But nothing came up. Panic soon spread along the entire line, as people reacted to the vicious killing we'd all just witnessed. Some deteriorated into screaming hysterics, whilst others fell into themselves, whimpering or quietly praying under their breath. But all were in agreement on one point. We must not step outside of the white lines. Stepping out of the queue meant certain death, while within the lines we were safe, for now at least. I shivered as I tried to come to terms with the extreme violence I had just seen. It seemed like the temperature had suddenly dropped, or perhaps this was just my brain's perception. In any event, my mind was now racing, and I wanted to ask 100 questions at once. I noticed how the man in front of me had hardly reacted to the savage attack. It was like he'd expected it to happen. I also recalled how he'd helped me when I first woke up, but I was still to see his face, and even now he would not turn around. He'd been the one who'd warned me about the rules, and that simple advice had probably saved my life. Nevertheless, I had the distinct feeling that his faceless man knew more about our situation than he'd shared thus far, and so I was determined to ask him further questions. But before I got the chance, I was disturbed by a soft cry from behind me. I jumped in shock and turned around, almost accidentally putting my right foot over the line before I stopped myself. Once I'd turned, I saw the woman behind me slowly falling, and I reached out to catch her, taking hold of her slender body and helping her back up to her feet. I felt a familiarity as I held her in my arm. Perhaps it was her scent, or maybe my muscle memory. But then she lifted her head and met my eye, and I almost jumped out of my skin once I saw her face. "Sally," I said in astonishment, as if my eyes were deceiving me. "Joshua," she answered weakly, as she opened her eyes and slowly adjusted to our new environment. I saw her dark hair tied back in a bun, her soft skin and expressive green eyes, and knew it was indeed her. And Sal's presence in this hellish realm brought the terror I felt to a whole new level. I held on to Sal's body as she regained her composure, and continued to do so until she was able to stand on her own 2 feet. And I was still thinking of what to say as I looked into her frightened eyes, and a flood of old emotions came back to me. Some good, others bad. In the end, I could only repeat the crucial advice I'd been given, saying, "Don't step outside of the lines, Sally. Whatever you do, stay inside the lines." Sally looked up at me in confusion, and I was prepared for a stream of follow-up questions which I likely couldn't answer. But before we got the chance to speak, the man in front of me spoke, asking, "Do the two of you know each other?" Yeah," I answered without thinking. "Sally and I used to date." "Interesting," the man replied without elaborating. He was still facing forward, and so couldn't have seen Sally falling into my arms. He must have been reacting to the sound of our voices and eavesdropping on our conversation. Meanwhile, Sally adjusted to our terrifying situation, looking ahead at the light and back towards the vortex. Her reaction was much the same as mine, as I saw her face contort with horror and confusion. "Where are we?" she asked, looking to me for answers. "That's what I'm trying to find out," I replied, before turning back towards the man in front. "Hey, buddy," I said, "you know our names. How about you tell us yours?" The man still refused to turn his head, and he didn't speak for a long time. But finally, he did answer my question, saying, "You can call me Milo." "Okay," I replied hesitantly. The name rang a bell somewhere in the back of my mind, but I didn't dwell on it. "Well, Milo, how about you tell us what the hell is going on?" I demanded. "What makes you think I know anything?" he replied cryptically. I think you know more than you're letting on, I said. You told me about the lines after all. Fair enough, Milo admitted. I know some things, but not everything. He paused before continuing. You wake up in this queue, standing between the white lines. You know what happens when you step outside of them. Sally didn't, not yet anyway. I was grateful she'd been spared the sight of the savage killing. What are those things out there? I asked, although a part of me didn't want to know the answer. Milo shrugged his shoulders but still didn't turn around. Can't say for sure, he said. They could be demons, monsters, aliens, or genetic mutations. In the end, it doesn't really matter, does it? I know they dwell in the darkness all around us, and they see everything. For whatever reason, they can't step inside of the lines. We're safe from them as long as we stay in the queue, but if we enter their domain, they'll slaughter us without hesitation. I turned to Sally, seeing the fear in her eyes. That's a look I hadn't seen in a long time, and hoped I would never witness again. I put a hand around my ex's shoulder to comfort her, but she pushed me away, and I was forced to remember why we'd broken up in the first place. I put this to the back of my mind, however, instead focusing on my inquisition of the faceless man in front. So, we're trapped here? I asked fearfully, the desperation now evident in my voice. Oh, no, Milo answered in an almost flippant tone. I'm afraid you don't understand. The queue won't remain stationary. When the trumpets blow, we move forward. One at a time, when the trumpets blow? What the hell did that mean? I thought about it for a moment, before I realized the implications of what Milo was saying. You mean we move towards the light? I asked, hopefully. I knew little about our situation, but surely the white light at the top of the queue was our chance at salvation. Yeah, that's what happens. But there's a catch. Milo said. What do you mean? I demanded in angry frustration. You'll find out soon enough, was Milo's typically evasive response. I opened my mouth to speak again, but then I heard it. The trumpets, blaring from who knows where. A deafening and terrifying sound which blasted out from the darkness, seemingly surrounding us on all sides. Both Sally and I collapsed down to our knees, covering our ears with our hands in a futile effort to drown out the awful din. I felt the pressure building inside of my skull and thought my head was going to explode. But thankfully, the trumpets stopped after a few moments. And then the line started to move. I looked forward and saw the figure at the front of the queue stepping into the light. His dark silhouette emerged as he raised his arms and cried out in glorious ecstasy, gladly allowing the portal to transport him to another realm. And with that he was gone, freed from this nightmare, and surely now safe from the monsters which dwelt within this dark hellscape. Wow! I expressed in amazement, but, like Milo had warned us, there was a catch. Suddenly, we heard a blood-curdling scream from behind us, a cry of abject terror emitted by somebody in mortal danger. I swiftly turned my neck, seeing how Sally was already facing in that direction. My eyes widened in terror as I saw the man at the back of the line, his body being physically sucked into the swirling vortex of crimson red. He continued to scream as his legs were pulled inside, and soon he was up to his waist, reaching out desperately and digging his nails into the frozen dirt beneath him. Please, please, help me, he cried. He cried! There was a woman ahead of him in the line, and, to her credit, she did try to help. Reaching down, she grabbed his hand tightly, but the pull of the hellish vortex was too great. Within minutes, she lost her grip upon him, and the man was sucked through the portal. I remember the look on his face the second before he disappeared into the abyss, his eyes so wide and his mouth frozen in a silent scream. And then he was gone. The middle-aged, slightly overweight woman who tried to save him suddenly cried out, as something inside of her just broke. I can't do this. I can't be here, she exclaimed, and, before anybody got the chance to stop her, the frightened woman did the worst thing imaginable. She stepped over the white line. There was nothing we could do but watch as the poor woman attempted to run into the darkness. Inevitably, she didn't make it far. The attack didn't play out like the previous time. She wasn't set upon by a gang of savage monsters, but instead confronted by a single creature, which suddenly emerged from the black abyss to block her path. The woman just froze, stopping dead in her tracks as she stared into the monster's burning red eyes. She was seemingly unable to flee or fight, as if the beast had her under its terrible spell. My jaw dropped as I observed the unreal scene. For a moment, I naively thought she might be okay, and that the monster would actually let her live. But then, in a single rapid and brutal action, the beast raised its muscular arm and thrashed out with its claw, easily cutting the woman's jugular wide open. She grabbed at her throat as blood poured from the gaping wound, and soon collapsed heavily to the floor. Her body continued to thrash as she choked on her own blood. But a moment later, and the beast leaned down and grabbed hold of her hair, dragging the slowly dying woman into the darkness. "Oh my God!" Sally cursed under her breath, and I couldn't utter a word. This was the second person I'd seen slaughtered by the monsters stalking the shadows. But it didn't get any easier. Frightened murmurs and the occasional scream went along the line as all present reacted to the horrors we'd just witnessed. Those who hadn't seen the deaths firsthand no doubt heard about them from their neighbors in the line, and the panic spread like wildfire. Still, I noted how Milo had not reacted at all to the bloodshed. Still, I reckoned he must have eyes on the back of his head, and perhaps he'd seen it all before. Nevertheless, a mysterious companion was able to provide an explanation of sorts. That's the catch I was telling you about. They let one person pass into the light whenever the trumpets sound. But there's a price to pay. One goes into the light and the vortex takes one from the back of the line. That's the way it works. Suddenly I felt cold all over. I was sure the temperature had dropped since I first regained consciousness, although this was the least of my worries as my exhausted brain attempted to process what Milo had just told us. I'm sure Sally was doing the same, as she remained silent for the time being. Although I could hear her clicking her tongue, a habit she did when nervous or stressed. I glanced ahead and behind me, once again confirming that we stood roughly in the middle of the long, single-file queue of people. If what Milo said was correct, one person would reach salvation at each trumpet blow, while one would simultaneously be sucked into oblivion, or whatever the hell lay on the far side of that damned portal. Assuming this twisted process continued, the line would gradually grow shorter as more people left the Shadowland, and in the end we too would discover our fate. I felt a vile sickness in the pit of my stomach as my whole body shook. I didn't know what to say next, but it was Sally who broke the silence. "Hey, Milo, that's your name, right?" she shouted over my shoulder. I saw Milo nodding in confirmation, but he still wouldn't turn to face us. "You know, you still haven't answered Joshua's question. You didn't tell us where we are and why we're here." Milo snorted before replying. "Like I said, I don't know everything, but I guess I've been conscious to our situation for longer than the two of you. During that time, I've come up with a couple of theories." "Like what?" Sally demanded. I could tell she was becoming increasingly impatient. We'd been split up for 2 years at this point and hadn't spoken in nearly as long, but seeing her again in this dangerous and terrifying situation made me realize I still had feelings for her. Milo eventually replied in a matter-of-fact tone, with no emotion evident in his voice as he spoke. "Well, one possibility is that we've been kidnapped or abducted by some malicious person or persons." "What's the last thing you remember before waking up here?" I tried to think, realizing there was an unexplained gap in my memory. "I remember driving," I said uncertainly, and then everything went black. This didn't make sense. Had I been in an accident? If so, why didn't I recall a crash or collision? I have the same memory," Sally muttered nervously. I glanced back at her in confusion, only to find she wouldn't meet my eye. This revelation confused me even more. Sally and I hadn't been together. We hadn't even seen each other in 2 years. What were the odds of us both being involved in car accidents at the exact same time? And all this talk reminded me of the incident which had led to our breakup in the first place. I'm sure Sally was thinking the same thing, but we both promised to never speak of that night again. So, if we were abducted, then who has us? Sally continued. And why are they doing this to us? That's the $1 million question, Milo replied. It could be aliens, I reckon. Or maybe it's the government running this psychological experiment. Or some sick billionaire who tortures people for fun. But of course, there is another possibility, one which is more supernatural in origin. I stared at the back of Milo's head in astonishment, irritated that I couldn't see his face and tell whether he was serious or not. There was a tense pause while I waited for Milo to elaborate. But to my surprise, it was Sally who spoke up next. You mean that we're dead? She said ominously. That every person in the line is deceased and trapped between heaven and hell. Her chilling words hung in the air as we considered the terrifying inference. It's a possibility that's occurred to me. Milo responded dispassionately, breathing life into the horrific theory. So, if we really are dead, Sally continued, the white light means salvation, while the whirlpool means eternal damnation. Milo didn't answer her question, but the conclusion Sally had come to seemed like an obvious one. Still, there was something which I just couldn't understand. But the people at the front of the line are guaranteed to reach salvation, while those at the rear will surely get sucked into hell. I exclaimed, why are some saved and others doomed? I waited for an answer, but a moment later, and the trumpets sounded once again, forcing us to cover our ears and making further conversation impossible. And of course, the whole ritual played out again, as a solitary figure gladly walked into the light, while the poor sap at the rear was pulled into the whirlpool, screaming in abject horror as the vortex took him. The line had become slightly shorter, and it was now clear to everyone standing in the queue what was going on here. The fear in the icy cold air was palpable, and soon the line behind us descended into panic and chaos. I heard shouts and screams, looking back over my shoulder to see violent scuffles breaking out, as desperate souls tried to fight their way forward and put as much distance as possible between themselves and the vortex. The results were tragically inevitable. The white lines were only 3 feet apart at most. If people had been more cooperative, they could have slipped past one another and reorganized the line in a sensible manner. Nobody wanted to be left at the back of the queue when the dust settled, and so fights broke out, desperate struggles which resulted in several people being thrown over the lines on either side. And of course, the monsters were there waiting. A dozen or more demons emerged from the shadows, roaring with fury as their red eyes burned with an intense hunger. The scene which followed was worse than anything we'd seen thus far, as ravenous monsters greedily tore into their near-helpless victims with claws and teeth. I couldn't bear to watch and so turned around, but I could still hear the screams and the awful sounds of ripping and tearing. Thankfully, the massacre soon ended. I guess that those at the back of the queue realized it was futile to try to fight their way forward, and so they stayed within the lines where the demons couldn't reach them. But suddenly, a horrifying thought crossed my mind, and I turned to speak with my ex-girlfriend. Sally, who is standing behind you? I asked in a panic. It's okay, she replied. There's a woman behind me, but she hasn't woken up yet. Her head's down and her eyes are closed. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Sally was safe. For the time being, at least. What about you, Milo? I said, addressing my question to the faceless man ahead of me. He replied firmly, I know how to look after myself. I'd little doubt this was the case. And of course, Milo was ahead of us in the queue. None of us said anything for a time, But once again our attention was drawn to the front of the line, where there was an unexpected and gut-wrenching development. We heard the sounds of an argument from the two people at the head of the queue. A man and a woman, by the sound of their voices. Their conversation was muted at first, but soon grew louder. Enough so that we could hear from a couple of 100 yards away. I don't know whether the two knew each other outside of this hellscape, but they were having a heated discussion, with the man wanting to take action and the woman being against it. Finally, the man cried out in defiance, shouting, "Screw it! Screw it! I'm not waiting a moment longer. I'm going through." With that, I saw the man charging towards the white light, determined to make it into the portal. But what happened next was horrific. The man didn't pass through a porous membrane like the others. Instead, he charged into a wall of flames, screaming in total agony as his skin and flesh burned fiercely. As within seconds he was engulfed by the unholy inferno. His body reduced to mere ashes. The man's female companion yelled out in grief, and the rest of the line fell into a chilling silence. "We've all got to follow the rules," Milo muttered solemnly. "There are no shortcuts." For once, I understood what he meant, and my jaw dropped when I considered what had just occurred. The man at the head of the line had suffered an agonizing, fiery death, and all because he was impatient. If only he'd waited until the trumpets blew, he would have safely crossed over to paradise. Slowly but surely, the line moved forward. We were now one step closer to salvation. But no one was likely to make the same mistake. Nevertheless, the situation continued to develop in an unexpected way. We heard muttered chatter from all along the line, dozens of separate conversations, but which surely related to the same topic, survival. And then something extraordinary occurred. People began to swap places in the queue voluntarily, carefully pushing past each other whilst ensuring that nobody stepped outside the lines. There weren't many changes to the prearranged order, but there were some. And these transfers were apparently done after mutual agreement and without the threat of violence. I was astonished, particularly when I saw the bald-headed man who now took the unenviable position at the very end of the line. But he did not seem afraid of his imminent damnation. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the cold ground, his form illuminated by the burning red of the vortex. I watched as he closed his eyes and remained perfectly still, as if in a deep meditation. I couldn't understand why at the time, but he seemed to have accepted his fate. And with that, the ominous trumpets blared, drowning out all other sounds as the now familiar cycle played out once again. I guess the woman at the top of the line had recovered from seeing her male companion burnt alive, because she slowly and carefully stepped into the light and safely passed through to the other side. And meanwhile, the bald-headed man at the rear maintained his monk-like composure right to the very end. He didn't fight or even scream when the vortex sucked him in, and his limp body disappeared into apparent oblivion. I shook my head in disbelief. It was clear that something significant was happening here, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was and how it impacted on us. But Sally was quicker off the mark, which I suppose I should have expected. She'd always been smarter than me and knew how to cope in a crisis situation. I'd learnt as much during the incident 2 years before. Still, as well as I thought I knew my ex-girlfriend, I never could have predicted what she'd do next. "Hey Milo, how are you holding up?" she said suddenly. I looked over my shoulder in confusion, only to see my ex giving me a knowing look. I'd seen that look before and knew what it meant. Sally wanted me to trust her and keep my mouth shut, and so this is what I did. I suspected she wanted Milo to turn around so she could make eye contact. But by now I knew this wouldn't happen. For whatever reason, our mysterious new friend was determined to keep his eyes facing forward. "I'm doing just fine," he answered, a response which struck me as odd. "Why do you ask?" Sally seemed frustrated by Milo's reply, but she persevered nonetheless. "Well, I feel like the three of us are in this together," she said. "But we know nothing about you, Milo. As you know, Josh and I were in a serious relationship. Things didn't work out, but we're still close, and we share custody of our son. I spun around in shock, opening my mouth to challenge my ex, but when I did so, she shot me a hard look and raised a finger up to her lips, silently telling me to stay quiet and go along with this. Obviously, Sally was lying. We never had a child together. We talked about it, but our relationship ended abruptly soon after the incident, and our dreams of having a family died at the same time. But now Sally was claiming we had a son together. I didn't understand why she made up this fictional child, but I soon found out. "You have a son?" Milo asked hesitantly. "Yes," Sally replied without delay. "His name's Kevin and he is 2 years old. A real rascal sometimes, but he's as sweet as punch." I was shocked by how deeply invested Sally was in this lie she'd manufactured from thin air. It was frightening how she was willing to add details to make it sound more convincing. I was driving to pick Kevin up from my parents' house when all this happened. I just hope he's not too upset and wondering where his mommy is. She let this sentence hang in the air for a moment. I guess for the maximum emotional impact, I couldn't bear to look at my ex-girlfriend and didn't wish to be part of her deception. And yet I couldn't bring myself to speak out against Sally, because I realized I still owed her a massive debt. Milo hadn't responded verbally to Sal's words, but she eventually followed up with a question. "Do you have children, Milo?" she asked purposefully. Milo's reply surprised me, because his usual cool demeanor broke down and he suddenly became upset and angry. "No," he spat. "I never had any kids. My wife and I wanted to, but we never got the chance." I think Sally was taken aback by his emotional response, but she soon regained her composure and continued with her ruse. "I'm really sorry to hear that, Milo," she said, in what I knew was mock sympathy. "But we do have a baby boy, and in a situation like this, don't you think parents should get priority?" All of a sudden I got it. I guess I was slow to understand what my ex was doing, but Sally always said I wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer. Milo was in front of both of us in the line, so he would reach the safety of the light before we did. We might survive either way, but Sally was hedging her bets, trying to get Milo to voluntarily switch places so a loving parent could survive and get home to her child. I guess this lie was meant to help me as well, but I still didn't like it. We'd told too many lies already, and there had to be consequences for our deception. Nevertheless, I didn't say a word, instead waiting for Milo's response. But before he had an opportunity to answer, the trumpet sounded once again. As we covered our ears, the familiar pattern took place before our eyes, with one figure stepping into the light and another getting sucked into the vortex. In the aftermath, an individual broke from the line and stepped into the shadowy kill zone. I was shocked to see this figure was little more than a child, an adolescent boy with wild terror in his eyes. I didn't see whether the kid was pushed or if he ran, but he was quick on his feet and seemed determined to make a break for it. Inevitably, a gang of 3 bloodthirsty demons emerged from the shadows and grasped out at the kid with their claws. But amazingly, the kid dodged all of them, making it past the trio of monsters and sprinting into the darkness. He disappeared from sight, and for a brief moment I thought he could actually make it to safety. But then we heard a blood-curdling scream, closely followed by the cracking of bones and the ominous sound of a huge beast biting into flesh. And I, huge beast biting into flesh, realized that the kid had fallen victim to some yet unseen horror lurking in the shadows. My heart sank in that moment, but Sal's devious plan was still very much in play. Milo predictably didn't react to the kid's violent death, but he did recall the conversation we were having before the trumpets sounded. "So, you think you should go ahead of me because you have a kid?" he asked, his voice returning to his characteristic emotionless tone. I remained silent, but Sally spoke up on our behalf. "Frankly, yes. I don't want to be brutal about it, but we deserve the chance to see our boy again." if we really are dead, then what difference does it make? Milo blurted out. I had to admit that he had a good point here. I didn't know how Sally would respond to this direct question which poked a massive hole in her story. But of course she had a pre-prepared argument. But we don't know that we're dead. Not for sure. If we have been abducted, then reaching the light could bring us home. And besides, even if we have passed away, don't you think two loving parents deserve to go to heaven? I didn't know how Milo would react to this loaded question, but I certainly didn't expect what happened next, because suddenly Milo began to laugh, quietly at first, but growing ever louder. But his laughter wasn't one of mirth. Instead, it was filled with bitterness and scorn. I turned around to look upon Sally, only to find she was as baffled as I was. We had no choice but to wait until Milo finished his mad cackling and opened his mouth to speak, his voice now filled with passionate anger. You really don't know who I am, do you? I hoped there would be some recognition, some remorse. But now I realize this is beyond you both. I shook my head in confusion, feeling like there was something I should have picked up on. But sadly, I remained oblivious. I'm sorry, Milo. I don't understand, I said nervously. You don't, huh? Milo spat back. Well, maybe it's about time you saw my face. And with that, he slowly began to turn around for the first time. I stood there in nervous anticipation, my entire body trembling, because I suspected what we'd see would not be pleasant. And when his face was illuminated, I recoiled in horror as my most painful memory came back to punch me in the gut. Milo's face was in actual fact a grotesque death mask, his dead eyes bulging, and his forehead caked in dry blood. His skin looked like leather, and when he opened his crusty lips, green water poured from his mouth and nostrils. I heard Sally scream behind me, and I was about to follow suit. But, in that moment, the trumpet sounded, louder than ever this time. I fell to my knees and buried my head in my hands, but the almighty din was too intense. It felt like my head was about to explode, and then I found myself drifting out of consciousness, as suddenly my whole world went black, and then I was in another place and time, thrust back to a point in my life which I had tried my hardest to forget. Sally and I were in my car, driving along a lonely country road late at night. We were coming home from a party and were in high spirits. We'd both been drinking. I was driving and surely over the limit, but I'd made this journey a dozen times before and thought it would be fine. I remember the two of us laughing over a shared joke. I glanced over to the passenger's seat, looking into Sal's mischievous eyes and feeling so much love for her in that moment. But I should have kept my eyes on the road because I didn't see the pedestrian until it was too late. A sudden panic overtook me as I slammed my foot on the brakes, but I hit the man head on, horrified as his broken body was thrown up onto the hood before it smashed against the windscreen. I brought the car to a stop as the body fell heavily to the ground, and I sat frozen, still gripping a tight hold of the steering wheel, and in a state of shock. Slowly, I turned to look at Sally and saw an expression of sheer horror etched across her face. "Joshua, what have you done?" she whispered, and I didn't have an answer. After some time, we exited the vehicle and went to see to my victim. What we found was a bloody mess of a man, a human body broken almost beyond recognition. We were both sure he was dead. Sally and I stood there under the headlights on the side of the abandoned road, looking down at the corpse of the young man I'd just run over. And then I really started to panic. "Sally, what the heck am I going to do?" I exclaimed. "I've killed a man. They'll send me to prison for this. That's not going to happen." Sally answered firmly, her eyes narrowing as she took control of the situation. "There are no witnesses. Nobody saw what happened." She paused briefly, letting those words sink in. "The lake is only 5 miles from here. We can make him disappear." In shock and disbelief, disgusted by the suggestion. But of course, I went along with her plan. I didn't wish to face the consequences of my actions, and so I conspired with my girlfriend to cover up the crime. With some difficulty, we lifted the body and loaded it into the trunk of my car. I vividly recall seeing the man's grotesque death mask, his dead eyes looking upwards into the night sky as we slammed the trunk shut and sealed him inside. We drove to the lake, exiting the car at the top of a disused jetty after releasing the handbrake, watching in solemn silence as the vehicle rolled downwards and disappeared under the water's surface. Sally and I made the long walk home that night, barely speaking a word as the seriousness of our crime hit home. We reported the car stolen the next morning, Sally giving the report to a disinterested police officer who didn't ask too many questions. A few days later, we heard a missing person report on the news. A young man who had been walking at night and never made it home. In the days and weeks which followed, I lived in a state of constant anxiety, forever fearing a knock on the door. But the cops never made the connection and didn't find the body. I guess it was about 2 months later when Sally and I were watching TV at home, and suddenly there was a press conference featuring a teary-eyed woman giving a statement with a photograph of the missing man framed behind her. She pleaded for anyone with information to come forward and wept as she begged for her husband to come home. And the missing man's name was Milo. Suddenly my ears were filled with the sound of trumpets, and I was brought back to the dark hellscape, except the circumstances had changed during my absence. The first thing I noticed, before I even opened my eyes, was the overbearing heat. Before, this place had been ice cold, but now the opposite was true, and simultaneously my nostrils were filled with an awful stench of sulfur and burning flesh, making me retch in disgust. But when my eyes opened, I almost jumped out of my skin, and I started to stumble until a pair of arms grabbed me and held me up. "Remember the rules," was what she shouted in my ear, her voice just about audible over the almighty din. "Stay within the lines, and they can't get you." That was Sally, and she had a tight hold of me. I glanced into her wide eyes, wondering if she'd experienced the same gut-wrenching flashback I had during our blackout. The look of horror etched on her now drawn face told me she surely had. But this wasn't the reason she was so frightened. The demons weren't in the shadows any longer. They were standing right up beside us, so close that I could smell their foul breath which stank of rotting flesh, and see the flesh blood dripping from their sharp fangs. There were half a dozen of the beasts visible on either side of the white lines, appearing like soldiers standing to attention. They didn't make any attempt to attack, but the monsters shot us murderous glares through their burning red eyes, and they grinded their razor-sharp teeth and clicked their long claws, as if eagerly anticipating the kills to come. But they couldn't get to us, not as long as we stayed in line. And the queue was much shorter now. I guess Sally and I had been out for longer than I thought as we relived our past sins, because whereas the line had once included hundreds of lost souls, now there were only 5 of us. The doorway of white light was right in front of us, while the crimson vortex lay behind us, the 2 gateways competing to drown out the darkness. But the intolerable heat and disgusting stench came from our rear, and I had no doubt that the vortex was a portal to hell itself. In the moment which followed, the terrifying process repeated, as the anonymous figure at the front of the line crossed over, and the woman behind Sally screamed as the hellish whirlpool sucked her inside. And then there were only the 3 of us. In all the chaos, I'd almost forgotten about Milo, but the ghoul was still facing us, his dead eyes burning with rage as he savored his moment of retribution. "Tell me," he snarled through his rotting maw. "Do you two feel any guilt, any remorse for what you did to me, for what you took from me?" I struggled to find the words to respond as I experienced a foul, burning sensation in the back of my head. I knew I couldn't hide from this any longer. "Milo," I spluttered. "Of course we're sorry for what happened, but it was an accident." "You've got to believe that." Milo laughed bitterly once again. An accident, he exclaimed in anger. Was it an accident when you bundled me into your trunk and pushed your car into the lake? Was that an accident? He paused briefly, his lifeless eyes narrowing. I was still alive when I went into the water. Did you know that? I shook my head in disbelief, muttering, No, that's not possible. It's true, Milo confirmed with a nod. I slowly suffocated to death inside of that trunk, and they never found my body. My wife never got closure, never got to bring me home, and that's all because of the two of you. Milo was now beyond fury as he roared and charged towards Sally and I with his arms outstretched. Josh, stop him! Sally screamed, but he was already upon me, his skeleton-like hands wrapping around my throat in an attempt to throttle me. I fought back with all my might, tackling Milo and shoving him to one side. And of course, he fell outside of the lines. Milo released his grip on my throat as the demons grabbed hold of him, their eyes lighting up with a ravenous hunger as they dug their claws into his flesh. Milo didn't fight or scream when they took him. He merely looked upon us with a sad resignation as they dragged him into the darkness. I glanced down at my own hands in disbelief, realizing that I'd killed this innocent man for the second time. The rest of the demons retreated at this point, cackling cruelly as they returned to the shadows. And as I watched them go, I felt an immense guilt eating away at me. And I knew that it should have been me. It was Sally who broke me from my trance, placing a firm hand on my shoulder and forcing me to look her in the eye. Joshua. Are you doing okay? She asked sympathetically. I shook my head, muttering, I'm a killer. You did what you had to do, Josh. You were trying to protect me, but I need your help one last time. What do you mean? I shot back in confusion. She sighed deeply, probably frustrated by my lack of awareness. Come on, Josh. There's only two of us left now. What's going to happen when the trumpets sound? And suddenly, I was up to speed. I was standing in front of Sally in the line and was closest to the white light of salvation. You want to swap places? You want to swap places? You want to swap places, I said ominously. You want me to sacrifice myself for you? I wondered what I thought about this idea. It certainly wasn't an appealing offer. I was terrified by the vortex and whatever hell lay beyond it. Of course I was, but would I screw over the woman I'd once loved to save my own skin? It had never crossed my mind that it would come to this, but I think Sally had always envisaged this outcome. Sally had always been one step ahead, and in the end, she had the words to persuade me. My ex held my hand tighter, tears in her eyes as her tone became increasingly emotional. I know it's a lot to ask, Josh, but remember, I saved you after the accident. You said you couldn't face prison, and I made the problem go away. I don't deserve to suffer for your sins. You know that, Josh. I opened my mouth to respond, but would run out of time. The trumpets blared aloud, drowning out our conversation. I needed to make a decision right now, and I went with my heart over my head. In an instant, I grabbed hold of Sal's waist, embracing and kissing her once last time, before pushing her ahead of me in the line. The terrible din made any further words impossible, but in the last moment, Sally smiled back at me gently and mouthed, "Thank you." And as she did so, I remembered all the tenderness and love we'd once had for each other. But I couldn't escape the nagging suspicion that she'd played me. But Sally didn't wait, soon turning her back on me and confidently walking into the light. And then I felt the irresistible pull from behind me as the all-powerful vortex sucked me in. I felt my skin burning and the air leaving my lungs. And then I was gone from that place, never to return. I didn't know exactly what to expect once I regained consciousness and adjusted to my new environment. I knew it wasn't going to be a good place, but my panicked mind was filled with images of burning lakes of sulfur and sadistic demons wielding pitchforks. But the space I found myself in was quite unexpected. I was inside of a car, sitting in the driver's seat. But it wasn't just any vehicle. It was my car from 2 years previous. The same car I'd been driving on the night of the accident. The night I'd killed poor Milo for the first time. And that wasn't all. I was underwater, surrounded by dark flowing liquid on all sides, with the only illumination coming from the light above the dashboard. I started to panic, struggling to breathe as I desperately tried to open the doors, only to find they would not budge. Next, I kicked out at the windscreen, which was already shattered from the night of the accident. But when I kicked the glass, I discovered it was rock hard and unbreakable. I cried out in angry frustration, slamming my fists on the wheel and hearing the muffled sound of the horn. But then I was taken unawares by a chilling, deep voice from behind me, saying, "I won't bother if I were you. There's no way out." I jumped up and turned around, seeing a dark figure sitting in my back seat. I knew he hadn't been there a second before, and so he'd seemingly materialized out of thin air. The man, if that's what he was, appeared well-dressed in a finely tailored tuxedo suit, seamless white shirt, and black bow tie. But I couldn't see his face as it remained hidden in the shadows. Thus far, he'd only offered me what seemed like advice. Nevertheless, there was something very disturbing about his tone of voice and whole demeanor. And so I guessed this mysterious individual was no friend of mine. I felt like history was repeating itself and feared the worst, struggling to speak through trembling lips and asking, "What is this place? Isn't it obvious?" The shadowy figure replied, "It was, of course, and I needed to face the grim reality of my situation. I'm in hell, aren't I? This is my personal hell." The shadow man responded with a sly chuckle before saying, "Certainly not Joshua. This is a halfway house of sorts. Call it purgatory if you will. Believe me, you'd know if you were in hell." I experienced a wave of emotions in that moment, relief for sure. But, as always, I was confused. I exclaimed. I was sucked into the vortex. I smelt the sulfur, felt my body burning. "You made an assumption," the man replied abruptly. "Did anyone tell you that one portal led to heaven and the other to hell?" I pondered his words for a moment until the horrifying implication became apparent. "Sally," I exclaimed. "What happened to Sally?" The man sighed before answering. "Sally is somewhere else. Don't worry about her now, Joshua. You won't see her again. Not for a while anyway." I gulped, feeling a chill as I thought of my ex-girlfriend and feared for her safety. But it seemed there wasn't anything I could do for her right now. "And what about me?" I muttered nervously. "What will become of me?" There was a lengthy, almost unbearable pause before the shadow man answered me. "I'll be honest with you, Joshua. You've got us in a bit of a pickle. On one side, you committed a heinous sin on the mortal plane, but then you made a noble sacrifice in the Shadowlands to save a woman you once loved. Your sacrifice was futile in the end, but you weren't to know that. We're going to need some time to consider your fate, Joshua. In the meantime, you can stay here, in this watery prison of your own making." I experienced a renewed panic and also anger, crying out before I had the chance to think. "No, you can't keep me here. I won't stay." The shadow man's reaction was instant and furious. He leaned forward, allowing me to see his hideous eyes through the darkness, burning, crimson orbs which reminded me of the vortex he'd been pulled into, mesmerizing and yet terrifying at the same time. And when he spoke, his voice blared out like a banshee's wail. "You'll do what we damn well tell you," he screamed. "Do not test me, you wretched mortal. I can make all your worst nightmares come to life." I'd never been as frightened as I was in that moment. Not during my mortal existence, or even in the Shadowlands. Whatever this entity was, I realized he could inflict suffering upon me that I couldn't even imagine. I had no words to respond, and so I merely grabbed hold of the steering wheel and lowered my head in a meek submission. "Very well," the Shadow Man said with a smug satisfaction. "Goodbye, Joshua. Until we meet again." I nervously glanced up into the rearview mirror and saw the entity melting away into the leather seat, and then I was alone. To this day, I remained trapped in this watery grave, staring out at the bottom of the lake, which was the scene of my worst crime. I don't know how long I've been here. All I know is that I can't leave. Not unless they set me free. I assume the Shadow Man will eventually return to reveal my ultimate fate. But for now, all I have is time. I've had what seems like an eternity to come to terms with what I've done. I think about Sally, often, and Milo too. Will I ever see them again? I hope so, because when all my sins and regrets are washed away, all I want to do is make amends.